Give me a pen and paper so that I can write about my life. What a catchy phrase, isn't it? It works for hip hop, but it doesn't work for programming. When you get into an interview and you are asked more details about React hook form, how it works, you are not going to say, give me the code and the computer so that I can show you how it works. At some point, you will have to explain yourself in an interview and also in the work environment. You need to explain to other developers how your code works. This video solves that problem. I am going to explain to you in details React hook form and how does it work with 10-stack query, 10-stack table, and Prisma. Let's just get into the demonstration. We are going to we are going to sign up first. Let's sign up. The name is Matthew. Let's type the name Matt. And the password is going to be Matt. Okay, so the name is Matt, email Matt, and the password is Matt. Okay, let me just quickly demonstrate to you how I'm going to help you understand and master JW token, okay, or JWT, okay. So let's go to application. Let's go to application. My apologies about this. Let's just go to application and then let's go to cookies. Okay, under cookies, as you can see, there is no token here. So let's see what will happen when we sign up. Okay, this means that this is processing. We are supposed to see a token here. Okay, if everything goes well. Okay, as you can see, here is the token. Let me just show you a magic, okay, about JWT so that you can quickly understand what it is. In any application, you can go to these cookies and copy this token as it is and take it to the JSON web token, what can I say, website, and paste this as it is. Let's read the information that is here. We've got a user ID 4, that means we are user number 4, and we've got our email, we've got our name. This is exactly us. So let's get into it. Sorry. So now that we are here, we can just go home and then we can sign in. Met, and then just type the password Met. Okay. Now that we have signed in, the system has picked up that we don't have a company yet. By the way, this is Code Maker. It's some sort of a sample of what finance does. Finance, it's a code and invoicing application. So I have just sampled the code creation part. So as you can see, we need to create our name. Let's say our name is Coded, which is Coded Design, the company name. Please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Okay, so the town, let's just choose anything here, and the bank account, let's just choose random digits and just choose big digits, and that is it. Let's submit. Okay, as you can see, the company has been created. Let's just refresh. Now that a company has created, that dialog or that pop-up just disappears. So what we want to do now, we want to come here and create a client. Let's create a client as Matthew. Let's just change this email because it exists, and let's leave this as is. So after you've created your client, you can go to the list here so that you can see a list of clients that are here. As you can see, here is Matthew. What you can do, you can also edit. You can come here and then edit this. Let's change Matthew to John. Sorry, let's change Matthew to John, and let's change the email to John as well. As you can see, when you click submit, this is loading. Okay, let's just close and check. My apologies about that. Let me just double check what might have happened. Okay, let's go back here, edit, change this to John, change this to John, let's say John 5, and let's click submit. Okay, as you can see, guys, everything went well. So as you can see, once you updated the form, the pop-up modal, the table automatically updates as well. How is that being created? That is the magic of 10-stack query. I'm going to show you that in detail. Whenever a mutation happens, we update our own query, and that query updates the 10-stack table. Stick with me. I'll make you famous. I'll take you places to see different faces. Let's continue. So as you can see, we've created a client here. We are going to do the same thing for the item. Let's say this is let's say a web app. Just to make it unique, description, let's just type here web app. And then in terms of a price, let's just type 1,200. Submitted. Let's just go check here to list. Okay, do we have web app here? As you can see, we've got web app for 1,200. We can edit if we want. So we can go to the creation part of the code list. So as you can see here, you can use React Hook form to hijack your input, but also you can integrate React Hook form with a table. This is some sort of an advanced form creation. Here I'm going to teach you exactly how do you create this. Check here. So when you add an item here, which is web app, is 1,200. When you increase the quantity, it increases here and it increases the total. What if maybe we add another service, which is going to be 1,200? As you can see, this total increases as well. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If you might want to learn understanding for answering interview question and be able to explain yourself in the work environment, watch this tutorial until the end. Otherwise, let's just jump straight into it. In this video, we are going to create a Next.js project. In order for us to do that, we can just quickly go to Next.js documentation, copy this code as it is, Control C on Windows, then go back to Visual Studio Code. If you want a terminal, you can just come here and then drag this up, and then you will see a terminal here, or you can just go here, terminal, new, and then you will see the same thing. The most important thing in this step is to know exactly where you are. If you look at the terminal, I am inside a folder coded design /2026/QT. Then this is exactly where I am. Then my project will be created in this path. Then I'm going to just right click, and then the command or the terminal will paste this code exactly as it is. And I'm just going to put space, and then I'm going to type quote maker. And then I'm going to hit enter. Suppose the system will ask us some few questions like this. Let's just click enter here. So from now, the system will install, or a Next.js project will be created. As you can see, this will take some time due to many reasons. Maybe my computer is slow or the internet is slow. I'm going to save your time and pause the video and come back when this is done. Okay, as you can see, the project has been created in this folder. Here is the folder that has got the actual project. Now, we are in Qt according to the terminal. This is not where we want to be in order for us to run this project. We must be inside CodeMaker in order for us to run this project. To make my life easy, I always go here and right click any file here, and then I will reveal in Explorer. I want to see the actual folder. Let me just show you because it's appearing on a different screen. Okay, I want to see the actual folder where this is, and here is the path. So I will copy this path, as you can see, and then I will come to Visual Studio Code, file, open folder, and then I will open this folder. As you can see, now we are inside the folder that has got the actual project. That is exactly where we want to be. Let's go here and view the terminal. Okay, now let's read the path. As you can see, now we've got Qt and /CodeMaker. This is exactly where we want to be. If we can run any Next.js command in a different folder, maybe you might see some errors. Okay, so let's run this project. npm run dev. Okay, this will take some time. Looks like it's fast now. Okay, so this is telling us that the project is running here, okay, in this URL, let's say. In closing, let me just give you an idea of what is going on here, because as a beginner, I really didn't understand this concept of Node.js, Next.js, and things running on a web. Next.js or React.js, they are powered by a platform called Node.js. Okay, so obviously, this is supposed to be running on a web. So Node.js pretends as a server. It pretends as a computer. What can I say? Sitting somewhere, just like when you are hitting Google, you are accessing a resource on Google server. So treat this file as a server. In order to access anything that is on a server via the internet, you have to use the URL. Then this is the URL that has been supplied to you for you to use. So if we are running this server, okay, whenever you see some code, some error code here, maybe you will see something like the server has stopped, the server is not running. Treat this folder as a server. So now we have started the server. So we need to visit this so that we can see what is running on a server. I hope you get that one. So let's just go to the browser and then let's click here. Now let's go back to the server. Let's check what is it doing. As you can see, it's compiling. Okay, it's telling us that this URL has been hit. Somebody is looking for some request, and we are starting and we are preparing. As you can see, it's compiling. That means now it's going to serve us. Okay, in terms of the web technology, this is a server and this browser is a client. So as you can see, the server has served us with this page. If you have managed to see this page, congratulations, you have just installed or created a Next.js project. I am Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If you like content like this, please don't forget to help me push the channel by subscribing. In case you are an entrepreneur, a business person, please don't forget I've got this fintech application, which is finance.com. If you can come here and sign in, you can create invoices and codes for free. As you can see, the platform is growing. We've got 336 users, active users, and 100 companies. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to talk about modern JavaScript concept and the folder structure. Why are we going to talk about the concept and the folder structure? In this series, I'm not only helping you follow me and code and create a cool project, but I want you to be able to understand the concept so that you can be ready to answer the interview question. Now let's get into it. Back in the days, JavaScript was only for front end or client, or it was running on a browser. Because of Node.js took it a step further. It has managed to take JavaScript to the back end, meaning that to run on a server. Let me just give you a clear understanding about this. Back in the days, you used to use JavaScript as a scripting language on a client, that means on the UI, and then you might use PHP in a server, okay, to create API. Now you can use JavaScript on the UI on the browser, and you can use it on the server. That is made possible by Node.js. Obviously, Node.js is just taking JavaScript to the server, but it's not a UI library. And then we've got React.js, which create or build efficient and what can I say, quicker and more modern UI. It's a framework for that. And then there is Next.js, which help us to build a full stack application. I hope you get the idea. It's Node.js enabling JavaScript to run on the browser and on the server, and there is React.js a framework for creating a very fast and efficient user interface. And we've got Next.js built on top of React, which is responsible for us to build application front end and back end. With that being said, let's get to Node.js folder structure. For Next.js folder structure, always think about it this way. Okay, I want to help you to understand it. Think about it this way: configured application. Okay, what do I mean by that? All these folders which are outside, okay, which are just on the root, they are all for configuration. In fact, this is a configured public app. Think of it that way. My apologies. Configured public application or configured public app. This part outside the folders, this is for configuration. This is like for settings. Okay, let's say you want to do something. Before you do it, you need to make some settings, right? Okay, so all these folders that are outside, they are for settings. And this one, okay, that means we are done with configured. This is for configuration, and this public folder is for all the assets that are going to be used. Where is the Next.js logo here? I think it's this one. Okay, these assets are here. These are all these assets. Okay, as you can see. So these are the public asset, which can be your music file, which can be your image file, which can be your PNG, everything that is going to be public. In the web, you cannot access something that is not public, which is private, which is sitting on a server. If you are going to do that, you need to have an access to it. So it's very important to put your files, your public files here. And then we've got the actual application. This is the folder that Next.js has created for us. Everything goes here. Okay, meaning that we are going to have pages here, and even the API route. Okay, if you know nothing about the API route, I will explain that to you as well. So the API route will stay here. So let's just summarize. Okay, in the modern JavaScript concept, we've got Node, which help JavaScript to run on the browser and on the server. Talking about the server, we've got React, which enables what can I say, developers, which enables us to create very quick, fast and efficient user interfaces. And then on top of that React.js, we've got Node.js. In terms of Node.js, we've got a folder structure, and I said think of it like this: configured public app. Everything that is outside the folder is for configuration, is for settings. These files, they are just for settings. Okay, for instance, this is the TypeScript config, TypeScript settings, as you can see. Okay, and then we've got public folder to put all your images, your music, your videos, and we've got the actual app where Next.js will have some layout files and the API route. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. If you like video like this, please don't forget to subscribe to help me to grow the channel. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to create an authentication folder and explain Next.js route groups. Those folders with bracket. Let's just get into it. So as you can see, this is the page that is running at the moment. This is where the page is. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're just going to go here and just remove everything and use a shortcut, which is RFC or RFCE. Any of these, let's just type RFC. As you can see, a quick boilerplate has been created for us. And then if we click save, now we've got this page, which is this one. In case you might be asking, how do you get this quick boilerplate? Let's just go to extension, and then here is the extension that you need to install: ES7 plus React/Redux. Here is it. Then once you install it, then you can go to your code. Okay, go to your code and just type RFC. Okay, and then from then it will create this for you. So as you can see now, we have managed to change like the root page, okay, which is this page. What we want to do here, we want to create the auth folder. Okay, so why are we going to create the auth folder? It is very important in your structure to organize your code in such a way that it's clean and easy to understand. we are going to have the auth section and we are going to have the app section. So for now, we are busy with the auth section. So let's create a folder inside application. And this folder we are going to put, for now, let's just type auth, okay, without the brackets, okay, so that I can explain the concept of route groups, okay. And then let's move this folder, or let's just copy. Let's copy this page to auth, okay. Copy the page to auth. And then let's just take a look at how things are done here. Let's just type auth here, check here. So if we type auth here, so auth is some sort of a folder in the structure. So let me just change this to auth so that you can see auth is running here. Okay. As you can see, this is auth. This folder, it's visible. Okay. In our case, we don't really want this folder to be visible, okay? But at the same time, we want this folder to be a parent for all the authentication route. So what we are going to do, we are going to change this to put the bracket so that it can be inside the bracket, okay? And then as you can see now, it's telling us that this auth doesn't exist. As you can see, when this gets the bracket, it just becomes silent. Okay, the server is missing it. So it doesn't treat it as a route necessarily. Okay, it just treats it as a group. So how can we get this to work then? So inside this route group, which this is a route group, we can have sign in, okay, which is this will be seen, and we can move this file to here. Yes, we want to move it, and then update imports always. Okay, and then here we can say now this is no longer auth, this is sign in. Okay, so if we want to get to this sign in so that we can show this page, how can we do it? Maybe one might feel like we are going to put the auth here and then / sign in. This is wrong. Let's just quickly test it. As you can see, this route doesn't exist. Why? Because this route group is silent, okay? Even though it's there, it's not for the browser. It's for the server. The server knows it, but the browser doesn't know it. So if the browser doesn't know it, it treats as if it doesn't exist. So as you can see, now that it's not there, we are able to hit the sign in. So this folder with parentheses or with brackets is a route group. It helps us to organize our code, but it doesn't necessarily affect the URL. So to make things cleaner, inside this auth, we are going to have sign in, but inside this auth as well, we are going to have sign up. Okay, and in the sign up, we can just copy this page and paste it here. And then instead here, we can just write sign up. And then if we save this and we save this, then this means that we can also go to sign up here. That means there is a spelling error that I did. Okay, sign up. Let's just check, double check, sign up. And then let's go to this folder. Okay, let's just quickly check what might have happened. Okay. Okay, that means inside here we've got, okay, so this sign up folder, it happened to be inside sign in, of which that's not what we want. Okay, let me take it out and then let me paste it here. As you can see now, it's inside the auth folder. Okay, now it can show. Okay, so let's wrap up and summarize. Okay, what we did, we created a route group. Okay, that necessarily doesn't show here. It doesn't show here. Okay, it's just for our code to be clean and also organize, or it's involved with layout. I will explain more about layout later. Okay, so for now, just treat it as a folder that helps us to organize our code. So as you can see, we've got this group here. That means this is for authentication. Inside authentication, we've got sign in, we've got sign up, and this route group doesn't appear here. And that is it. I'm Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer. Thank you so much. If you like content like this, please don't forget to help me to grow the channel by subscribing. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to install shardcn. So here is the URL for shardcn, and then we are going to install it on Next.js. So we are going to click Next.js, and then here, as you can see, there are many ways of installing Next.js. For us, we are just going to copy this npx. Let's copy this, and then we want to minimize this. Then we want to go to our terminal. So for now, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to use multiple terminal. I'm going to cancel or terminate this server. And then let me just wait for it to terminate. And then I'm going to type the command clear. Let me terminate it again by pressing Ctrl C on Windows, as you can see. And then let me just type clear to clear everything. And then I am going to right click. Okay, the terminal will paste the code that I have copied here. Okay, as you can see, npx shardcn at latest dash init. Let's initialize shardcn. Okay, as we proceed, I might use two terminals and let this one run and copy and paste command on a different one. But for the start or setting up things, I'm going to cancel the server exactly as I did. So now shardcn is back. It's asking us some types. Okay, let's just take neutral. I think those are color themes or something. Okay, so now it's busy installing the dependencies. I hope this is not going to take some time. Let me just pause the video to save your time. I'm going to come back when this is finished. All right, I'm back. This is done, as you can see. So what I want to do now, I want to test if we have successfully installed Next.js. So what we are going to do, we are going to maximize this, and then we are going to go to a section components here, and we are going to add a simple component. Let's just add a button. Okay, let's just look for button here, and let's look for a command to add the button. Okay, as you can see, here is the command to add the button. Let's copy it. My apologies about that. Let me just do this instead. Okay, and then we are going to, on Windows, I'm just going to right click. Okay, as you can see, now here is the command to add the button. So now let's just check what will happen so that we can understand how shardcn work. Let me just give you a brief about shardcn. What I like about shardcn is that it copies the component to your project and you can modify it as you wish. So it's like shardcn is giving you some templates for you to work on. So let's observe that. So these are the folders that we have. Do we have a folder components here? No. So let's see when we are adding a button, what folders will be created and what will be the content. Okay, let's just wait for some time. Okay, here is the folder called component. So if you might want any shardcn code, it's here on component. Inside component, there is UI here. Okay, inside component, there is UI. Then you will have a button. So here is a button by shardcn component. If you want, you can edit, modify, or delete it. But in our case, we just want to test it. We don't want to delete it. So let's go back to here. Let's run the server. Let's start the server. npm run dev. Okay, this means that we are running the development. Okay, some sort of a place where we are developing. Okay, we are not on production. Then if it's running, let's just go to the home page. Okay, do we still have the home page? Let's just take the sign up for now to make things easier for us. So we can just go to sign up here inside auth, and then inside sign up, and then I can minimize this, and we are going to add a button here. Okay, and then let's add the button. I'm going to open this bracket. I'm going to type button, and then what you must do now, whenever you want to add something, you must always check where is it coming from, okay, so that you can be sure if it's coming from this folder, the component UI folder. Okay, so for now I don't really see where is this coming from here. That's not much of a problem. Let me use a capital letter B. Okay, let's see, button. As you can see, now we can see that this button is coming from add component UI button. This is exactly what we want. So there's an autocomplete here. Let me just use it because this is fine, as you can see. Okay, so let me save. So this is a shut CN button. Okay, let me just close by really giving you practically the concept of shut CN and how it works. This is what I'm gonna do in this project. As you can see, the shut CN button, when you hover over them, the color changes, but surprisingly the cursor doesn't change. Okay, so what I usually do, I always go to the actual button. This is the real reason why shutCN exists, is for you to do this, to create your own component, to modify what shutCN gives you to your own liking. So I'm going to do that. So I'm not going to explain much about this in trying to confuse you, but I'm going to add a code here, or a style, a utility style, which is cursor pointer, as you can see. So I'm going to add this, and then I'm going to save. Okay, so now all my buttons, okay, as you can see, now the cursor changes. Okay, so now all my buttons from shutCN will have, whenever you hover over them, they will always do this. Let's just make it a simple example. Let's go to sign in instead of sign up. Okay, let's import a button here. Let's say the button, exactly as we did last time, from shutCN UI component. And then let's just type sign up. Just to make things different, let's just add a class name. Okay, BG red. Okay, and then let's click save, and then let's go to sign in. Okay, as you can see, this is a red button, but when we go to this button, okay, as you can see, the cursor changes from this pointer to more like a finger. Okay, so every time when I'm using this button, that code will always go with that button. Okay, I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. Let's end it here for now. Thank you so much for watching, and also thank you so much for subscribing. See you on the next one. Now we need to create this landing page. Let's go back to VS Code. Okay, as you can see, let's see what do we see in the project at the moment, so that we can explain from here. Okay, as you can see, there is page here. Where is this page coming from? This page is coming from, let's check, this page is coming from here. Okay, as you can see, this is page. So what we want to do first, okay, we want to create a route group. Okay, let's create a route group. Let's create a route group here. A route group. This route group, I'm just going to call it root. Okay, what does this mean? This means that we have the auth here and we have the application here. So inside auth, you see sign up and sign in and sign up, and then here you are going to see files for the entire application. For the sake of teaching you, this is how I'm going to do things. I'm going to remove this route page or the home page from here, and I'm going to put it inside here. I want to teach you how route group works. Okay, so Next.js, when it's executing, it starts from the app and it looks for a page inside this folder, meaning that in some sort of as a direct child of app, okay, folder. If it doesn't find it, it looks in the route groups. Okay, it looks, do we have some sort of a page here? We don't have. Do we have a page here? We don't have. What if we can have a page inside the root? There won't be any difference. Okay, meaning that even if we can move this page to here, okay, let me just type here moved, okay, and then click save, and let's go back here. Let's see. As you can see, it show moved. Okay, let me just quickly do this. My apologies about that, so that I can see both of these things. Can this be in this side and this one be here? Okay, so as you can see, the moved, okay, file, the one that was moved from here to here, as much as it's in the root, but it shows exactly the same. Let me just quickly remind you, we don't see a / root here because this is a route group, so it's being ignored by the system. So now that we are here, okay, now let's create this page. Where is that page? I don't see it now. I was looking for that image, but it's fine. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to add a logo. Okay, so let's add a logo. Let me go to my downloads folder. Okay, let me go to my download folder, and in my download folder I'm going to copy an image, okay, which is a logo, and I'm going to go to public, reveal in Explorer. Okay, let me just show you because this shows on a different page, and then here on public I'm just going to paste this. Okay, in case you want this asset and you also want the project, some sort of a GitHub project, please check the link in the description below to my Substack. I'm posting the series as I'm creating it. If things are not there yet, that means the series is not done. Let's continue. Okay, so now we've got, I don't want this, I don't need it. Okay, don't save, I don't need it. So now we've got the image, the logo image on the public folder. As you can see, here is it. Okay, now we need to add it here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add it inside here. Okay, let me just type image. I want to import an image component. It is very important to always check where are you importing your image component. As you can see here, we've got image, so you might import it from a wrong place. So I want to import it from next image. Okay, let's import it from next image, and then let's just we've got an auto complete here, which this is a boilerplate that we can use to speed up the coding process, but in terms of the values, this is not what we want. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change this to logo.png. Okay, as you can see, change this to logo.png. And then in terms of the alt, this is the text for SEO, and I think for description, when you hover over the image, this will show. Let's just say code maker. Okay, let's just say code maker logo. And here I don't want 180, let's just make 100. Okay, 100. These are the values that we can change based on how we feel. For now, we are just adding these so that we can see if the image is there. Let's just save and see. Wait for it to compile. As you can see, the image is there. So the first thing that we want to do first, we want to center things. Okay, I'm going to speed up a little bit since this is going to be more of a styling, what can I say, exercise. Okay, so first I'm going to add flex. Flexing does nothing on the UI. It doesn't change, but it tells this container to be ready. Okay, to be ready for what? To be ready to be able to let's say items. When you click on item center here, now this is being centered and it's not being centered. Why it's not being centered at this point in time? It's simply because, let me just put the bg. Okay, bg, any bg for now. Okay, as you can see, this has the width but it doesn't have the height. Okay, it's like you can't center something in a container that doesn't have a width and height. Or let's say you take a circle which is a little bit small, and you insert it inside another circle, and it perfectly fits on it. So if the outer circle doesn't have the width and height, you cannot be sure if this is centered because there is no width and height anyway. So let's just put a height of screen here so that this yellow background can fit the screen. And now you can see that from this flex and item center, things work. Let's remove the flex just for the sake of teaching. As you can see, things are not centered, so this flex is important. So let's just continue, and after item center, let's justify center. Okay, as you can see, we have managed to center everything, so we don't need this now. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to look for that screenshot again, the one that we are going to use as a reference. Okay, so that we can copy from that one. Okay, as you can see, this is what we are trying to achieve. I think we've already got a logo and everything is centered. We only need this text, welcome to CodeMaker, and these buttons. Okay, so let's continue. Now, as you can see, this guy is sitting alone. Let's say this guy is sitting alone here. Okay, so what I want to do now, my apologies about this. What I want to do, I want to create a container. Okay, I want to create a container to contain these guys. Okay, let me quickly do that. Let me just type div here. Okay, here is the container. For now, I'm just gonna type h1 and just type welcome. Okay, only so that I can see these two guys here. I'm happy with that, and I want to make sure that I flex this flex column. Okay, let me just type this because I want to explain to you what's going on. I don't want to use a autocomplete. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to flex these. Okay, flexing these not only enables us to center things, but it also enables us to add a gap. Okay, let me just show you this flex. Okay, flex and then item center. I'm happy with that. Item center, I want that. And then justify content center. Okay, that means everything is going to be centered. Okay, now flex can arrange things in a row and in a column. Okay, for instance, let me just add a gap so that you can see what I mean. Let's add a gap of 8. As you can see, the things automatically are arranged in a row and there is a gap of 8. We don't want this. Okay, let's override that by a flex column. Okay, let's say flex col. Okay, and now everything has been arranged. It's being centered, but it's arranged in a column manner with this gap of 4. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that, okay, everything that is inside here, let me just repeat this. Okay, everything that is inside here will always be spaced in that gap of 4. Okay, which is, this is more or less like this, but we just have to decrease the spacing. Okay, so that it can look more or less like this one. 4 is too big, I think, but for now let's leave it for the sake of this tutorial. Okay, let's just check here. Welcome to CodeMaker. Let's do that. Welcome to CodeMaker. Welcome to CodeMaker. As you can see, our text is not bold. Okay, for now, since I'm already here, let me just put a paragraph here and close this paragraph. Let me just copy this text as well. Create professional quotes. Create professional quotes and manage your business. And manage your business efficiently. All right, as you can see, we've got the text. We will deal with the buttons later. Now let's quickly style these. Okay, as you can see, this and this. And then what we want to do here, we can have class. Okay, and then in terms of text, let's try 3XL so that it can be a little bit bigger. And then let's make it bold. Let me just type font bold. Okay, I'm happy with this. And then in terms of this, let's put class name. Okay, text. Okay, let's use this muted foreground. Okay, if you don't want to use muted foreground, since some of these might be coming from ShadCN, if you are using ShadCN, suppose you have them anyway. But in order to make sure that everything that I'm doing here works also for you, let's just put a text gray here. Okay, txt, let's say text gray. Let's just put a text gray here. As you can see, it achieves almost like the same thing. Feel free to adjust this to 300 to 200 according to what you want. So for now, let's just use 500. Okay. And then in terms of the gap, this was a gap of 8. Let's use a gap of 4. Let's try a gap of 4. I'm happy with this. Let's just double check here and reference. As you can see, the gap might not be exact. Feel free to make it on your own. For me, I'm just trying to give you an idea on how do you get things done. Okay, so for now, let's just go and put a gap of 6, and that will be it. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then we need the 2 buttons, and then we are done. And then let's go back here. Let's see in which container we are in, which is very important. Okay, let's see. We are in this container, so we want another child of this container, and that child will be a div. Okay, and inside this div there will be a button. Okay, a button from ShadCN UI. As you can see, this is going to be the first button. Sign up, let's say sign up, and then let's add another one, which is a sign in. Okay, which is sign in, and let's click save. Don't mind much about this. Let's go back here, sign up and sign in with a space. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's go back here. Okay, sign up and sign in. Okay, sign up, my apologies about this, and sign in. Right, I'm happy with this. Let's see why now this is more like in a row with the other things. Okay, let's take this group and put it in a relevant container. Okay, it was not supposed to be here. It was supposed to be a child of this. Okay, as you can see, that was the mistake. Let's put it there. Click save. Okay, as you can see, because of that, now it's under this. Okay, now what we need to do, class name. Let me teach you more about flex or displaying things flex. Let's say item center. Okay, I want to show you item center, and then justify center. Justify center. I'm saving. As you can see, nothing is happening, and I'm gonna put a gap of 4, let's say. As you can see, nothing is happening. So what I want to teach you here is that you need to display things flex in order for this to happen. Okay, as you can see now, things are happening. Let's put a gap of 2 here. Okay, I think we are almost there. Okay, sign up and sign in, we are almost there. And then it looks like what can I say, this color is green. This color is green and this one is black, so meaning that this one is fine but this one is not. Excuse me. Okay, so what we want to do, we want this color. Okay, the first thing that I can do here is could go to my Figma file, which I will do it anyway in the end. Okay, let me go to my Figma. In the end, I will go to a Figma file, but let me just show you how could you some sort of get around this. Okay, let's say you are in a browser. Okay, and you want a color from the document. Just go to any place that has got a color. It doesn't matter what it is. Okay, it doesn't have to be anything. Just go here. As you can see, we've got a color here. Just click here, and then you will get this color picker, and then you can just why is not picking the color, you can just zoom in and pick the color that you want. Okay, let's see. As you can see, we can pick this color. Okay, So this is how you can pick the color. As you can see, the color is here. In case you want RGB, don't I have some hex here? Let's just RGB. This is RGB. Here is the hex code. Okay. Then I will copy this, but this color might not be exact as you wish. So this is some sort of a quick fix. Okay. So for me, I've got a Figma file for this. So I'm just gonna copy everything from Figma. Okay, let's just go here to Figma, and then I'm just gonna zoom in here, and then move like this. Where is it? My apologies about this. This is a very big file. Let me just do this. Okay, it's supposed to be here. Okay, here is it. Okay, as you can see, so I'm just gonna copy this color as it is, and then I'm going to go back here, and then I'm going to go back to the project. Okay, this is the project. Okay, and then what I want to do now, I want to change the background. Okay, PG. So in Tailwind, when you want to customize a background, you can change the background to this. Okay, as you can see, it has changed. But when you want to put your custom color, you just put some brackets here, or square brackets, and then you put your actual color here. Okay, as you can see. Okay, so now I want to change this hover. Okay, this hover color. Okay, let me just do this. Something like this. This is the primary color, as you can see. Now I'm gonna control paste V. When I'm hovering over this, I want a slightly darker color. Okay, I want it to be like this, so I'm gonna take this color, and then I'm going to type here hover. Okay, when I'm hovering, my apologies about this, HOVER, hover. Okay, and then on hover, I want BG, a custom color again. Put hash because it's a hex color. So when I'm hovering, I want this to change to this color. Let's see. As you can see, now it's changing to this color. And then here, when I'm hovering, I don't want this to change to this color. I want this to change to an outline, or at least, let's say to black and white if it's not outline, or I don't like this hover. Okay, so let's go back to this button. Let's say class name. Okay, on hover, BG white. Okay, with white, you don't have to put dash 500 or dash whatever. And then the text, okay, which is on hover, text, I want it to be black. Okay, as you can see, also with black, you don't put black dash 500 or something, as you can see. So this is what I want. At least I'm happy with this. Okay, and then feel free to make the changes and modify this as you wish. I think we have reached the end of this tutorial. Let's go back to our screen and see. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, let's see. Exactly. Okay, it's almost more or less like that. So feel free to modify and edit it your own way. I am Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. Don't forget that we've got our finance and a platform for creating codes and invoices for free. You can come here and just sign up. Link in the description below. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to create this sign up page. So in order for us to do that, we need to copy the home page, because this section is exactly as the home page. And then we are going to create this sign up form on the right. So let's quickly do that. So let's go to the home page. As you can see, this is the home page as it is. But now in the home page, when we click here, we've got a problem. These are not taking us to the relevant page. For instance, this one to sign up and this one to sign in. Let's quickly do that. So we are going to use a link component from Next.js. Make sure you import it from Next.js. Let's see. Link from Next.js. Let me just use this autocomplete. Press tab. and then delete this, sorry, and then close this. Okay, like this. Let me just make sure it's being imported from next link. Okay, as you can see, it's being imported from next link. So make sure that it's imported from next link. And then from then, the autocomplete has missed only this part. Okay, we've got / sign up, this route for signing up. So we might as well copy this and paste it here instead, and we use sign in. Okay, what is a link? A link, it's like an anchor tag in pure HTML. So whenever you click any component that is wrapped with a link, it will some sort of route to this route, which is the one that is on the href. So what we want to do now, we want to take the sign up button and wrap it with the sign up link, and then we take the sign in and put it inside the sign in link. Apologies about that. So now suppose when we click sign up, it can take us to sign up. Then let's copy everything from here. Copy everything from here to this one is home. Yes, to sign up. Let's look for, this is sign in. Let's look for sign up route. And then let's paste everything here. And then let's click save. As you can see, everything is here. So we want to remove these buttons. So we can go to the section that has got the buttons, and we just remove this section. And that is it. So this means that we need to take all of this, which is this section, okay, and cut it. And then let's create a new section. Okay, this section will have a form as a child, plus the left section. At this point in time, as you can see, the form appears right beneath this. That's not much of a problem. Let's go to a container that is a parent to this and the form. As you can see, a parent to this. So what we are going to do, we are just going to add a class name. I hope by now you know that we need to flex things, and we need to flex them as a row. Okay, flex row. Why doesn't appear? Okay, this is not flex, this is flex. Okay, and then flex dash row. Okay, let's look what will happen. As you can see, now these are aligned in a row, and then let's add a gap of let's say a gap of 12. Let's see how big that is. I'm happy with this. Okay, add a gap of 12, and I think that's about it. Okay, it's just that if we can look at the reference, it's just that we need a form here instead of this. Okay, so the gap of 12, it's fine. Now what we want to do, as you can see, the form has input, so we need to go to /cn. Okay, need to go to /cn. Let's say you are here on components. Let's say you must look for a component input. Okay, and from here you must copy this. Let's copy this, Control C, and then let's open another terminal. Apologies about that. And then let's right click on Windows so that we can paste this, and then we will add an input. After that, we are going to use the input. So while it's installing, let's go to the form section. Okay, this is the form section. What we want to do here, we want to add a normal HTML form. Okay, we want to add a normal HTML form. Okay, let's see. As you can see, this is giving us autocomplete. We don't really want that. I don't think we want that. Let's just close this. Okay, this is a normal HTML form. Okay, we are going to explain later about the methods of this form, like on submit and other method. Okay, those ones. Okay, we are going to explain later about those. Is this an autocomplete or what? Let's see. Okay, I have installed a new Visual Studio Code here, and it's still puzzling me in a way. Okay, I'm not used to it. Some of the things, I'm not sure if it shows things that I've deleted or it shows autocomplete. Okay, so enough about that. I believe the input has been added. Okay, let's just double check that. Where is the component UI for ShadCN? And here is an input. Cool. And then what we want to do now, we want to add the input so that we can test if it's there. Make sure when you are importing anything, you are importing it on the right place, which is ShadCN, components UI. Okay, let's make this a self-closing tag. Excuse me. As you can see, it's a self-closing tag. Let's click save and let's go back here and see. As you can see, here is the input. Okay, so what else do we want to do? We want to add a label. Okay, let's just go here as a reference. As you can see, there are labels here. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to create a container. Okay, that will have a label. Okay, that will have a label. Okay, we don't need HTML4 here. We don't need HTML4. So this container will contain the input and the label. Let's say the label is name, let's say. Okay, let's just go back and click save. As you can see, the label is on top by default. When I'm styling things, I don't like things to work by default, because as time goes by, what if something happened, I don't know what is, and things change. I like to be in control. If things happen without my effort, when it comes to HTML, I don't like that. I like to be in control. Okay, so what we want to do here, we want to add a class name. Let's add flex. And then we are not going to center things now, okay? But for now, let's just do flex. Let's say let's do flex row. Okay, I want to teach you something so that you can see. As you can see now, these are arranged in a row. We don't want that. We want a column. So we want to be intentional. We want to do things on our own. As you can see, now we are sure that we are the one who are doing this. Okay. And then from there, I would like to push this a little bit in so that it cannot be exactly in the edge as this one. Okay. I don't think that has been done here. Okay. But for me, now I feel like we need to push it a little bit. Okay. I feel like we need to push it a little bit. Margin left. Let's say margin left of 2. Let's say. Okay, do we have a margin left of 2 on the label ML? Yes, okay, as you can see, it's pushed a little bit. And then let's add a font bold. Okay, and then let's add capital letter N here. All right, I'm happy with this. That says a label. And what else do we want to do now? Okay, let's just go back and check the reference. Okay, the reference is not as bold as this one. Okay, let's go back here. This is too bold, this looks like for me. So let's just check on font. Maybe we can set something different. Font bold, font medium, font normal. Let's see. Let's try semi-bold and see. Yeah, I'm happy with this. As you can see, semi-bold works. Okay, so what else do we want to do? We've got the name. Let's check the reference. Name, email, password, and confirm password. Okay, so we will have to copy this. Okay, and paste here. And then in terms of the label, we are going to have email. And then paste this. In terms of label, we are going to have password. Okay, and then we paste this. And then we are going to have confirm password. Okay, let's go back here and click save and see. Okay, as you can see, name, email, password, confirm password. It looks like we have a button as well here. Okay, let's go back and add that button. Okay, I think we have got a primary button. We had this type of a button here. Okay, let's see. Let's copy this. As I will always explain, okay, the reason why I'm doing copy and paste here, I'm just teaching you the technical aspect of it, not necessarily the production grade design pattern or clean code. Okay, here I'm just helping you to understand Next.js, ShadCN, TypeScript, and React in general. Okay, so that's why I'm gonna rely on copying and pasting things. Okay, so let's go back to here, and then after this, let's put this button, and then let's change it to submit. Okay, let me just remove this. Okay, okay, so we can go back here and test and see and double check how things are. All right, I'm happy with this. As you can see, there is no gap in between this. That's not much of a problem. Let's go back here. We've got flex column. We can add a gap of 2. Let's see. Okay, I like this gap. I don't know why this is inside this one. Let's go and check if we pasted it on the right place. Okay, let's see. Flex gap. All right, let's see why this submit. Let me wrap it with a div just to check why it doesn't conform to this structure. Okay, let's add a gap of noticeable 8. Okay, I want to see what will happen. Okay, it looks like this button. Okay, this works, but only to this and this. So that means we have an HTML challenge here. Let's quickly fix it. Okay, the gap of 8 is here. I think this is the wrong place. Let's start with that. Okay, let's go back here. I think inside a form, let's add the gap of 8 inside a form, because the parent container is a form. Let's, okay, let's see. Before that, I'm doing the right thing. Check my containers. This is an image. Okay, this is the left side. I'm happy with that. Okay, where is the right section? I think here is the right section. And in the right section, we have a form. Is the form the parent container? Yes. Okay. So if a form is a parent container, it is the right place for me to flex and then add a gap of, let's say a gap of 4. Okay, as you can see, everything is aligning in a row. I don't want that because they are everything aligned in a row by default. Let's make it a column. Okay, align column, not a flow, flex column. Okay, flex column. Okay, flex column. I like that. So as you can see now, the gap applies in between these. Okay, but I feel like the gap is too big. Let's make it at least a gap of 4. Okay. Nope, not here. I keep on making mistakes. My apologies. Flex column. If this is a gap of 4, let's make it a gap of 2. Okay. I'm happy with this. Okay. Now what we want to do, we want to set the width. Okay. The width of what can I say? The width of our form. Let's say let's say 300 for now. 300 pixel. Let's check. Okay. As you can see now, it's a little bit bigger. Okay. Let's maximize this. Okay. I'm happy with this. Okay, let's just double check how far is it from here. Almost the same. Okay, this is a little bit wider. That is not much of a problem. Okay, that's what I've noticed about creating. Okay, when you are trying to recreate, you always make some changes. I don't know why. It happens in coding, it happens in design as well. Okay, so let's make this button the width to fill the container as well, to fill its parent container. Okay, so Tailwind is warning us. Okay, let's see what is it telling us. it's telling us that this width 300 can be also be, what can I say, written or typed as width 75. Let's do that. I think this is the new version of Tailwind. Okay. As you can see, this is still the same thing. So what we want to do, we want to go to the button and check the width to full so that it can fill the container. Let's see if is it going to scratch. Of course. Okay. Go back to the reference. I'm happy with this. Okay. This UI, this one, maybe let's say it might not be exact like this one. It might not be exact, but I'm relying on you based on what you are learning to make it exact. Okay. If maybe the black is not super black or it's not that light black, then I'm relying on you to help me with that one. Okay. I'm just trying to teach. Okay. Some grays, I'm not going to make it exactly like this one, but it's going to look like more or less like the same. Okay. I think it's not easy to repeat yourself exactly the same. Okay, let's continue. So where we are now, we are here. We've got all of this. I'm happy with this. I think we can end this tutorial here because we've created a form. Where is that form? An HTML form. Let's see, where is it? These are all the labels. Here is that HTML form. Can't I format this? Let me just click save, or let me highlight. Okay, I don't think my code is well formatted. Let's see, format document. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Now my document is properly formatted. As you can see, we've got this form. Okay, it doesn't have any of its, what can I say, of its functions, method. Okay, because at this point in time we were just creating the UI. Okay, so we are going to end this here, and then in the next video, we are going to continue with setting up the form so that it can be ready to validate. Because now if you click here, it does nothing. Okay, it doesn't, what can I say, it doesn't validate, it doesn't check if there is input or no input. Okay, it just does nothing. I'm Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If you like content like this, please don't forget to help me to grow the channel by subscribing. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to install and configure Zod for our form. Before that, let me just explain to you the idea of Zod and validation, okay, in case you don't understand it, okay? So let's check here, okay? Let's check here. So when we click here, as you can see, there is nothing, no input here. This form doesn't tell us if there is no input. This means that we might take wrong data to the backend or API. So we need to always guard and check, is this empty? If this is empty, then we need to display an error message. Okay. There is an old way of doing it using the actual form with required and all those things, but this is modern JavaScript. So there are packages, there are tools, there are tips and tricks for doing things. So that's where Zod come in. Okay, I hope you get that one. So primarily, we are going to use React hook form, right? Yes, so meaning that we can even validate, check these if they are empty with React hook form. But the best way to go about it is to use a library that specializes with validation. So first, let's get into that. The validation part. Let's type here Zod. Okay, as you can see here is Zod. Okay, if you might want, come here and check more details about Zod. So let's first check on how to install Zod. Okay, but I think it's very easy. You just npm install Zod and that is it. It's not complicated. Let's copy and paste this. Okay, so let's go to here, and then in the second terminal, let me just delete. Okay, I don't know why. Let me just type clear so that I can clear this, so that you can see as well. So let me just right click. As you can see, npm install Zod. This is how you install Zod. So this is going to install the latest version of Zod. In case you might want to know, if I have installed a package, how do I see if it has been installed? Let's go back here. Okay, because at this point in time, we don't even know which version of Zod we have installed. So you can come here on package.json and then try to go to find and then type here Zod. As you can see, we've installed Zod 4.3.4. Okay, cool. So let's just click save on sign up just to make sure that all the pages are saved. So you might come here and check how Zod works. Let's just quickly see here. Isn't there any demonstration of how Zod works? Let's see. Basic usage. Let's just go here to basic usage. As you can see, what you can do here, you can import all from Zod and then create some sort of a schema. And this is how to create a schema. I'm not a fan of memorizing code. I'm not a fan of keeping things in my head, more especially if I can copy and paste and I'm still new in things. So I'm going to teach you how to copy and paste. Just copy this. Let's say start from here. Let's copy this. By the way, this whole course is not about memorizing. It's about understanding. So as you can see, we are importing this from Zod, and then we want to create a Zod schema. So let's just copy this, and then we can do that even here. We are still going to change this anyway. But more about that later. So as you can see, guys, we have just created our own schema with Zod. So what can I say? Now that we are done creating our own schema, let's create a sign up form schema. Which is let's go back here. In this schema, we are checking for username. We are making sure that it must be a string. It cannot be a number. We are checking XP. It must be a number. We don't want that. What is it that we want? In our case, we want to make sure that this is a string, this is an email, this is a password. Let's say it must have more than 4 characters, let's say, and this field must be exactly the same as this one because it's a confirmation. As soon as you type it wrongly, it needs to tell you. We are going to do that with Zod. Remember, this has got nothing to do with the form, but it has got something to do with checking if this data is accurate. We will link it with the form later. Now let's continue. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to change this to sign up form schema. This is a sign up form schema. It's a schema for a sign up form. It makes 100% sense to me. As you can see, in our case, we don't have the XP and the username. It might happen the username, we have it, but we need to come up with our own name, of the username. With us, we don't have this, or we don't want it to be a username. It can just be a name. So let's continue and do that. Let me just fix my mic a little bit. It's disturbing me. Thank you so much for your patience. Now let's continue. So what I want to do, I want to have a name here. And then I want to validate. I'm going to use this Z dot. The first thing that I want, this must be a string. This is how you do that in Zod. This must be a string. And then what else do I want in terms of name? Can I allow someone to have what can I say, one alphabet as a name? No, I cannot allow that. So sorry. So after validating that this is a string, let me just put here dot minimum. And then what I want to do here, at least it must be a minimum of 4 characters, let's say. At least a minimum of 4 characters. And then what if what can I say, there is a problem with that? What if you violated that? So I need to add a message here, in a string, and then let's say minimum 4. 4 characters. If you want, you can type it like that. As you can see. So let's read this again. We've created a schema. And then we are using Z, which is what can I say, an object that has been imported from Zod. Okay, and then in this object, we are accessing the object part of it. Okay, and then inside this object part of it, we are passing another object. Okay, as you can see, and then in this object, we are going to have keys and values, keys and values. What are our keys and values? Our keys and values are all the fields that are going to be in our own form. What does this mean for you? It means that synchronicity or uniformity is key. Okay, if you choose to call this a name and you associate this name with your input, also on the API, when you are receiving this data, you are going to receive it under name. So consistency and uniformity is important. So we need to stick to what we have. Okay, so in terms of an email, what are we going to do? We choose to say we want an email here. Okay, and then in terms of an email, we can make it Zod. Okay, as you can see, this is suggesting dot string dot email. Let's try that and see what might be the problem with it. Zod dot string. Okay, and then dot email. Okay, dot email. Okay, and then okay, let me just put here invalid. Okay, obviously, as you can see, we've got a meaningful message here. Okay, let's say here it's telling us that a minimum of 4 characters. Okay, as we continue, I'm not going to type what can I say, meaningful messages here. I'm just going to type messages which will just warn the user, to tell the user that there is something wrong. Okay, the reason why I'm refreshing here, I don't know why there is email address here. Okay, this is this new Visual Studio Code. I'm trying to refresh. I don't know how to move this. Maybe must I click tick? Okay, invalid email, but I didn't want it, if I can be honest. Okay, I will learn this new Visual Studio Code as I go. As you can see, it's suggesting. How do I skip this? Let me put enter, maybe. Yeah, okay, maybe next time I have to put enter. Okay, so I don't like to put long messages here. Why I don't like to do that? Because this sometimes becomes ugly when you put long messages here. Sometimes maybe your input are very short. So if you put a long message, red message, that doesn't look nice. Okay, so that's why you will see my error messages are very short and brief. Okay, maybe when we get there into the validation aspect, you will see what I'm saying. Okay, so now we have got an email, which is going to be this field, and it has to be a string first, and it must be an email. And then Zod is telling us that we are doing things the old way. Okay, with the new version of Zod, we can remove this and just access the mail directly. Okay, as you can see, we are accessing the mail directly. This intelligent UI or whatever, I think this is Copilot or whatever it is, it comes with Visual Studio Code. I didn't install it. It's telling us that we need strings. That means it's outdated. So let's just click enter. As you can see, Zod doesn't complain. So that old way of putting string before an email, it's deprecated. Okay, so that means this is the best way of doing it. And then from there, let's validate another field, which is password. Okay, which is password. Let's type it passwords, all small letters. Okay, let's see. The password, we use the Z. Okay, dot string, it must be a string. And then okay, let's say dot min. Okay, let's say a minimum of 4. Okay, we don't have to be that strict. Okay, a minimum of 4 characters. Okay, I think we already have that one. Let's edit here. So we've got a minimum of 4 characters. Okay, so as you can see, what can I say? We have reached some sort of all our validation input except this one for confirming a password. Okay, I'm not sure if I must do this after or I must do this before. Okay, let's see which is the best way. Okay, let me do it before, since I'm already here in Zod. Let me deal with Zod once and for all. Okay, I hope this is going to be the best way in which I can help you to learn. Okay, so let me just give you an idea. How are we going to use this? We are going to have a React hook form, okay? A package that is responsible for handling all these fields instead of handling them ourselves. And we are going to inject this form schema telling React hook form that validate these according to this. So use this as a security, okay? So now we need this part. This part is gonna be a little bit different, okay? Because it's like it must wait for this input. And then once you have and something here, let's say, and then you need to make sure that this is not 1, 2, 3. This and this, they are the same. So now let's get into that. Okay. So with Zod, let me remove this. With Zod, after you are done with this object, okay, after you are done with it, it's complete. Okay, you can some sort of not necessarily extend, you can some sort of continue, okay, to not necessarily to extend it. You can continue to add more validations, but not the normal ones. Okay, how are we going to do that? You can refine this. Okay, take it, push it a step further. So let's just type here dot. Okay, let's look at this. This is refine. Okay, as you can see, this is giving us what can I say, some sort of what is this, an autocomplete. Okay, for the sake of typing, let's take it. If it's wrong, we will what can I say, we will modify it on our own, or we will some sort of change it. Okay, so and then after that we need to close this. Okay, and then after closing it, we need to close it with the curly braces. Okay, okay, so let's see. The first problem here, we don't have confirm password. Okay, is it a must that we have confirm password? Let's see. Okay, maybe there is something wrong with this AI generated code, but that is not much of a problem. Okay, so what we need to do, let's add confirm password here. Okay, are we gonna call it confirm password? Yes, and let's call it confirm password exactly the same way as this has done. Okay, so what we want to do first, this is giving me tough time. Okay, if I don't want something, let me hit enter. Okay, cool. So what we want to do here, this is telling us that you can refine a key that is not already here. Okay, so this means that we need to have the name, the email, the password, and the confirm password. Okay, confirm password must be there. Okay, let's add it, and then we just gonna make it z.string. Okay, z.string. Okay, we don't have to be strict about it. Okay, it's just there for the sake of being there, because now if we are going to refine using it, Zod is asking us why you don't have it here. So I hope you get that one. So we have all of our fields here, and then we want to refine. Okay, so let me put this into perspective. We've got our email, we've got our name, we've got our email, we've got our password, and we've got our confirm password. Suppose we are done, but us, we are not done. What we want to do, we want to use the refine method. The refine method receives some sort of data, let me say. Where is it getting that data? It's the data that will come from here, okay? Or it's the same data that will be validated here, okay? In the practical use case, it will be coming from here. So assume that in this data, we've got the name, the email, the password. Confirm password for now, it will be null, or it's the one that we are going to refine. So don't mind about this one, okay? Let's say we have it, okay? Let's say we have it and it's 345. So meaning that we've got all the data here. The system can compare this and this because it's already here. I hope that one is clean. If it's not clean, please shoot a comment below. Okay, so let's continue. And then once it receives this data, you can do whatever with this data. Okay, as you can see, you can do whatever that you want. You can check if things are equal or things are not equal. Okay, so let's do that. Let's put what can I say? Let's put a boolean conditional or a test. What that test is, okay, data.password, the one that is here, must be equal. We are reinforcing it must be equal to data.confirm password. Okay, it must be equal. So as you can see, now we are creating our own rules. Okay, these rules string.mean4, it's already available on Zod, but these ones now here we are creating our own. After we created our own after we created our own rule, we need to display an error message when there is a problem, right? Let's do that. So inside this object, the last part, we can add a message here. Suppose there is a message. Is it deprecated as well or what? Let's see. Okay, message. And then I like the fact that it says password do not match. Okay, it's very clear, and it's what can I say? It's meaningful. Okay. I cannot make this short, because if I make this short, users won't understand. That's why I'm going to leave it like this. So password dot match. After that, you need to tell this, okay, which field do you want to take these new rules? These new rules are associated with which field? Okay. Then we can say in terms of the path. Okay, I don't like this intelligence thing, okay, because it's auto completing. But anyway, that's what we were going to type. Okay, so we are saying we are associating this new refine with this confirm password field, and that is all. Okay, so let me just wrap up before we continue. We are using Zod. Zod specializes in validating, comparing if this is the actual the data that it receives, it's accurate, it's true. Okay, that's what it does. So it doesn't matter how, it has got nothing to do with forms yet. Okay, but it specializes on validating data. You can validate it on a server, you can validate it on whatever. We are going to take this functionality and associate it with the form through a package called React Hook Form. Maybe in closing, you might be interested. Now that we have this validation, okay, and you are saying, Matthew, it's not necessarily a form related thing. Okay, Zod was not like designed for only forms. It just validates, it tests if is this information that you are giving me true? Does it meet these rules? Okay, so if that is the case, then how do you test without a form? Before we close this video, let's test without a form and see what Zod will do. Okay, let's say const, okay, let's say is data true. Okay, is data valid? Let's do that. Okay, is data valid? But I don't really want this. Okay, I don't want this whole thing. Let me just remove. Okay, let me just remove. Okay, what I want to do now, I want to ask, is this data valid? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this schema. Okay, this is the schema. Okay, and I'm going to save pass this schema. Okay, as you can see, this auto whatever is helping us. Okay, let me do it like this. Save pass. Let's see. Okay, let's see dot. Okay, dot save pass. Let me just continue with this. Okay, if I had a way of deactivating this intelligence thing, I'm still new to it, and sometimes it's a bit annoying, but it's helping. So I'm kind of have mixed emotions about it, but I wish I can type things myself. Okay, but it's here and I can't remove it. If you know, just let me know in the comment below how can I deactivate it. Okay, but it's helping at the moment. So I want to save pass. So I want to check if the data that I'm going to supply, okay, supply it as object and then close this. Okay, as you can see, now let's supply the data. Okay, as you can see, this is some sort of leading us into the data. Okay, let me just tap. Okay, so we have added a name of John, and then we have added a wrong email. Okay, the email is wrong intentionally. And then what else do we want? Let me just put tap. Okay, and make use of this AI thing. Okay, so So what I'm doing here, I'm passing this data, guys, okay, as you can see. So I'm passing John Doe. John Doe will pass because it's more than 5 characters and it's a string. The email is just this without @gmail.com or whatever. This Zod is supposed to have a problem about this. The password, it's fine, it's a string. The password is a string and it's more than 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's equal to 4 than characters, which is fine. The confirm password, it's the same as 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's make it wrong. Let's make it 7. So now this safe pass will give us some sort of a success. Let's console log. Okay, dot log. Okay, you see this AI thing, I don't like it now because I want to put is data valid. Okay, is data valid dot, okay, as you can see, dot errors. Okay, let's look at the errors first. Okay, what are the errors that are there? Okay, or maybe we can start with success. Okay, we want to check if is this data that we have put here correct according to these rules. I'm expecting false here. Okay, let me just add something that will help us. Let's say Zod validation so that we can see this. Okay, so if I save this, suppose I don't think we need much of the UI. Okay, if I save this, suppose here first of all, I need to know according to Next.js, am I in the client or in the server? Okay, I think I'm in the server for now because there is no use client here, but it doesn't matter. I will win anyway. So let me save, guys, okay, and see. As you can see, guys, Zod validation is false. Okay, that means we are winning. Okay, that means we're getting there. Now we want to know what is the problem. So let's log the errors. Okay, let's log the errors. Let's see what are the errors. Okay, here are the errors from Zod. Okay, let's look what Zod is saying. Zod is telling us that origin string code invalid format email. So that means, as you can see, it's telling us that the email format is wrong. Let's go to another error, code custom. The path, here is the path. This is our custom error. The path is confirm password. The message is password do not match. Okay, so let's fix these errors. Let's fix this and let's fix the email. Let's say me@gmail.com. Let me save and check what will be the list of errors. Okay, let's see. Dot save pass. We've got now we've got John. We've got email 655. This is not what we want. I think I have changed things. Let me just refresh again. Let me type here Zod correct. Okay, so that we can see if now this is Zod correct. Okay, Zod correct is undefined. Why Zod correct is undefined? Because there is no error there. Okay, let's just check success. Suppose now success is true. As you can see, success is true. I hope this video has helped you to understand, first of all, what Zod is before we integrate it with React Hook Form, because showing it to you and at the same time integrating it with React Hook Form might be a lot. Okay, so now you understand that we've got Zod validation and it can be injected in React Hook form. I am Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If you've enjoyed this video, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. In case you are a businessman, a freelancer, please don't forget I've got my own tech startup, which is finance, which I might need your support. Please come and sign up here. You can create your own invoices for free, manage your own business, and get paid. Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to add React hook form. So in order to do that, let's quickly go to Google and search React hook form. Okay, as you can see, here is the documentation for React hook form. As a piece of advice, don't try to memorize everything because that is not necessary. There is always a documentation for whatever package that you want to use, unless you are, let's say, confident and comfortable and you want to try things on your own. But just go to a certain documentation and copy and paste a code for now. What I'm going to specialize in, I'm going to help you with understanding, okay, whatever that is on the documentation page. I'm not sure if my Wi-Fi is slow or okay. Here is the React hook form. So the first thing that we want here, we want to know how do you install React hook form. Let's get into get started. Okay, as you can see, this is how you install it. We are going to copy this. And then we are going to use this terminal. Okay, we're going to use this terminal and then we are going to press right click. Okay, as you can see, npm install React hook form. Okay, that's what I'm doing, as you can see. Okay, let's hit enter. Now it's installing React hook form. Okay, since we are using Zod, okay, for validation, so we need to check React hook form with Zod. Okay, so let's just go here, or let's just look at is there a way in which it shows us how to use it with Zod? Let's just maximize in the meantime. Okay, let's see. Integrating with existing form, no schema validation. Let's just get in here. Okay, as you can see, this is yep, and this is Zod. Okay, okay, what we are going to do here, when you are going to integrate any schema validation, you need to install a resolver. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this code as it is. As you can see, this resolver is for yep or yap. Okay, we want the one for Zod. So it's very simple. What we are going to do, we're just going to use the same code, but we are going to use Zod instead. So check here. I'm just going to delete this and type Zod. Okay, so we need this resolver in order to integrate React hook form with Zod. So let's install it. Okay, and then let's see, is there any other code that we can copy and paste from? If not, that's not something to write a story about. Okay, I think that is more than enough. Okay, so now our server is still running here. So what we want to do first, we want to use our React hook form. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's see, we have a schema here. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Okay, here we were testing safe passing, we were validating things. We don't need this code. Okay, sorry, I removed a wrong code. Let's see, what is the problem? Okay, I want to remove from here up until here. Okay, okay, cool. And then what I want to do now, the page start from here. Okay, and then what we want to do here, we want to use our React hook form. Let's go back here. Okay, let's just go back here and see the basics. Okay, so what you do with React hook form, you use a hook called use form. As you can see, here is it. So let's just copy this code and import it. Okay, as you can see, everything works well. Okay, this hook will give us a lot of things. Okay, it has got a lot of things. Okay, so let's start using it. Okay, so what we want to do here, we want const. Okay, my apologies about this, not const. Okay, we want to declare things. Okay, and then those things are, for now, let's leave this as empty. Okay, as you can see, this IntelliSense or AI it's some sort of helping us. Okay, so that means there is no need for us to some sort of write these. Okay, this is cool. Let's just continue. Okay, and then let me close this. Okay, and that is it. Okay, let's just talk about this code for some time. Okay, so this use form will supply us with these things. Okay, what are these things for? Okay, we've got a register. A register, what it will do, it will link each and every input component, okay, with React hook form. Okay, inside React hook form, that will automatically link with our Zod validation schema, as you can see. But what links us to each and every input, what kind of text input, is this register. Handle submit. As you know, when you submit information, as you can see, we are submitting. We need some sort of a function that will handle that. This will help us with that. So we've got an object which is form state that has got some errors. Okay, it will show us some errors when they occur. Then we are going to use this for errors. Okay, so let's continue. So what we want to do now, this is not enough. Okay, this is not enough because this form, it's some sort of a generic function. Okay, meaning that you can type it, you can tell it that we've got a name, an email, and password in a certain way. Okay, so that part is TypeScript. Don't mind much about it. Okay, so we need to type this, okay, method so that it can know which fields do we have. Where can we get that? Okay, those. If you can take a look at this schema, we've got the name and email and password and confirm password. And we are happy with these as they are. And we would like to continue using them in React hook form and in the API. We will stick with these. So with Zod, we can get a type from here. Okay, as you can see, this is a schema, but we can some sort of, let me use this word, we can convert, or not convert, we can extract a type from here. How are we going to do that? Let's do it this way. Type. Okay, this is a type. This IntelliSense, it's very interesting. Okay, because it just does things for me. Okay, let's just use it. Okay, what we want a sign up form type. Okay, so how can we get it? We can get it from zod.infer type of this schema. Okay, basically this line of code, why there is an error, I don't understand. Let's see. Type infer does not exist on type of import. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, this is not type to start with. Okay, type. Let's first fix that. Okay, this was my mistake. Okay, so this is just TypeScript. Okay, so we are creating a type. Okay, which is, how are we creating it? We are taking it from Z. Okay, this Z dot infer, meaning that try to take this schema and extract the types. Okay, for instance, this is what this is going to do. It's going to have a key of name and a type of string, a key of email and a type of string, a key of password and a type of string. Okay, so we are creating a type here. So what we are going to do now, it's z.infer, that means extract. Where are you going to extract from? Extract a type of. Okay, we want a type of this. Okay, let me just quickly explain about this type of. Okay, so this is how TypeScript work. Okay, let's say we've got an object. Okay, const. Okay, const. Let's say we've got an object. Let's say const ob is equal to, let's just make an example. Okay, let's say age, and then 25. Okay, let's say, or 23. Okay, sorry. This is an object. Okay, with TypeScript, you can get a type of object. Okay, let's just do this type. Okay, this AI thing, type OB. We are creating a type called OB and we are giving it a type of object. TypeScript will go to this object as it's the key and a value. It will infer from here that this is a number, and then we are going to have this as a type, okay, type object, age, or a number. As you can see, it's clear here. So that's what is exactly happening also here. Maybe what will be here after this, okay, as you can see, okay, it will be name as a string, email as a string, password as a string, and confirm password as a string. So it's going to be a type now. As you can see, here is it, okay, it's a type. So we've just extracted a TypeScript type from this. Why is this happening? Because Zod is a TypeScript first package, so it uses TypeScript. Okay, so we've got the type here. So what we want to do with this type, we want to inform. This is more like now we are integrating Zod and React Hook Form. Sometimes we use Zod to assist us, giving us a type instead of recreating this type. Okay, so we are telling this form that, okay, you are going to have a type of let's see, a type of sign up form. Okay, we are telling it to have a type of sign up form. As we continue, I am going to, if I get a chance, I'm going to show you what will happen if you don't type this. Okay, so at the moment you are giving a React hook form a structure. Okay, let me just give you an example or some sort of an illustration as to what does this mean. React hook form doesn't know this UI. It doesn't know. It's clueless about it. Okay, it doesn't know if there are these things. It's clueless about it. Okay, so this is our own first way of telling it that we've got this structure. So from here, if React hook form was a person, it will think that, I think you've got an input field called name, you've got an input field called email, and you've got the one called password, and you've got the other one called confirm password. At least we are briefing it, we are telling it in terms of the TypeScript, this is what we had, and as a human being, know that we've got a form with this field. Okay, at least now we are feeding it with things. Okay, so that is part one of feeding it. Okay, so what is part two of feeding it? Okay, part two, since this package, this React hook form is going to be responsible for validating, okay, it needs to know what are the rules that governs these inputs. Okay, where are those rules? Here are those rules from form schema. So in a way, we need to link that, okay, because it's going to do that. So how do we do that? Inside this object, so inside this object, we need to some sort of add a resolver. Okay, here is a resolver. As you can see, this AI is completing things for me. Okay, so we need to add a resolver. So let me specialize by explaining and giving you understanding. It looks like the AI is typing the code for me. Okay, so we need a resolver. Obviously, the resolver, we have not imported it. Let's see if what I'm going to do, I'm just going to press, oh, here is a some sort of an easy way of doing it. Okay, let's just click here. As you can see, it has automatically imported it. Okay, I think VS Code has advanced. Okay, now let's continue. So what we are doing here, we want a resolver. A resolver is some sort of a mechanism for React hook form to integrate other packages which are resolvers for validation. As you might have seen in the documentation, there is YEP, there is Zod, there is also other validation schemas. Okay, so us, we are going to integrate, okay, Zod resolver, which is the one that is from here, and we pass a Zod schema. Remember, we've installed a resolver for Zod. Okay, as you can see, here is it. Okay, I hope this is the correct way of, what can I say, of importing. Okay, but if we've got a problem, then we can change it, but I don't think this is the correct way. We can confirm here on the documentation. Let's just check on schemas. Let's see schema validation. Let's look at YAP and how it has been done. As you can see, YAP resolver. Okay, you are getting it from React hook form resolvers and then YAP. Okay, so I'm thinking my logic is telling me that this can work as well. Okay, I'm not sure where does that AI get the other things from. Okay, So this means that sometimes that AI thing might not do the right thing. Okay, so let's continue. So as you can see, now we are adding a resolver, okay, which is a Zord resolver, and we are passing the schema. So what does this mean? This means that now that React hook form has an idea, what have I done wrong? Use form doesn't exist in the targeted module. Okay, I understand this. Let's quickly solve it. Next.js is telling us that we are using a hook in a server component. Okay, I will explain more about a client and server component later. So if you want to make this a browser compatible module, which means it's ideal, it's meant to run on the front end, we need to add this. Let me just press tab, which is use client. Okay, that is the first reason why this might happen. Okay, let's refresh and see. Okay, as you can see now, everything is working well. The other problem that we are going to have, and I will fix it before we have it, okay? Any React component must start with a capital letter, okay? As you can see here, we've got a page with a small letter, okay? So let's quickly do that, okay? So that React won't give us some sort of funny errors, okay? So let's continue, guys, okay? We have given React hook form a frame to say that this is the structure that we have, okay? So it knows the structure, but it doesn't know what are the rules that govern this structure or these input. And then we have assigned the rules that govern these inputs, okay? So what might be the next step? The next step is React hook form is not associated, is not attached to the actual field, okay? This is the structure, more like a concept. Now React hook form is telling us that, or asking us, where are the actual input from the form? We need to assign those, okay? So let's go back here and test some things, okay? We've got register here, okay? Remember we said register is the one that is going to assign these, okay, each and every one of these to React hook form. Let's just quickly console log and see what register has, okay, so that we can have a mental model. Okay, I believe in mental model. I believe in a mental picture, okay? I don't want when students are coding along with me and they don't understand what is it, okay? They just know that it works, but they don't understand what is it, okay? So let's see. Let me first give you a concept of a normal HTML form, how it works. Let's go to this form, okay? A normal HTML form work this way. Here in the form, you can tell it the URL where it will submit the data automatically. When you click a submit button, automatically it will take all these inputs and send them to that URL, okay, that endpoint, okay, that means it's sending it to the server. So how would it know where to put these data under? You will always, in this input, you will always have a name here, okay, to say the name of this input is name, let's say. So when this form, automatically the API of this form sends the data under this variable name, it will put the name that is in here. So that is how traditional forms work, okay? Cool. So as you can see, these input must have some names assigned to them, okay, so that the form itself, the form API behind the scene, can take these and bundle them as some sort of, let's say, an object or an array, so that it can send it to the API automatically when you click submit, okay? That is the traditional way of doing it. Now what we want to do, we want to use the register to link those names, okay? So let's look at what does register has in it, okay? Let's look at what does register has in. So let's console log it. So now this is not a server component, so the console log might not show up here, but you never know. Maybe with this new version of Next.js, things are appearing on the same console log, okay, because Next.js is advancing. Okay, so let's say register. Okay, let's click save and see. If this register doesn't appear here on the server, that's not much of a problem. Now it's going to appear on the client. Okay, let's just double check. As you can see, everything has refreshed, but it doesn't happen. Since we are using use client, now this is going to show up okay, here on the client. So where do we check this? Let's check console. Okay, it looks like to me we've got something console logged. Okay, here is it, register. Let me just zoom in. Okay, so as you can see, this is register. Look at what register has. Okay, register has a name, it has got some options, okay, and it has got some method here, okay, as you can see. So I'm just giving you an idea of what is inside a register. Okay, as you can see, here is it. This will make sense when we are actually, what can I say, when we are actually using the register. For now, let me try to, can I try to spread it? Okay, let's see. Let me try to spread it. Okay, that's what I was going to do. This is how you spread register. This AI thing has helped me. Okay, I'm trying to spread it. I will explain more about spreading it later. Okay, so now that we have spread it, let's look at inside it. What is inside this object? Okay, let's look at it. Okay, let's see what's inside here. Okay, also it doesn't give us some sort of a tangible thing. Okay, okay, let's see what can we talk about here. Get props. Okay, this is an object. Okay, it doesn't give us a tangible thing, but I'm just going to explain to you conceptually what's going on there. Okay, but I like when somebody see things, but unfortunately for now there's nothing we can see there. Okay, so we've got this register. Okay, this register, instead of a traditional input having a name here, okay, having a name which is gonna be, let's say, name, this register will supply those. Okay, this register will supply those. So let's see. I think I might have missed something here. Okay, I think I might have missed something, because that register, it's supposed to have the names. Okay, just by itself it's supposed to have the name. Let me quickly test this, guys. Okay, um let me quickly test this, guys, here on this object. What do we have? There is something that we're supposed to have here. Let me just go to React hook form and refresh myself. Okay, because I want you to get this conceptually. Even for me, I don't understand it from memorizing code. Like, I work from understanding what is going on behind the hood. So I would like to believe there is something that we have missed here that will make whatever that I'm explaining very clear and concise. Okay, so the resolver, it's some sort of what can I say? It's some sort of a key, a second key, or part of the keys that you add here. I think one of those keys, let me just check here if this can give me a clue. Use form, name, email, any mode. No, it doesn't give me. Okay, let's just read here. Maybe I will see what I want. Okay, we're getting register, we're getting errors from use hook form. Yes, console log.watch. No, that's not what I want. Okay, where is the use form? Here is it, and it has got nothing. Okay, let's just go here. Where is the use hook form? Okay, it's not there. For now, let's continue. As soon as I remember what I want to say or do, I will come back and tell you. Okay, what I was trying to give you like the basic understanding, okay, on how I have learned this React hook form thing. But for now, please don't mind. As soon as I reach and I remember what I wanted to do, I will do it. Okay, so for now, let's take this register. Okay, this register is more like a method. Oh, now I see. I think I got what I wanted. So this register is more like a method. Okay, this is what I wanted, guys. My apologies for moving up and down. Now this will make sense to you. Let's just click undo and reach that stage where we were console logging things. Okay, we were console logging things. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. This register, guys, is a method. Okay, that is the one thing that I have missed or forgotten. It's a method. Okay, so this method, you need to tell it, you need to pass the name of what? The name of an input. Okay, now you are going to understand it perfectly. Okay, this is the only thing that I forgot. Okay, so you need to tell it that, okay, as you are registering, which input you are registering on. Let's say this input has got a name in it. Okay, so you are going to say, I want to register name. Okay, now somebody might ask why these things are already here. Okay, it's because of this TypeScript. Remember, I said I'm going to show you the significance of this. Now let's start by showing you. Let's say this generic method, we didn't assign some sort of a type. Let's remove the type and let's click save. Let's see if this register React hook form is going to be smart enough to tell us the name of the field. Let's see. Okay, I want you to some sort of get this together. Okay, if it is able to, that's not much of a problem. React hook form is smart enough to infer from Zod. Okay, let's remove the connection. Okay, remove the connection. Let's go and check. Is it going to be smart enough to know what is supposed to be there? This, what is appearing here, is just this AI thing, okay, that is helping me. Okay, sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't like it. Just like, for instance, now, okay, one might feel like we still have some sort of typing there. Okay, React hook form is still smart. No, guys, this is not React hook form. This is this AI thing. Okay, this is where it's trying to some sort of fool us if we don't understand what's going on. So as you can see, we don't have the email, we don't have the confirm password, because React hook form itself is lost. Okay, let's just confirm my theory about the TypeScript. Okay, as you can see, now we've got this. Okay, what if we can remove the Zod resolver, because React hook form can also infer from the Zod resolver. Let's say we don't have the resolver, we only have this type. Let's see, is it going to show us, so that we can just be 100% sure of what that TypeScript does. As you can see, guys, we don't have the resolver, but this React hook form is smart enough to take these from here. So this type and the resolver, the React hook form uses it to extract an idea of how your fields are looking like. I hope this one is clear. If it is, please, guys, don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Okay, that's what I specialize in. I specialized in understanding. Okay, not by writing code, not by just being followed religiously. Okay, so I hope now you get the idea. Okay, of what happened when you don't have this and when you don't have this. Okay, so let's go back to register. I will give you an idea of how this register links each and every one of these. So this register, when as it is a method, when you are executing it, it will ask you, which field am I attaching? Then I'm going to tell it I'm attaching name. Okay, as you can see, it will work. What if maybe we are attaching a field which is not in this schema and which is not in this resolver? Let's check here. Let's say name 5. As you can see, this register is telling us that no, we don't have name 5 based on this validation schema that you have supplied, and this type, there is a problem. So I hope now you see the use of TypeScript. Okay, so I'm assigning name. So let's check on what happens, what do we get when we register name. Okay, this is how I wanted to teach you. Okay, but it's been a while since I have worked with React hook form, so I just forgot that this is a function and you can pass this. Now check here, guys, this will all make sense, I believe me. Okay, and if it does, don't forget to subscribe. Okay, it's very few people who explain React hook form in this manner. Okay, I wish I had somebody explaining it to me in this manner, but it's very few. Okay, so let's go back here, guys, and check. Now that we have registered, okay, a field called name, assuming that it's this one, let's check what this will give us back. Okay, what this will give us back. Check here. Console. Where is it? Okay, here is it. Register name. It's giving us an object. Look at that object. That object has the name, guys. Okay, remember I told you the input must have a name. Okay, and then it has got some function on Blur. Okay, so let me make this very clear so that you can understand. Maybe those functions you don't know where they are coming from, and I understand. Let's just ask ChatGPT what okay, let's say supply a list of HTML text input props. Okay, let's see what are those. So any HTML input, it has got some props. What are those? Okay, as you can see, there is a type. Is it an email or whatever? There is a name, as you can see. Okay, the one that will carry the data. There is an ID, there is value, there is a default value, there is a placeholder, there is a title, there is disable, there is read only. Okay, there is autofocus. Check here, guys. Okay, for validation and constraint, there is minimum length and there is padding and whatever. I want the methods, if I can be honest. There is autocomplete. I'm happy with that. Okay, there is something that you are not giving me. These are the events that I want. Okay, these method. As you can see, guys, automatically it has got the on change. That is only pure HTML. It has got on input, on focus, and on blur. Okay, that means an input, an HTML input has these. You can assign things to them. Let's say on change, you can tell it what to do when on change is handled. Okay, now let's connect the dot. Let's go back to here. Look at when you registering a name, look at what React hook form will give you. It will give you all those method thoughts. So meaning that React hook form, what it does, okay, when you are registering a field with this name, it will go into this input component. It will adopt it. Okay, it will overwrite it, it will control it, it will dominate it, it will tell it that I'm going to supply you with all of these methods. Okay, I'm going to be aware of whatever that you do. It's like, what can I say? It's like it controls the mind of that input. When the key is pressed, React hook form will know. When the key up is pressed, React hook form will know. When on change, React hook form will know. So as you can see, React hook form is responsible for dominating all of our input and extracting that data. When you put something here, React hook form will know. Okay, I hope you get. So it supplies this guy with all these, starting from the name. It will label it as a name. Okay, and then it will supply the on blur method. It will supply the on change method. Okay, as you can see here, it's supplying the on change and the refs. Okay, so let me just say it only supplies those ones that are useful and necessary for the sake of React hook form's functionality and intent. As you can see, it doesn't supply almost everything, okay, but it supplies those that are necessary. So now I hope this is very clear. Please help me and subscribe. Okay, so this means that, guys, when we are registering and passing the name, we are assigning to any input that we put register in, we are assigning the on blur and the on change methods. Okay, so that when that happens, somebody types, React hook form will know and it will capture the data for us. So let's take now this as it is. Okay, as it is, this object. Okay, this object, and add it on name. Okay, where is the name? This is name. This is going to be in the input for name, this AI thing. Okay, now I'm not going to complain about this AI thing. So that's what I was going to do exactly, guys. Okay, I'm just going to explain what is going on. So those methods that are here, let's say the name, okay, will be added here just like this. Okay, name. Okay, just like this. That's what will happen. Okay, name. That's what will happen. Okay, so let's say on change, this is what will happen on change. Okay, then a function will be assigned here. So let me ask you, why now are we having these? Okay, this input feels like we are duplicating these. Let's just read this. Name is specify more than once. Okay, so where is it coming from on the second time? Remember, it's in here. So when you are spreading this, it's like you are doing the same thing as this one. So this name that we are adding here is already spreaded here. Okay, here is it. It's more like it's unpacked. Okay, so if we remove this, then it will accept that name, as you can see, because it's not more than once. Don't mind about this. So I hope this is becoming clearer and clearer. So this register is just adding those. It's adding the name, it's adding the on blur, it's adding the on change, and it's adding the refs. Okay, So we want this for the name. Guess what else? We want it for the email. Okay. For the email. We want it for the password. Okay. We want it for the password. Let me just click this as it is. This AI thing is helping me. And we want it for confirm password. Okay. We want it for confirm password. Okay. Now, I think we have linked, okay, Zod with React hook form perfectly. Okay, how we have done that? This is where we are linking it. We have given React hook form a structure, some sort of a type, okay, to say that this is the type of structure that you are expecting. Okay, we have done that. We have also linked React hook form with all our input, text input. Okay, we have done that. The only thing that we haven't done so far, we didn't link React hook form with our submit. Okay, so let's just click here and see what will happen. I like teaching with non-destructive experiment so that we test things so that you can see what happened, and then we take it from there. It's either we learn or we fix or we do whatever. Okay, so as you can see, since this is not linked, okay, this behaves like normally, like a normal HTML pattern. Okay, as you can see here, it sends all these information, okay, to the API. Okay, this is how, what can I say, this is how a normal HTML works. Okay, let me just try to put some things here. Okay, put some values, and I want to see what will happen here on the URL. Okay, check here. As you can see, here are these values. Email is what, password is what, password. So this is a normal behavior of an HTML form, okay, or API. Okay, behind this HTML, there is some sort of a programming, a little bit of a JavaScript code running behind, and that is called a form API. This is the one that does all these things. So meaning that as much as we have linked these, okay, we have linked these, okay, but now this guy is not linked to the React hook form. Okay, meaning that the validation doesn't, maybe it might happen, the validation happens, okay, but it happens behind the scene. Okay, that's the other thing, because putting some red errors here, some red lines to say that this is an input or it cannot be less than, it's something that we are going to do. It's not going to happen automatically. Okay, so it's like React hook form, it might happen, it's supplying us, okay, with the errors, but we are not receiving them and making use of them. Okay, so let's quickly test that. Okay, because I don't believe React hook form needs to be assigned to, we don't need to attach a method here in order for this to work, but luckily we can test that. Okay, so let's look at what React hook form supplies us with. React hook form supplies us with errors. Okay, now let's console log those errors. Okay, console log those errors. Okay, and then let's just put a string. Okay, put a string errors, but let's just put type also as well, React hook form. Okay, errors React hook form. So let's refresh here. So now the reason why we don't see our console log here, the code that is here, it's a code that is running on a server. Because of this use client, this is Next.js, this will show up on a client. Okay, the reason why I'm doing this, I want you to understand React hook form. Okay, it took me time to understand it like this, so I'm trying to make things easier and quicker for you. Okay, so let's go to the console log and see. Okay, where are the errors? As you can see, there is an object. Okay, what's in here? Okay, it looks like there is nothing at the moment. Okay, there is nothing at the moment. So let's try to run this. Now, let's check here. Okay, still it doesn't show me what I want. Okay, this means that as soon as I remember what is it that I wanted to show you, I will come back to you and I will some sort of show you. So please don't mind much about this. Okay, let's go back to React hook form. Okay, here are the errors that we have. Let's see what methods do we have under errors. Do we have any method dot? Okay, of course, this means that we can get an error for a specific field. Okay, let's just check email for now or name. Okay, what will be under name? Okay, so that means under this name, thanks to this AI, okay, if there is an error, there will be an error message under this name. Let's just quickly test that. Okay. Okay, so meaning that if we want to display errors for a specific field, we can check on errors under name and we can display an error for that name. Can you guess as to where is this message coming from? Remember, we've got Zod validation. These are the messages. Okay, so at least this will take us somewhere. I think this is what I wanted, thanks to AI this time. Okay, this is what I wanted. As I've told you guys, it's been very long since I have worked with React hook form. Okay, I must admit that. So that's why I forget some other things, but I'm happy that I'm remembering them. They are coming as I'm using this. Okay, remember I said this is a tip for you from Matthew. Never specialize with memorizing, specialize with understanding. Okay, so let's continue. So let's just refresh this. Okay, as you can see, this is empty. React hook form is undefined. Why this error React hook form is undefined? It means that there are no errors. Okay, there are no errors at the moment in time. Let's click submit. Okay, let's see, do we have some errors? Now it looks like still the errors are undefined. Let's see. Okay, if even now we still have some errors, it's undefined, we don't have an error, I don't mind about that. Before we continue, guys, let me just do one last thing. Okay, let's just put on name. Okay, let's just click submit and check there. Okay, according to me, I wanted to show you when these errors are happening. Okay, so let's do the last thing before we continue. Okay, maybe my theory is wrong. We really need to link the submit button with React hook form. Okay, now let's continue. Okay, because React hook form is not aware of this button. Okay, it might make sense 100%. So how are we going to do it? The form, okay, the form API has got the on submit here. Okay, on submit, we are on the form. I want the on submit. As you can see, here is the on submit. Okay, the on submit. So what do we push here on the on submit? We need to go to React hook form. Okay, as you can see, it has got a method which is handle submit. We can pass it here. Okay, handle submit. Okay, this AI thing is trying to help me. I don't want help at this point in time. Okay, let me just click outside. No, I don't want. How do I say I want to pass? Let me just, yeah, okay. I want this on submit as it is. Remember, I said it's a method. Okay, so we need to pass something in here. Okay, so for now, let me not pass a function that I will define outside this. Okay, let me define the function inside this and then I will extract it later. So whenever you click submit, okay, is this what I want to do? Yes. Okay, whenever you click submit, okay, this will consume a function. In terms of JavaScript, let's make this an arrow function. Okay, an arrow function is like a function without the name. Okay, as you can see, this is the arrow function. It's a function without the name. The function will receive data. Okay, the function will receive data. The function will receive data. What are we going to do with that data inside this function? Let's console log that data. Thanks to the AI, let's console log that data. Okay, now I think suppose this is linked to React hook form. Okay, let's just quickly check, guys. Okay, let's quickly check. Let's quickly check. As you can see, now once we click this, okay, React hook form is some sort of prompting us to go and type something here. This has never happened before. So I was wrong by saying React hook form can understand and validate and be aware without adding this handle thing. Okay, so as you can see, this, because of this, there is an error. Okay, this is a problem. We don't reach this stage console log data. Okay, let's put some sort of a string here so that we can see it. Okay, let's say supplied data. Okay, so that as soon as this happen, we can see it here. Okay, so we don't reach supply data. Why? Because there is an error. Okay, excuse me. So we can only get to supply data when there are no errors. Okay, this makes sense, but we don't see those errors. Let's go back to our console log again, the one that I said it will show something very early, even if it's not linked, of which there was a problem with that. Okay, so let's go back and check this one. Okay, and then let's just check .name. Okay, let's click save. Now, guys, it looks like it's working. Check here, guys. It's telling us that inside the name, there is a message, and the message is minimum 4 characters. What is the mistake that I have done in terms of my concept is to say that React hook form, even without adding this, it's supposed to dictate. It was my mistake. The reason why I didn't see these errors as I wish, or I was hoping that I was going to show you, it was because I had to do this one last step. As I have told you, Matthew, your boy, doesn't theorize. I work with understanding. Okay, so at least now I've managed to land here through understanding. Okay, so as you can see, guys, now it's telling us that we've got an error. Okay, here is the error message, and the error message is that one. Okay, and then let's solve this error by typing something. Okay, and then let's click submit. Okay, as you can see now, in terms of form errors, this is undefined. Where is form error? This is undefined. Why? Because under name, there is no error. So where the error is, check at what React hook form is doing. Okay, so now the error is under email. .email. Okay, under email, we have an error. As you can see, we have an error. Okay, if we can solve that error for email, okay, as you can see, error is undefined. Okay, that means we have an error on password. Okay, now let me just try to wrap up this tutorial and just console log errors so that we can see all the errors. Let's see on errors. Okay, so the errors that we have, it's on password. Okay, what if maybe we can remove these and remove this? Okay, why this is refreshing, it's because of React hook form. Remember, I said React hook form will dominate this, it will control it, it will get hold of everything in this form. So React hook form is aware and is alive and it's reacting. Okay, so let's just create a lot of errors. Let's see how many errors do we have here. We have the error under email, we have the error under name, we've got the error under password. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, so sorry for making this video a little bit longer. Okay, I feel like let me scratch it while I'm in the mood for it. I don't want to cut it in short. My apologies for that, but this will be some sort of maximum learning, maximizing the learning so that I can get done with React hook form here. So what the last step that I'm going to do, I'm going to display errors. Okay, so let's continue, guys. So now we know that we've got errors here. Okay, so we need to display an error under a specific or a relevant, what can I say, under a relevant input. Okay, let me just close this, under a relevant input. So let's go back to under the first input, which is name. Where is it? Which is name. Okay, so here we need to add a paragraph. Okay, a paragraph. We know that this paragraph, okay, the text of this paragraph is going to be red because it's an error, red 500. Okay, let's use that red. Okay, for instance, let's say I don't want this suggestion. It's correct, but I don't want it now. Okay, let's say error. Let's click save and see. As you can see, guys, this is error, but this is not what we want. Okay, we want to display an error when it's available. So let's put a JavaScript code here. Okay, this is perfect. That's what I wanted. Errors.name. Okay, when there is an error under .name, continue to put the error message. This is what this means. Okay, errors.name. Does this error exist? Yes. If it exists, then put this text. So this text called errors.message, it will only be shown if there is an error. Let's click save. As you can see, guys, there is an error. Let's solve the error. There is no error. There is an error. There is no error. Okay. I hope, let me refresh and check. When you start by refreshing, as you can see, there is no error. Okay, there is no error. But when you submit, there is an error, no error. So as you can see, we can make a copy and paste of this. Okay, copy and paste of this and go to under email. We change this to email. Okay, errors.email. Okay, let's put email also here. Okay, if there's an email, put an error for email. In terms of password, go back and put this one here. If there's an error for password, this is Typescript. Okay, password. Okay, and then there's an error for confirm password. And then confirm password. And that is it, guys. Okay, let's check now. As you can see, okay, we've got the errors. Type here, remove the errors, put an email, remove the error. And password, let's put it as met. Then let's submit. Password don't match. Let's put met to password don't match. What if the password match? Everything is fine. I am Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. I hope this video has been unique and it has helped you to really understand how React hook form work. This is what I did when I was trying to learn React hook form. I didn't want to follow and code along without understanding. Okay, I wanted to know where these things are coming from and why they work this way. If maybe, let's say, just like for now, let's say it's been a year since I have not worked with React hook form, could I get into the code and understand what is going on? Yes, I might make some silly mistake because I forgot, but I will find my way home because I understand what is going on under the hood. If you might want to take this further, please don't forget, come and check also the link in my description. I've got these courses. Okay, React Next.js TypeScript for creating a backend with Next.js. This is a practical application which starts CN. This is a React Next.js which I did it in 2025, and this is React Next.js Advanced Component Composition. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. I hope you have learned a lot and I hope you have subscribed. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to wrap up React hook form with its corresponding Zod configuration. So let's just test, okay? Because in the last video, we didn't really test this if everything works. So as you can see, when you submit here, this tells us that we need a minimum of 4 characters. So let's do that. This will work. And then in terms of email, okay, if this is not an email, then suppose this will still throw an error. Then let's say at gmail.com. As you can see, there is no error. Password 12345. As you can see, if it doesn't match 12345 6, okay, it doesn't match. It matches. Okay, so we didn't really display or demonstrate practically what happens when everything works well. Okay, so let's see what happens when everything works well. As you can see, we console log supplied data. So where is the supplied data? Here is the supplied data. Okay, we've got the confirm password, we've got the email, we've got the name, and we've got the password. Okay, now let's continue. Let's go back to our code. Okay, so where is this console log coming from? Let's just go back here. Okay, in that function. in that arrow function. I think it's on the form. My apologies about that. On form submit, where is my form? Okay, here is that arrow function. So we receive this data and then we console log it here. So we only hit this when everything works well. Okay, this can be okay, but as you can see, we need to make our code cleaner. Okay, so we can extract this function. We can extract this function where it starts here and it ends here. Okay, we can extract this function since Zod React hook form 10 stack query is my own like 10 stack or my home ground. Okay, I've got a certain way of naming things. Okay, I've got my certain way of naming things, and I decided to some sort of stick to that because it works for me. Okay, so now I usually call this what can I say, this method form submit. Okay, so let's see, where am I going to declare it? Let me declare it here, const form submit. Okay, form submit, and then I will paste this. As you can see, this AI is some sort of completing things for me. Okay, I call this form submit. As you can see, this is the exact form. Okay, and then why am I calling it form submit? Okay, this way of naming things that I have decided to adopt because of using this tech stack helps me to always know whether I am in this form or in a different form or in a login form. As long as I am in a form, if I want a submit method, this is what I'm gonna do. Okay, and this has been working for me. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna come here and then type here form submit. Okay, in whatever module that I am in, I will always land to the method that submits the form. Okay, so I've got a certain way of naming things, so that's why I've got form submit here. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to take this. Don't mind much about this, I will come back to it. We need to take this form, okay, and then push it in here, which is this method. Okay, the form submit method, and push it in here. As you can see now, this doesn't complain because it receives this. Okay, so now let's fix this TypeScript. Okay, TypeScript is telling us that we are receiving let's say a dependency. We are consuming a dependency which is data that has any. That means this has no type. Okay, can you guess what is the type of this data that is coming from this field? Okay, simple. It's the same as this one. Okay, this type, the one that is coming from Zod, it's the same as that one. Okay, as you can see now, we don't have any errors because we have typed it correctly. Okay, so let me save this. I think in terms of React hook form, we are done. Okay, or let's say we are almost done. Okay, but this is it for React hook form. Let's talk about Zod. Okay, we are going to take this information from here to the API. Okay, let me ask you this so that you can think about it. If we are sending data for the API to the API to save it in the backend in the database, do you think we really need confirm password, or we only need password, email, and username? Is confirm password a UI related mechanism, or it's needed in the database for us to confirm the password? It looks like to me what we need is the name, the email, and the password. We don't really need confirm password. Okay, so what does that mean? This means that when we want to use this data from here on going forward, okay, we don't really need this structure with the confirm password. Okay, React hook form will supply that to us, but we don't need it. Okay, so what are we going to do? we need, okay, we need to some sort of omit the confirm password. How are we going to do that? Const, okay. The reason why we are omitting the confirm password, because we want to take this data to the API. So let's call this const API. Let's say API form data so that this can be meaningful. API form data, okay, is equal to, okay, we want the form API form data to be equal to this data. Is this the correct thing that I'm doing? Let's see. Okay. At the moment, we are saying everything that is here will come here. That is not what I want. Okay. Let's make some changes. Let's introduce something called destructuring. What is destructuring? Destructuring, as this AI is doing it for me, let me just continue and do it as it suggests. Destructuring, it's some sort of a mechanism of extracting the values that are in an object one by one. Okay, let's say I only want to extract email. I will do this and remove all of this. Okay, check here. Okay, my apologies about that, and remove all of this. This means that in this data, I'm only taking the name. So if I want, I can also take the email, the password, and the confirm password. So let me introduce something. Let's remove all of these. Okay. What I want to do here, I want to take only, okay, the confirm password. Okay. As you can see, let's go to undo. If I want to take something else, I put a comma. If I want to take something else, I put a comma. Okay. So let's do this. What if maybe I have taken out the confirm password, and maybe let's say I want to take a name. As you can see, if I want, I might take an email. But what if maybe I can put something else here, which is, let's say, let me do this. This might be a wrong variable name, but I'm just doing it to help you learn. Let's say now there is the rest of the variables that we didn't extract. Okay, can we type the rest here? And that will mean this is the rest of the variables. As you can see, this is telling us that there is no variable name which is the rest here. Okay, as you can see, there is no variable name which is the rest, and that is correct because in this structure there is no the rest. So how can we make this the rest work? Okay, let's spread all all the remaining keys. Let's spread them and put them inside this the rest. Okay, I hope this is the best way to explain, or this is the best way I can do to eliminate this confirm password. So this means that if I can take the rest and console log it, okay, so here let me just type the rest data. Okay, this means that now the rest is the same data, which is this one, but without the confirm password. Okay. Let's the first way in which we can confirm that is by console logging it here. But there is another way, I would like to believe, by relying on TypeScript. Okay. For instance, let's say const. Okay, we are going to use TypeScript to check if TypeScript can catch this for us. Const, let's say form data as, okay, sign form data. Okay, as you can see, I want this, but I don't want everything from this AI suggestion. So let me delete this. Okay. Okay. Let me just put this. Check here, guys. Okay. What I'm doing here, I am saying the rest, which is the remaining keys, these ones, in terms of structure, they are the same as this one with confirm password. TypeScript is telling me, oh, sorry. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Okay. Format data is declared but is never used. Property confirm is missing. So let's first solve this never used thing. Okay, let's solve this never used. I want to show you that TypeScript is going to warn us. I have used this. That means that error is supposed to be gone. But now this is telling us property confirm password is missing. So this means that this confirms literally that the rest in terms of structure is not the same as sign up form. Okay, that is the first way of confirming that. Okay, so let's just click undo here so that we can have the rest here. And then if we want to, we can go back here. Okay, maximize this. We can go back here on console, and then let's click here. As you can see, the rest data, it has got name, email, and password. Okay, this means that confirm password is not there. So I am convinced, or I am happy that the data here, okay, which is the rest data, is the data that is ready for the API. Okay, so let's just call this API data instead. API form data, let's say. Okay, API form data. As you can see, if we want, we can console log API form data if we want. Okay, I hope this was clear. And then from there, with that being said, we have managed to eliminate the confirm password. And what else do I want to do? Let's go back to Zod. Okay, let's go back to Zod. We've got this validation. Remember, Zod is not necessarily a React hook form thing. Okay, it was not made to deal with forms. It just deal with data validation. So if we are going to hit the backend in terms of the API, we are going to validate this data from the API using Zod still to check if did the UI supplied what we wanted. Well, as a beginner, you might feel like that is not necessary, okay, because we know we have validated in the UI. At this point in time, you are still thinking that this is the only front end device that will be used to connect to the API. In real life, or in a real life project, we always sometimes have, is that the right English to say we always and then sometimes have? I think I need to fix that statement. My apologies about that. We sometimes have other devices except what? Except the web. Let's say the mobile dev team, okay, they are using the same API, which is the back end, but they just decided not to validate anything. That means your API can receive wrong data and it can commit it to the database. I hope now you see why, after validating with Zod here, we need also to validate with Zod on the API. So since there is Zod on the front end and Zod on the API, it looks like these two layers, they are sharing Zod. This then means that this schema is needed in the front end, but at the same time, it's needed on the back end. So let's take this schema, including the type, okay? Because now it doesn't deserve to be here. It has to be inside the library, okay? The lib folder. And then in the lib folder, we are going to create a file schema, okay? A file schema .ts, okay? In the file schema.ts, I don't know what is this. Okay. In the file schema.ts, we are going to paste this. Okay. As you can see, we need to import all. I'm not sure importing Zod like this will work as the AI suggests. Okay, it looks like it work, but I am used to import all. Okay, import all, import everything where is star, shift 8. import all as Z. Okay, I am used to this type of importing. Okay, so I'm importing all as Z. So as you can see now, we've got a file which only has the schema. Okay, so this is the sign up form schema, this one. Okay, and we need to have what can I say, we need to have a schema for the API. Okay, let's const create a schema, const, let's say sign up. Okay, can we just make this schema different, because if these names are look alike, maybe there might be a problem. Okay, let's say sign up API schema. Okay, okay, this AI has did something that I don't want. Let's see, I want to type this myself. So we've got a sign up API schema. Okay, this sign up API schema is the one that is going to be used by the API. Okay, so whatever that the API is going to use, it's going to be z.object. Okay, because it's a schema anyway. Open the bracket and put the curly braces. As you can see, this is just completing for me. I don't want it to, because I just want to copy this as is. Okay, I want this. Okay, and remove it from here and put it here. Okay, as you can see. Now, what we want to do at the same time, since these are going to be shareable, we might as well export them as we declare them. Okay, so that means they can be imported, they can be available in other modules. Okay, so that's why I'm exporting. So as you can see, I have just an API schema that is going to be used by the API to validate data. Okay, if it's accurate. And now I've got a sign up form schema. Okay, that has got, as you can see, it has got the confirm password. Okay, but it doesn't have the actual password because the password is here. So now what we need to do, we need to somewhat join this guy with this guy so that this error cannot be here. So this means that we want to somewhat create this guy from this guy. I'm not sure if there is a term called schema composition, but that's what we are doing technically. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Okay, cool. Let's then let's detach this refine from this, and let's remove this. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, now what we want to do, we want the sign up API schema. Let me do this. We want that. Okay, but what we want to do to that schema, we want to extend it. Okay, we want to extend that schema. Open and close brackets and open and close the curly braces. Okay, so as you can see, this schema, the only thing that it doesn't have, it's the now this AI suggestion thing, I don't know, it's confusing me. Let me just click enter on a space so that it cannot suggest things. Okay, so what this doesn't have, it's what can I say, it's the password. Okay, the confirm password thing that was here. Okay, as you can see, this has got everything, but the confirm password is not there. Okay, now as you can see, the AI thing is just helping me here because it was here but I deleted it. So now that the AI has just helped me, I'm gonna use it. Okay, because it's the same thing as this one. So if we are extending this, okay, we are only adding the confirm password, which was Z string minimum of 4. Okay, I'm thinking what we had didn't really have a minimum of 4. Okay, because it will depend on this one. Okay, let's just leave it like that. Okay, for now. Okay, I don't think the minimum of 4 is necessary, because whatever that is here, if this is if we are forcing you to put more than 5, whatever that you are going to type here, if it's less than 5, it won't work anyway. The AI not necessarily is wrong, but I don't agree with it. This validation is not necessary. Okay, for me, the logic doesn't make sense. Let's say you've got 4 here and you've got less than 4 here. Automatically, these won't be the same and it will tell you that the password doesn't match. So let's continue, guys. So as you can see, we are extending this guy. Okay, so we are taking this guy for API, and in terms of the sign up form, and remember, we need to export it. Export const, we are now extending it. Okay, extending this so that we can create this. And then in extending it, the extended one has the refine. As you can see, it looks like the refine just worked perfectly. Okay, so after we extended it, it became a full schema with the confirm password. And then after that, we start refining. Okay, and then there's something that we are missing. Okay, there's something that we are missing. We've got this type sign up form, okay, which is sign up form type. At the same time, we need to have this is, yeah, this is coming from where? This is coming from here because it's a sign up form. I'm happy with this, but we need another one, the one that is going to come up from here. And at the same time, we need to export this. Okay, we need to export this type, but however, we need to export the API type as well. Okay, let's say sign up API form or API scheme. Okay, let's just do sign up API. Let's do like this. Okay, so we've got sign up API, which is z.infer, but not type of this one now, but type of this one. Okay, and that is it. Let's just check on our types. This has got confirm password because it's going to be used on a form, and this doesn't have confirm password because it's going to be used on an API. So what we have just did, we have extracted the schema from this UI, and then we have composed like 2 schemas for the back end and for the front end. Okay, I think that is all for now. And then now what we want to do, we need to import things here. Okay, let's get into the validation. Let's start with this type. Okay, can we import this type? Yes, as you can see, we imported it. What about this schema? Can we import this schema? Yes. Okay, so now we've just imported the Zod validation schema and we have imported the type. Okay, so as you can see, since this is a sign up, what can I say, this type is sign up, let's just in closing quickly test if can we use the sign up API, okay, type, which is this one, sign up API. Let me just go back because I want to be here. Okay, so as you can see, this API form data, okay, const API form equal to API data, let's say. Okay, if we type this data as this form, okay, as this, there will be an error because this has got what? The confirm, and this doesn't have. Now let's type this as sign up API. And now everything work because sign up API doesn't have the confirm password, and this one doesn't have the confirm password. Okay, obviously we don't need this, but I was just showing you the TypeScript tips and tricks. Okay, maybe we don't need it. Okay, we will use it with React hook form in the next video. So that is it for now. I hope you are learning. I hope you are understanding TypeScript and the use of TypeScript. Can I just throw a bonus? Maybe there is no need. Okay, there is no need. I was just going to show you that you can omit this and create a type, but this is not a TypeScript project. I don't have to show you some unnecessary things. I am Matthew Msengati. I'm the designer and developer. Don't forget, I've got Udemy. I've got these courses. If you search Matthew Msengati, these first courses, the first 4 courses, this one, and this one, they are mine. I hope you can come here and then you can learn. Don't forget that we've got finance. This is a free invoicing system which is for free, and it's used globally because it has got a multi-currency. That means it accepts any currency. So at the moment we've got 336 active users and 100 active companies. These companies are also available in the marketplace. Let me just show you finance marketplace. Okay, so that maybe tomorrow I can see your company here. I hope my okay, so as you can see, here is the finance marketplace. These are all the companies. You can click next here. Okay, then you will see it will load all the companies that are here. You can filter it by tags. Okay, a company with the tag invoice template will appear here. As you can see, here is it. Okay, if you click here, it will take you to those details. I think that is it for now. As you can see here, the details of this company. If you want, you might request a code from these guys. I am Etim Sengati. I'm the designer and developer. I hope you are learning. If you do, please don't forget to share this video, and also don't forget to hit that subscribe button. See you on the next one. So let's continue. In this video, we are supposed to get into 10 stack query, meaning that we are ready to take the data to the backend or API. But the problem is we don't have the API. So in this video, we are going to set up an API route for sign up form. We are not going to get into details in it because it's going to be a long module. We are going to create it only for the sake of receiving data from the front end and logging it. Without wasting time, let's just jump straight into it. So what we are going to do now, we want to go to our folder structure. Okay, when it comes to API routes, they are always inside the app, and in this app they are inside API. That means they are in the same parent folder with these ones. So let's just create a folder here called API. Okay, this is going to be an API route. Okay, the same way in which we did with auth, okay, we are going to do the same thing here. We are going to have a route group called auth. Okay, okay, and then inside auth we want to have a file called route.ts. Okay, okay, so just like in pages, okay, this is some sort of mandatory, or it's strictly it must be like this. Just like with pages, inside that folder there must be a page.tsx. In API route there must be route.ts. Okay, I think that's one is clear. So with Next.js, when it comes to API route, let me first clarify that this is going to run on a server. It's not in the UI at all. It's not here. Okay, the UI will send the data to this route. That means it's sending the data into the server. Okay, so as much as these files, they are inside one folder, meaning that this acts as a Node.js server. But when this is running, some modules they run in a server and some they are in your browser. Okay, I hope you get that one. So what we want to do here, in terms of HTTP, we've got post, we've got patch, we've got put, we've got delete. So which one are we going to use here? We are going to use post. So how do you create a post route or a method that accept an HTTP post request? So first of all, we need to export it. Okay, export, and then it has to be an async function. Okay, as you can see, this AI is completing things for us, doing some autocomplete. Okay, let me just close this here. Is this a function? Where is okay, now I see. Okay, so this is not an arrow function, because I was going to ask myself, where is the arrow then? Okay, so this is just a function. Okay, So let me just hit enter so that this can disappear. I don't want it. I'm not sure why this keeps on suggesting things. Okay, let's continue. So what I have just did, I have created a function called post, which is all in capital letters. Next.js prefer it that way. Okay, this function will receive a request. Okay, so whenever we hit this endpoint, it will receive that request. Okay, I don't think we have imported a request. Where is this getting? What can I say? Where is it getting this from? Okay, so meaning that the API has fooled us here. We don't want any type of request, but we want a next request. Maybe this request is for Node. Okay, maybe Node as a, let's say, as an operating system has this and it's globally available, but for us we don't want this. We want a next request. Okay, we want a next request. Therefore, okay, as you can see, it's being imported from next request. So let me go back to what I was explaining. So we are declaring and exporting. Okay, these method must be exported. Okay, so I'm declaring and exporting a post method that will receive, okay, let's say a dependency, which is going to be a next request. Okay, what is a request? It's some sort of all the data that will be collected from the client. Obviously, maybe as a beginner, you might think that this data is going to be the name, the email. Let me just help you. It's not that only. It's a lot of things. Okay, there is information about the client, the browser, the IP address, the headers, the token, the cookies. It's a lot of things, but you will see as we are some sort of working with. Okay, so why this is async? Some other methods that we are going to execute here are methods that are going to take time to process. It's not guaranteed that as soon as you hit that method, it's going to, what can I say, respond with data. So we are going to await those methods because they take time. So let's get into it. So now that we have this route, that means we can hit it. How do we get the data from the UI then in this route? So let's type here const let's say request body is equal to await request.json. This AI is too clever and is doing things for me. Okay, so let's continue using it. So const request body. Okay, when we are sending data from here, we are going to put it in a body. Okay, and we are going to get this from request.json. So meaning that this request has an object, okay, which is JSON, that is, sorry, has got what can I say, an object that has got a lot of things inside it. It has got JSON. So the data that we are going to send here, we are going to get it from what? From request.json, and it's going to be here. So what are we going to do with it? Okay, what I want to do, I don't only want to console log it, because now we need to handle things differently. Let's just return the data as it is. Okay, for instance, let's just type here return. Okay, so what we want to return the data as it is. So let's return next response. Okay, next response, this is also coming from next, as you can see, and next response.json. The AI is completing things for us. I think it's doing the right job. Let's just hit that one. So return next response.json. This is a valid response. So meaning that as soon as we hit this endpoint, it will receive the data and it will send it back to us. Next respond, it will send the message, receive data. I'm happy with this. It makes sense. Let me just add this back end. Okay, okay, backend receive data, and the data is going to be the request body. I'm happy with this. This makes sense to me. At least it will enable us to proceed with 10 stack query here. So meaning that we will test if everything is successful. Okay, so that means we are not going to do a lot of things. What else do we want to do here? I don't think there is anything that we want to do for now. We are not going to handle any errors for now. I think that's about it. This is some sort of a short way, a simple API route, okay, that will receive request here, and then it's going to take the data from that as a request body, and then let me just for checking console.log. Okay, as you can see, thanks to the AI request body. Okay, I don't want that. Let me hit enter. Okay, enter. I don't want it to suggest things. Why now? Okay, click save. Okay, so as you can see, we are going to receive the request body and we are going to console log it as it is, and then we are going to return a response from a server with this structure. I think this is clear enough so that we can see if we are doing the right thing on the UI. Okay, I'm Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer from South Africa. In case you might want to create a code, you've got a business and you're a freelancer, please come here. I have got this tech startup which has got 336 users and 100 companies. Please come here and support this platform as well. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. Right. Now that we have an endpoint that will receive the form data, what we want to do, we want to send the data to the API. Okay. So we are going to do that through or using two packages. The first one is 10 stack query. Okay. It's 10 stack query. And the other one is Axion. Okay. So let's see, read the docs. Let's read the docs. Let's maximize this. Okay, installation. Okay, let's add this. This is npm. This is us. Let's do this. And then we are going to use this terminal here. I'm just going to right click. Then we are going to install 10 stack query. And then what else do we want to install? Let's just double check here. Okay, after that, there are packages that are recommended. Apologies about that. Recommendation, the ESLint. This is npmi. We want this. Let me just copy. Okay, and what else? Okay, I think that's all. Okay, this is recommended. So let's go back here. Okay. And then I think we are done with 10 stack query. And then let's add this dependency. Okay. And then what else? Let's see. Okay, installation, quick start. Let's check quick start. Queries, mutation. We're going to start with mutation. Okay, use mutation. Let's see. Okay, client provider, client query. Okay, I think we're going to use this. So let me explain something about 10 stack query. Where is our code? Yes, I want to do this. Okay. So we need to go to our layout. Let me do this. Okay. As you can see, we need to go to our layout. In our layout, we need to create a query client. Okay. Something like this. And then we need to wrap, what can I say? We need to wrap the entire application with the query provider. Okay. As you can see, query client provider. And in this prop client, we need to pass client, and that will be it. Okay. In case you don't understand it, don't mind. I will make it crystal clear. So let's go to the utmost layout, the outmost layout. Okay. The very, 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 very first layout. And that is which one? Where is my app? Here is my app. Here is the layout. Okay. Where are we now? Okay, we are here in this layout. Okay, let's see. Where are the children? Okay, as you can see, so what we want to do now, somewhere here, okay, somewhere here before we pass these children, okay, we need to add the client provider. Okay, so what's the first thing for us to do? Let's copy this code, and paste it here. Okay, and then let's import this from 10 stack. Okay, 10 stack React query. Okay, this is what we want, the query client. And then we want the query provider. Let's just copy this. Okay, and then before this, and then let's just hit enter. Take these children, we wrap everything here. Okay, and then let's import this from 10 stack. Okay, I think we are done in terms of this. Let me just, for the sake of understanding, try to explain to you what is going on here. Okay, so we want this query client. Okay, treat query client as some sort of, treat it as a global state. Okay, as a variable that has got everything. Whenever we fetch data from the API, we are passing data there, and the data will be sent back. This query API will capture that data. Okay, what is its own responsibility? Among its own many uses and responsibilities, it will save that data and cache it. What if you are querying for the same data again, which has not changed? It will respond with the actual data that hasn't changed. So one might ask, how does this query client knows when the data has changed? 10 stack query has got a query mechanism to fetch, what can I say, to use it when you are fetching data from the API, and it has got a mutation mechanism, a mechanism to use when you are sending data to the API. So it acts as a, let's say, gatekeeper, okay, or a security guard. It knows everything about whatever that you are doing with the API. So if your data has not changed, it will know. So after that, if it has got all this data, okay, about queries, about the data that has been returned, okay, it needs to be available in the entire application. This is done by this query client provider, okay. Under the hood, this uses a context method, okay, or a context mechanism from React to make this available in everything that is inside this. So our application actually run inside this. The layout is the first file that what can I say, that encapsulate everything. That's why we put this query provider here. If you don't understand this, don't mind, we're going to explain it in details. So after 10 stack query, okay, after 10 stack query, we need Axios, okay, Axios. And also installing Axios is simple, npm I Axios, okay. Let's see. Okay, Axios. Okay, is the Axios that we want? I think so. How to install it? Let's see. Okay, I'm doing this for the sake of showing you how things are done. Okay, let's say Axios documentation. Okay, Axios HTTP. This is what I want. Okay, for now, let me just install it because I don't see anything here talking about the installation. So let's just come here, npm I Axios, or yeah, npm I Axios. Okay, I think that's how you install Axios. And then what is Axios? Oh, okay, here is the installation. That's fine. And then how do we create a post in Axios? Okay, Axios API. Let's just check. Okay, even creating a post with Axios, it's not that difficult. Okay, you just type Axios dot post, and that's it. That is it. Okay, and I think you import Axios from Axios. Okay, I don't think this is that useful. Maybe when you come here and check on examples, you will see some things. Okay, this one, it looks like it's required. That means it's Node.js. Let's see Axios.get. As you can see, it's simple like this, and also Axios.post. Okay, there's nothing here. Let's just continue, guys, and finish up this. I don't think we got a lot of things there. Okay, we didn't get a lot of things. Okay, it looks like we've got an error here. Client provider, the server component, null prototype. If you look at this file, okay, it's a server component by default. It doesn't have use client. Okay, so meaning that the client query, this one, it's used in a client file, okay, or in a client side. So it's like we are mixing the server side and the client side. Okay, so what we want to do, everything that we did was right. Okay, everything that we did was right, except the fact that let's go to the lib folder and let's create a provider. Okay, let's say react query provider. Okay, dot tsx. Okay, so let's just rfce rfc. Okay, what we want to do, we want to receive children here. Okay, we want to receive children. I think the AI is doing an excellent job here. Okay, we want to receive children as children. Okay, and then we want to make this a client side component. Okay, use client, sorry. Okay, want to make use client. So what will happen, this will do exactly this. Okay, where is that one? It will do exactly this, but when it's getting into the layout, it's going to be imported. Okay, it's not going to change this layout into what can I say, into a client side. There won't be a clash because this layout is a server side by default in Next.js. And when we do anything that has got something to do with client rendering here, it won't work. Now, if we separate this, okay, and make it a client and import it, it won't have much of a problem because it's coming as a client-side component being imported in a server-side component, okay? I forgot about this. I don't know why, okay? Or maybe I'm used to an old version of Next.js where it was not necessarily a challenge. Okay, so let's come back here. We are receiving children and then we want to wrap those children. Okay, before we render them, let's wrap those children with this client. Okay, let's wrap those children with this client provider. Let's take it from instead query, and then we don't have to do's at all. We want to, let me take this autocomplete. We want the children. Okay, so now we just need to create this and we can take it like this. Okay, copy, and then we put it here. Okay, and then we import it also, and text query. So as you can see, what we are doing, we are taking the children that we are going to receive as children from the layout. Okay, and then before we return these children as they are, we are wrapping it with the client provider, and that is it. So let me just click save now, and then we are going to take this component and we will take it to the layout and we will wrap these children. Okay, something like this. Okay, and then we need to import it. I hope I've exported it. Okay, and then okay, it needs children, and then we can take these children and put the children here. Okay, suppose now everything will work fine. Okay, as you can see, everything worked fine. My apologies about there's delay. Okay, So let's continue. So now we've managed to add the provider. I'm happy with this. And then let's go to the sign up page. Okay, let's go to the sign up page. What we want to do here, we want to create some sort of a mutation. Okay, because we want to post the data. Okay, so let's create a mutation method. Const form data mutation, okay, is equal to there is a hook called use mutation from React from TenStack query, and then in this hook we are going to add some object. As you can see, the mutation function. Okay, let's check. Okay, the mutation function. Let me just continue with this autocomplete because that is what we want. This is taking it too far. It's doing everything for me, but it's fine. Let me just take it. Let me discard other things. I don't want other things. Let's just check what it has missed. Okay. So inside this mutation, you put an object and you first put a mutation function, and you can make it an async because inside here you are going to have some methods. What can I say? Which might take long time to execute that you will need to await. That's why this might be an async. So this is a sign up API. Let's see. Yes, the data that we're going to get here, it's got the name, the email, and the password. It doesn't have any other thing. I'm happy with this. And then I'm not happy with this pure fetch because I'm going to use Axios. Okay. And what else? Let's see this brace, curly braces. I don't think this has been closed. This has been closed, but that one has not been closed. Okay. And everything works well. So what I'm going to do, since this is already here, I'm going to test it, and then after everything works, and then I'm going to use what can I say? I'm going to use Axios. Okay. I just want to show you that number one, this doesn't work with Axios only. You can use a normal fetch, okay, to fetch the data. Let me just give you the context of what is going on here, since I think I'm writing and typing a lot of code, and it makes it worse when the AI autocomplete my code. My apologies for now because I don't have a way. I don't know how to deactivate this. Okay, I don't know how to deactivate it. So let's first test it with a normal fetch. Okay, so this is what is happening here. TenStack query is not a fetching mechanism. As you can see, we use a fetch mechanism to fetch data. It is by no means a way to fetch data. It's not like Axios. Okay, fetch and Axios will remain the fetching mechanism. Okay, cool. So what it does, it always deals with the data that is being that comes from the API. Okay, the response data. Okay, so that means it's not responsible for getting the data. Okay, it's responsible for using the response. Okay, that's why it has got this mutation function. You receive this data that you are going to send it to the API, and then anything that comes back, and then it will make use of that. Okay, so as you can see, this AI, it has got a res data here, and this res data, it doesn't push it back to React hook form. Okay, sorry, not React hook form, TenStack query. Okay, so I used to do it like this. It's either I await it like this, okay, or I return this, okay, so that it can be caught. Let me use that word. Okay, so that it can be caught by this mutation, so that 10-step query can catch it. Okay, I'm not happy about this res not being returned. Okay, I'm feeling like the 10-step query method will not catch it. It's like executing something and keeping it here. So you did nothing in a way. You've just declared it. Okay. So that's why I'm returning it. So I'm comfortable when I'm returning like this. Okay. So I hope now you do understand that 10-step query is not a fetching mechanism, but it uses any sort of fetch mechanism. It can use this and it can use Axios. Okay. Let's check if the AI did use the correct API endpoint. As you can see, it's pointing to auth to us. Remember that auth has the bracket, so this means that you don't show it there. So we want API sign up. Okay, let's just confirm that. Where is our API? API, we don't have inside this auth. We were supposed to have sign up, and that is my mistake. I don't have sign up. So let me do this inside this auth, and then let me add that sign up folder. Okay, inside that sign up folder, we can paste this. So as you can see, this route with these, what can I say? With curly braces is going to be silent. It's not going to be shown. And then we are going to hit sign up. So now I'm convinced. Let me save this. I don't want the validator thing. Okay, so now I'm convinced that this is the correct API route. Okay. And then after that, I think we are done with this. And then what we want to do, we want to use this form data mutation. Okay, where are we going to use it? We are going to use it inside the submit form. Okay, instead of console logging this, we are going to use this mutation. Who has typed const here? Okay, I was hoping that I'm pasting this. Okay, I don't know why there is const where I am. Okay, sometimes this AI thing confuses me. Okay, I'm here. Okay, this is what I want. Dot mutate, this is what I want. Okay, as you can see, so now we are hitting the mutate method, okay, of TenStack query, meaning that execute this. That's what this means. This means that execute this, do all of this. Okay, now I think we are ready to test our API endpoint. Okay, how are we going to do that? Let's go back here. Okay, we need to go and inspect here. Okay, when we are inspecting, we need to check two things. Okay, let me delete this. Okay, in the server here, in the server, we are console logging this. Okay, so we need also to check, are we reaching this? Okay, and in the client, I don't think we are console logging anything. In the client, we're only going to check the network aspect of it. Okay, so anything that goes through the network, we can see it here. We want to check our payload here. So we are ready, guys, to test. The email, the password met, and this one met. Okay, as you can see, this password shows in here and it shows here. We need to work on that so that this can be some sort of private, so that it can have those dots. Okay, we will deal with that later. What if the password doesn't match? Let's just check. Is there anything happening? Nothing is happening. As you can see here and even here, nothing happening. But what if everything match? I remove these three. Let's see what will happen. Okay, this is starting to execute. It's telling us that it's executing, hitting the API. There is no response at this point in time. It looks like we've got positive result. Why am I saying so? As you can see, message, backend, receive data, and where is that data? The name, the email, and the password. That means everything worked well. Okay. Now, I'm happy with this. Let's check on the, what can I say? On the back end. Let's see. As you can see, request body, the name, the email, and the password. We have won, guys. Okay, we have won. And then what I want to do in closing, I just want to do the same thing but with Axios. Okay, we did it with fetch, but I'm going to do it with Axios. So everything works well. And let's go back here. Okay, instead of doing this with this, let's do it with Axios. Let's see. Okay, this is just API sign up. I don't think we need all of this. Okay, even this one. Okay, let's just type here return. Okay, Axios. Okay, let's see how is it going to import it. As you can see, this guy is completing things for me. I'm happy because this is what I was going to type. Let's see how it has imported it. Axios from Axios. I'm happy with that. So as you can see, guys, I hope you see the simplicity of Axios. I'm returning this as it is. Okay, so with this mutation function, you don't have to worry much about the data and what goes on. Just return whatever, what can I say? Let me use await here. Just return the await the function and return it as it is. Okay, that's how it works. So we are just going to change fetch to Axios, and let's see, okay, what will happen. Let me just type here Axios so that I know that we are using Axios at gmail.com. I think that's all. And then let's hit this. We are sending it. As you can see, guys, we are returning and getting the same thing, Axios and Axios. So even Axios worked. So I hope you are starting to see why I opted for Axios. Okay, with Axios, you just type axios.post and then the URL, and then this gave me an auth. I don't want this, and I'm still thinking, why did it went through? Let's quickly investigate this. Okay, why did it went through, but there is auth here? Okay, let me just double check so that we can learn. Okay, let's look at this is the response. Let's look at the payload. Okay, this is what we were sending. Axios email, Axios, I'm happy with this. Sending it to where? Okay, let's look at headers. Okay, we are sending it to /API/sign up. Okay, even though there is this auth here, this auth has been skipped. Okay, so let me save it like this, and then let me just type here auth. Okay, skipped. Okay, I just want to test. Okay, it's my first time to see this working with what can I say, with that auth in here. Okay, skipped, and then the email is going to be skipped. Okay, let me check the response. Then let me send it again. Okay, as you can see, skipped worked and skipped worked. Okay, so this means that Next.js is forgiving. Let me just type a wrong URL just to check. Okay, because I'm a bit confused. I don't want to lie. Okay, let me just type here wrong, and let's see if it's going to go through. Okay, there's something that I don't understand here. If it doesn't go through, I will be happy. So I'm expecting an error. Okay, I'm expecting an error. Yes. Okay, this means that we are good to go, guys. Okay, meaning that you can put that auth there, you cannot put it, but I choose not to put it there. I think I have reached the end of this tutorial. As you can see, it was a bit of a tricky one. Okay, but we have managed to send the data to the API and receive the data from the API. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. Please don't forget, I've got finance for creating invoices. As you can see, we've got 336 users and 100 companies. You can come here and join as well. If you've enjoyed this video, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to do some final touch up on the form. Things like when the form is has submitted successfully the data, it doesn't clear all the data that is here. And also, as you can see, there is some UI, what can I say, touch up that needs to be done here. And also, if there is an error, we need to alert it, okay, or show and something that notifies to say that there is an error. So let's get into it. The first thing that I'm going to do, I'm just going to add a margin top in this button so that it can be some sort of below a little bit, or it has some sort of a gap here. Okay, that just to separate the, what can I say, the elements. Okay, and also this doesn't tell if this is a sign up or it's a sign in. So let's quickly add that. Okay, I think we're gonna add it from where? Am I on sign up? Yes. Where is the form? Here is the form. Okay, let me see if I can add a label. Okay, label. Okay, I don't think label it's the right one. Let's try H1 instead of a label. Okay. Okay, let me just type sign up here. Let me type H1. Okay, so let's type sign up. I click save and see. As you can see, I'm happy with this.
And then let's make this class name. Let's make text into 3XL. Let's see. Looks like it's too big. Let's make it 2XL. I'm happy with this. And then let's make it font semi-bold. Let's see. Okay, I'm happy with this. And then margin bottom. Let's put 4. Okay, let's put 6. I'm happy with this. And then let's go to the button and put margin top of 6 as well. Margin top of 6. Okay, as you can see, at least now there is sign up, there is this content, okay, the input, and this one is at the bottom a little bit. Okay, so now when we send this data, okay, let's just do a test. Okay, when everything is successful, okay, as you can see, okay, nothing happened. This doesn't indicate. Let's go back to our form and let's go back to React Hook form, because it's the one, not React Hook form 10-stack query, because 10-stack query, it's the one that knows when the data is successful and when the data is not successful. So how are we going to do that? Let's check on, what can I say, on this mutation. Okay, let's look at where this mutation function ends. Okay, as you can see, this is some sort of a key and this is the value. Okay, where the value end, we can add a comma and another key. Let's just type here success. Okay, which is on success. That's what we want. This is a method. Okay, let's take the data and then let me just continue and finish this as it is. Okay, even though this is not what I'm going to do. Okay, so on this success we receive data. Okay, as you can see, we receive this data and we can do whatever we want with this data. So on success, we don't need this. We need to clean this. Okay, so how do we clean this in React Hook form? Let's just go to what we are getting from React Hook form. We're getting a register, handle submit, and form state. There is something that we forgot here, which is reset. Okay, reset. Okay, so let's use that reset. So this means that when React query is telling us that we have successfully what can I say? We have successfully loaded, sent the data to the API. We need to hit this reset. Let me just click tab because I'm going to do that anyway. Okay, this AI is helpful sometimes. Okay, as you can see, I'm resetting it. Okay, this is not the only thing that I want to do. What else do I want to do? After on success, I reset this. Okay, and then I want to alert a message. Okay, so let's quickly test the reset functionality. As you can see, everything works well and this reset, I'm happy with this. Okay, in terms of this data, I'm not going to deal with it for now because on success we don't really want to do anything with the data, but let me just console log it so that I can show you what is in there. Okay, just for, what can I say, since this AI or IntelliSense or code complete, the autocomplete has put it there. Okay, since it has put it there, but I don't think we are going to use it. Okay, so let me just do this. Let me check if am I on the client or the server. I'm on the client, so let's just check on the client to see the values of that data. Okay, just for us to learn and for you to see what's there. Okay, Matthew, Gmail, met, and then let's click send. As you can see, user sign up. Here is the data. Okay, there is data, which is the one from the back end. As you can see, here is it. So in this, data. There is also data from the back end. Okay, you might work on it if you want to, or maybe you want to display the result or whatever. But for now, we are not going to use this. Okay, we are not going to use this. Okay, and what if maybe there is an error? Okay, we can add another object here. The key is on error. As you can see, the AI is auto completing for us. Let's just quickly do that. Do that. Okay, if there is an error, then console.log and show the error. Okay, let's just create an error. Okay, which is the API. Let's just put 0 here, which is the wrong API. Okay, and then since we are in client, we are going to see the console log in the client. Okay, the console log here, and then let's just put everything correct as we used to. Okay, and then let's click submit. As you can see now, there's an error. It's telling us that blah 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 blah. Okay, so let's go back here. Now we don't have anything that alerts or that communicates to us that there is an error. Okay, so let's go back to shardcn. Okay, on this is Next.js, not shardcn. Okay, let's go to shardcn components. Yes, I'm looking for a component called, I think it's called Sona. Okay, this is what we want, something like this. When everything is successful, this must show up. Okay, as you can see. So let's see, how do you install this, or how do you edit? Okay, let's copy this and then paste it here. Where is a second terminal? Let's just open a second terminal here and add this. How do you use it? Okay, first, I think you have to, on your layout, suppose we put something on your layout, something like a toast. Let's see. Okay, use client, a toast. Yes. So when you are done, you can click toast and then put the data here, whatever that, and that is it. But I want to see, what do you put on the layout? As you can see, here is the toaster. Okay, this is what I wanted first. Okay, because without this toaster, this won't work. So let's go to our layout. Okay, the outermost layout, and let's import the toaster. Okay, we don't use this React query thing here. Okay, we are no longer using it. Okay, and then let's put the toaster here. Okay, somewhere here. There is a self-closing one. Okay. Okay, as you can see, I'm happy with this. And then we can go to this example. Which one? This example, the one that was here. Okay, which is a toast from Sona. And this is how you use it. When you click, and then we can just copy this. Okay, as it is. I'm not sure if I want to copy everything here. Let's see, action and label. I don't think I want the actions and label. So let me just quickly do it like this. Okay, I think I'm going to just type the simplest code ever. Okay, let's see. Let's just import here. Am I on the right place? No, I want to be on the sign up form. Is this the sign up? Yes, let's import this toast. Okay, and then in this toast, before we reset, let's just type toast here, and let's see what are the methods that we have. I think I want this success method. Okay, the AI has some sort of completed this for me. Account created successfully. This message is not right. What are we doing here? Are we creating an account when we are signing up? We are creating a user. Okay, so we can just type here user. registered successfully. I'm happy with this. What about if there's an error? We can just go to error, okay, and then toast dot error. Okay, let me just finish this up from this UI. Something went wrong. For now, my apologies about that. Okay, autocomplete from UI. For now, you can feel free to write whatever message that you want to write here. Okay, and then let's go back and test. Okay, I think there was an error here because our API, we have changed it, okay, for the sake of wanting an error to be there. So let's just double check. Okay, there is something here that I don't see, but it's here. As you can see, it has shown up there. Here is it. Failed, but it's too low. Let me see when it's full screen. Okay, as you can see, I don't know why it's somewhere here. I really don't know why. Let's change the position. Let's try to change the position for this. Okay, how are we going to do that? Is cn here? Yes. So what can we do to change the position? Let's just quickly see this. I think there is a way to change the position for this. Okay, toaster event created, default. Let's click here, success, info, warning. This is not what I want. I want to look at the position. How do I? This is a spinner, and this is a slider. I think there is a way to change the position for this. I would like to believe. I have not done it before, but I think suppose there is. Maybe what if I want it to pop up on top than at the bottom? Okay, so let's go here. Let's go to the layout. Let's go to the layout. Okay, let's go to the layout. Let's try something on the layout. Where is my layout? Okay, where is the toast? What are the props for this toast? No props. Let's do this. Maybe the AI might give us something. This is what I want. As you can see, the AI has given us something like a position top right. Let's take it and see. Okay, maybe it might happen the AI is right because ShadCN is not complaining about this prop. Okay, I'm hoping this prop works. I want this to be on the top right. Okay, thanks to the AI or the autocomplete. What do we want to do now? Let's see. Okay, we want to be here. Okay, let's check. As you can see, now it's appearing on the top right. I'm happy with this. Fail to register. Now we need to go back to the sign up form and we need to make sure that we have the actual correct API, okay, route or endpoint. And then when we submit, as you can see, user registered successfully. I think we are done with some final UI touch-ups, okay? I'm Matthew Msengati. I'm the designer and developer from South Africa. If you like content like this, please don't forget and help me to grow the channel by hitting the subscribe button. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to install Prisma. Now that we are done creating the form and also validating it, React Hook form, now it's time for us to improve the API route so that it can actually add the data to a database. With that being said, let's get into installing Prisma. So you can come here, prisma.io, docs, guidelines, / Next.js. In case you are struggling to go there, this is prisma.io, the actual documentation landing page. And then from there, you can click get started, I believe. And then from nope, I apologize about that. Let's click docs. Okay, where is the documentation? Let's click documentation and here is Next.js and then it will take you here. This process is not as simple as what can I say, just clicking next, 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 next. The reason is I am used to a previous version of Prisma, which I have some sort of mastered. Now we are on Prisma 7. There are some changes. Okay, so let's quickly go through it step by step and then see how far we can go. So let's continue. So as you can see here, we are installing Prisma with Next.js. Let's see, what do we have to install? Okay, set up your project. This is creating a Next.js project. We've already done this one. Now let's get into install and configure Prisma. Install dependencies. Get started with Prisma. You will need to install some dependencies. Okay, there are some things that we need to check here. Okay, install Prisma tsx type and then save it as a dev dependency. I am comfortable with copying this line, okay, but only this line. Why only this line? Let's look at the second line. Here we are installing Prisma client, okay, at Prisma adapter pg, okay, .env and then pg, okay. This has got something to do with Postgres, I would like to believe. In our case, we are not going to use Postgres. We are going to use SQLite. Okay. I always say SQLite here, of which this is not SQLite. This is SQLite. So for us, we are going to use SQLite. Why are we going to do that? The reason is to make this course simple and to reinforce understanding. Because if we use MySQL, SQL Server, and Postgres, it will mean that I need to add another layer of database. You have to register, you have to use a at this point in time, I don't think this course is for that. Okay, this course is for teaching you the concept. With SQLite, it's like the database will sit within the actual code. Okay, it will be inside the code. So as you can see, there is nothing that you have to add in terms of database. Okay, so let's first do part one. Okay, if this is taking a little bit longer and it's a little bit confusing, please bear with me. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, Prisma 7, it's not as what can I say, I'm not used to it. It's not like it's not simple, but I am not used to it as much as Prisma 6. Okay, so as you can see, we are inside this folder. So the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to install this Prisma. Okay, and then since we are going to use SQLite, okay, as you can see here, if you are using a different database provider, different than Postgres, as I've said, this is PG for Postgres, and then we are advised to install the corresponding driver adapter package. As you can see, this adapter package is for PG, okay, instead of Prisma adapter PG, as you can see, okay. For more information, see database drivers, okay. I'm still assuming that we will need a Prisma client, okay? Based on how I've used Prisma, like Prisma client, it's something that you always have to install. I think the parts that we don't have to install is just these ones, okay? This one, in fact, and also this one. About the .env, I am not sure, but don't worry, we are going to get this done, okay? So let's go and see the driver details, okay? And inside the driver details, what we are looking for is the SQLite, as you can see. All right, okay, let's continue. Look at the example. To connect to SQLite database, you need to configure a data source block in your Prisma schema. Do we have a Prisma schema at this point in time? No. Why we don't have a Prisma schema? Because we have not initialized Prisma yet. Okay, as you can see here, this says nothing about installing Prisma client. Remember, Prisma client, it's mandatory. It's something that we have to do. So let's see what are the dependencies of the SQLite. Okay, first install Prisma ORM. Okay, driver adapter for P3, and then let's see Prisma adapter. Here is the Prisma adapter for this. Instantiate the Prisma client using the driver adapter. Let's see what this is. Okay, adapter. Where is the Prisma client? Let's see. Okay. Okay, it's instantiating a Prisma client using the driver adapter. For now, okay, let me just read here. Now we must instantiate the Prisma client. You need to pass an instance of a Prisma ORM driver adapter to the Prisma client constructor. Okay, let's see. New Prisma client. Okay, generated Prisma client. Okay, for now, what we are going to do, let's follow this as it is. Okay, let's follow this as it is. Right, Prisma client. Okay, let's just quickly go back. Okay, let's just continue from here. So after going back, let's see, this is what I want to do. If I feel like I need a Prisma client, let me add it because I think so, okay, based on my previous understanding. So I hope this is done. As you can see, it's done. Let's install a Prisma client. Okay, as you can see, I'm installing a Prisma client. And then what I'm going to do, I have to initialize Prisma so that we can have a schema, because here it's telling us that where I think, let me just go here. I will show you what I mean. So here it's telling us to set the data source on a Prisma schema. Okay, block in your Prisma schema. Let me just click here. There is nothing interesting here. Okay, so once we initialize Prisma, then we will have a Prisma schema. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's just check. Do we have any Prisma folder here? No, at the moment. Okay, what else? Okay, as you can see, we don't have any Prisma thing at the moment. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to initialize Prisma. Initializing Prisma is like setting it up and creating necessary files so that we can have the schema to paste something on whatever that we're going to do. But at the moment, we don't have the schema, so we can't get into that stage. So npx Prisma init. Okay, I'm initializing Prisma. Let's see. Okay, suppose there will be some folders and files that are going to be created here, and then we can continue from there. Okay, looks like Prisma has been initialized. I think the first part is Prisma config. Okay, as you can see, here is Prisma config. Let's see. Do we have a URL schema here? Yes, we have. This is wrong. Okay, my apologies to say that this is wrong because in Prisma 7 you don't have the oh, sorry, this is not the schema. If this is a config, this is right. Okay, my mind was telling me that I'm inside Prisma schema. If this is the config, this is right because Prisma now put this URL in the config, which is Prisma 7. Okay, let's continue, guys. My apologies about that. And then let's go to a Prisma and let's look at the schema. Let's look at the schema. As you can see, in terms of the schema, this is using Postgres SQL, as you can see, and that's not what we want. Okay, we don't want that. We are going to use SQLite. Okay, so let's go back, guys, and continue with the documentation. Okay, let's see. To connect to SQLite, you need to configure a data source block in your schema. This is what we want. Okay, in our schema, we want this. Let's look at the data source block and change the provider to this one, to SQLite. Okay, I think we are winning here. This is data source. Do we really need what can I say, the generator client? For now, let's leave everything like this. Okay, and then let's continue. And then so connector, Prisma connector. On the Prisma config file, it must look like this. Okay, let's just copy this as it is because we are using SQLite. So let's just go here. Okay, let me save this one. And let's go to Prisma config. Whatever that is here, we are going to remove it and paste this one. Okay, as you can see. And then what I want to do, this file will be here and the name is going to be dev.db. Okay, let's just change it so that it can be easy for us to notice it. Let's call it quick or code maker. Okay, code maker. Okay, so it's going to be codemaker.db. Okay, I'm happy with this and I think we are winning. Okay, let's see. Using the beta SQLite driver. For now, let's end here. Okay, let's test things. Okay, let's some sort of push the DB for now. Okay, I don't want us to go too far without testing things. So now that we have configured Prisma, okay, we've got the necessary files and we've got the schema, and the schema has what can I say, the data source that we want or the provider that we want. Let's now push the DB. Pushing the DB means taking the schema. It's like, let me put it in a simple database terms. It's like creating tables that are on the schema in the database itself. If the database is not there, we are going to create it. So your next question is, where is the schema? Okay, this is the schema. We don't have any tables yet. Okay, as you can see, we don't have any tables yet. What I'm interested in here is to see this database in here. It's going to be empty. Yes, I understand. I want to take things one step at a time. Okay, as I've told you that Prisma 7, I'm not like as in highly confident. Okay, so let's continue. So npx db push. So we are pushing the schema into a database. If it's not there, we are going to create it. Let's run that. We are supposed to see this file codemaker here .db. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that and wait for it. If this file could be here, then we will know that we are good to go and everything is working well, as you can see. Let's see. Okay, npx or Prisma db push. Okay, my apologies. As you can see, this is npx db push. Okay, so we didn't tell it npx Prisma. Okay, npx Prisma db push. Okay, this is a Prisma command, not just npx push. Okay, my apologies about that. As you can see, guys, now we have this database. Okay, but it's empty. Okay, before I close this video, before I end this video, as you can see here, I've got what can I say, this interface. Okay, first of all, this has got a pink icon here. Okay, that is not going to happen by default. Okay, as you can see here, I've got this nice table. Okay, here, this presentation, there is a plugin that I have installed. I forgot how I installed it, but I wanted SQL. How did I search it? It's like I wanted viewer. Okay, here is it. Okay, I wanted something like this, SQLite viewer. Okay, so let's check in one of these. I think this might be it. As you can see, it's asking me to install. This means that it has been installed. As you can see, it will help you to visualize your database. Okay, I would like to believe SQLite, it's something like a JSON object. Think of it that way. It's like a text or a comma separated value, a CSV file. It's more like a text, okay? So if you click on it, you might see a lot of text and some sort of funny commands. In order for you to view it like a database, like this, same way as I'm doing here, okay, you need to install this SQLite viewer, this one, okay, by this guy. Okay, so this is the one that has worked for me. I think we have made a progress, and as much as I was afraid of Prisma 7, since I thought maybe it's going to take me from pillar to post, but it looks like I'm also learning and I'm also getting there. Thank you so much for your patience. If you like videos like these, please don't forget to subscribe and share the video. In the next video, we are going to create a schema and then run a db push if we see those tables here, and then we can proceed from there. Thank you so much. See you on the next one.
In this video, we are going to create the schemas for our database. Okay, so what is a schema? Treat a schema or a Prisma schema as some sort of a list of tables. Okay, it's that simple. And in this course, this is just only for beginners. So I'm not going to get into details and confuse you about a lot of things. So we're just going to create tables. And when we are creating these tables, we're just going to use a certain format that Prisma wants or some sort of suggest. Okay. The most important thing about this tutorial that I would like you to keep it into your heart is that if we are using SQLite and Prisma and MongoDB, the way in which we create or declare these schemas is different. So in case maybe you have seen a different tutorial where there are some minor changes, things are not the same, please understand that Prisma has to adapt to different types of databases. So the schemas are not 100% the same. Without wasting time, let's just jump straight into it. So how do you create, let's say, the table? Okay, the table in Prisma, it's called a model. So let's create a model, and this model, it's user. Okay, model user. Okay, so as you can see, this changes the color. I think there is one thing that I have not mentioned to you. Since maybe your own schema might not have these colors. Let's just quickly check on the extension, and let me just type Prisma here. I think there is a Prisma extension that I have installed. Okay, just that I forgot about it now. Okay, Prisma, yes, suppose it's this one. As you can see, please install this extension so that your own schema could have colors too. Okay, so that it could have this formatting and these colors. So what is this? This is just a table. So a table is called a model. So we've got a table user. It's that simple. Okay, so sorry. So let's create a table. So in this application, we are having users, and the users will create companies and code. Okay, so let's have this user. So what will be the field for this user? Okay, we are going to have an ID. These tables are going to be very simple and basics. Okay, since this course is geared towards the beginners. Okay, so this is going to be ID, and the data type for it is going to be int, and we want this to be a primary key. Okay, since we are using SQL, I'm not going to say SQLite every time. Since we are using SQL, and then at this ID we are going to have a default. Isn't default there here? Yes, we are going to use our default, and here we are going to add auto increment. Why there is auto increment here? Simply because we are using the SQL database. What if maybe we're using MongoDB? There will be something different here, maybe at UUID. So those are the minor changes that I say Prisma has to, or Prisma have to adapt to different databases. Okay, so with that being said, let's just quickly type other tables. It's going to be very simple. Let's say, sorry, other columns. It's going to be very simple. It's going to be a column name and a type. In terms of Prisma, this is more like let's say, what can I say, a field. Okay, so let's have a field which is name, and it's going to be a string. Apologies about that. And then after that, let's have an email. Okay, and the email is going to be a string. Okay, is going to be a string. But what we want to do with the email, we want to add a constraint. Okay, that it must be unique. Okay, do we have unique here? Yes. Why must emails be unique? Simply because we are going to use the email as more like the actual primary key, more especially for, what can I say, for identifying users. Okay, for instance, when you want to log in, we will use email and a password. So imagine if the system has got two similar emails. Okay, obviously that will be a problem. So we are reinforcing that the email must be unique for that reason. And then let's have a password.
which is going to be a string, and then a user will create a company. Okay, so let's have a company here. Okay, this company field will come from a company, or will have a relationship with what can I say, with a model called company. So since we are having what can I say, we are having some sort of an error there, let's just quickly create that model. Okay, these are some sort of relationships. Okay, so let's create that model. What can we do? Let's just put here name string for now. Okay, since I know we will have a name. Okay, let's see. We've got a model name. Let's say error validating model company. Each model must have at least one unique. Okay, fine. Let's just copy this. Okay, I am very lazy. Okay, let's just copy this so that this can have some sort of a unique ID. As you can see, there is no error now. Okay, so meaning that now when we are creating this relationship between the user and the company, saying that this field company, okay, this one, the small one, small letter one, company, will have a relationship with a model company. What will be the rules of engagement? Okay, let's say at relationship or relation. And then we need to specify here the fields that are involved. How are these guys going to link to one another? We need to specify the fields. Okay, and here in the field, you need to identify, what can I say, you need to have a field in your user that will some sort of link to the field in your company. Let's say we choose to say the field that will link the user and the company is just ID. Obviously, this will bring confusion because we've got ID here and we will have that new field here, which is going to be ID. As you can see, if everything could be ID, obviously there will be some sort of, what can I say, some sort of confusion. So we need to have a unique field that will some sort of serves as a link between the company that is in users, which is this one, and the company that is in companies. Okay, so as you can see, the company that is in users will be company ID, and the company that will be the ID that will be in company, it will be ID. So now we need to copy this company to say that in our fields, we are going to have a company ID, which is the one that is here, and it will relate, or it will link. Okay, how do we say that? We will type here references. Okay, and it references ID. So in company, this references ID. Okay, let's just quickly check what might be the problem. What is this error saying? We've got our password string here. Okay, there's no error there. And we've got our company. And then with company, let's just check the spellings. Is everything okay? The company is going to be optional. This question mark means optional. Okay, let's look at what might be the issue. Error validating field company in model users. The relation field company on model user is missing an opposite relation field on the model company. Okay, so we are going to continue with the company and we are going to create the relationship. So Prisma suggests that, let's say on Facebook, if you've got some sort of a friend that you've added into your network, and the friend happened to be your spouse, but Facebook is not aware of it. So if you set your marital status to married to so and so, Facebook will want that person to confirm that they are married with you. So think of it that way. So we are saying here that users is linked to companies, but companies doesn't know that, as you can see. Okay, so this error is only for that. So when we're defining company in detail, we will some sort of tell we will make company as a model or as a table be aware that it has got a relationship with users. Okay, so let's just quickly continue. So we've got a company and we will have quotes. Okay, because
because what can I say, users will create code, okay, or will have code. Let me put it that way, because even the type of English or word or the word choice that I am using, it's very critical, okay. So let me just say, because the user has a code, okay, meaning that it owns some code, so it will have a list of codes under it. That makes sense, right? Because you can create code number 1, code number 2, and code number 3. That's why we will see codes here as small letters, with codes as a table, okay. So what does that mean? This means that we need to have a model which is going to be codes, okay. So let's just copy this and have a model which we are going to call codes, okay, as you can see. And what else? Does it really have to be codes? I don't think we have to call it code, because this model, they've got some sort of I think that's what Prisma suggests. They are not like users, okay. It's just user, okay. So let me just remove this and remove this, okay. I will check these errors now. Let me just continue, okay. And then whenever you create a user, you might want to have created at, okay, created at. This is more like a common field, okay, and it's usually date and time, okay. And we always have a default, which is a timestamp called now, okay. And then this one is not necessary, but I'm going to add it here just for best what can I say, programming practices, or DB design, database design practices, okay. Sometimes you have also updated at, okay, because you create and update the users, okay. That means you might make some changes, so when it's updated, then we need to keep what can I say, to keep track of that update. When was it updated? Okay, so let's just look at a user. We've got a user that has got a unique identifier for this table. We've got a name, we've got an email, it must be unique. We've got a password, we've got a company, this field, okay, that relates or in relation with the company. And the fields of relation, we know it as company ID here, and it will reference ID in here. So let's get into company, okay. And then in terms of company, what is it that we want? There is nothing much, if I can be honest. We have we have a company email that is going to be a string, okay. What else can we have? We've got a phone number, okay, that is also going to be a string, because we are not going to make calculations with company numbers, so it's fine as a string. In terms of the logos and other things, we are not going to put them there, and the websites, we are not going to be advertising. So let's just add address, okay. Let's just add address, and address is going to be a string. Let me ask a question. Is it a must? Is it mandatory that the company must have some sort of a phone number? Okay. If it's not mandatory, a company can operate without a phone number, then we must make this optional. Sometimes the company might not have an address. Let's make some of these optional. In terms of an email, for quotation, for the problem that we are solving, it's not necessary, okay. It's not necessary, so let's just quickly put those as optional. So we've got the address, and let's put a is it a province? Let's look at the address in terms of here in South Africa. So we've got the address, and then let's say town, okay. In which town are you in? And then let's say, is it a zip code? Okay, let's say a zip code, okay. My apologies about this. Town as a string, and let's say a zip code. Okay, town as a string, and then enter. Okay, now I see the reason. And let's add a zip code. Also, it's going to be a string. Let's look at this. These are optional. This means that it can be null. These can be null values or empty because it's not necessary. Okay. In terms of the registration number, let's add it there and make it optional. Registration number. Okay. Registration number, and let's make it a string, and it's optional. Okay. Things that are important in our case is bank account, because our quotation will have bank accounts. Okay. Let's just make the bank account necessary. Okay. Or let's just make it optional. Okay, you might add a bank account if you want. If you want, we might not add. What else do we want? Do you have to describe your company? No. Now, let's just add these obvious ones. Okay, these are obvious. They are always there, which is created at and updated at. Now, let's try to solve some of these errors. Okay, a company will have or is in relation with, there's a relationship between company and users. So we're going to have users here, which will relate to the user, okay, in this form. So as you can see, now that we have done this, we have done completing the company model. Now we don't have errors here. Okay, as you can see. I apologize about that. As you can see, so let me just explain what might this mean. Okay, in terms of, maybe you are used to some sort of SQL and inner joining when you are working with tables. So this is Prisma. Okay, Prisma, when you query data, okay, Prisma can give you a structure like this in terms of data. Let's say this is users. Okay, this is users. Okay, so there is an ID. The ID is 123, and this user has some codes. Okay, something like this, codes. And these codes, they are going to be some sort of, what can I say, not an object but an array of objects. Okay, let's say qtid, I'm just making an example, qtid1. Okay, this is code number 1 and code number 2. So this means that this will mean that this user has created 2 quotations. Okay, as you can see. So it looks like the data structure that you might get from the API from using this, let's say from using Prisma, or when you are getting the data from the database, you might get a structure like this. So why am I explaining this to you? I'm trying to explain the idea of these arrays. Okay, these arrays, because maybe if you are from SQL tables or whatever, you might not really get it. What's up with these arrays? So this just means that we can have a user object coming back as a data with an ID and with codes, let's say with codes, okay, as an array, meaning that this user might have many codes. So I was just explaining this array thing, why it exists here. So I hope now it's clear. Okay, what else do we want to have? We want to have clients. Okay, we want to have clients here. Okay, we want to have a client, in fact. Okay, we want to have a client, a model client. My apologies about that. Model client. Okay, now I'm going to do like copy and paste for the most part. Okay, for instance, let me just copy and paste this. Okay, here on client, a model called client. We're going to have an ID, it's not going to change. We're going to have a name, an email is not going to change. What else? Instead of password, let's have phone. Okay, which is the phone number, and that is it. Okay, let's delete this company what and company what. Okay, clients might have codes. Okay, we might query client, let's say client with this ID, and this client might have, let's say, 7 codes under it. It's possible. So we are going to leave our codes here, and then after that we are going to have created it and updated it. Okay, why is this complaining? Simply because under code we have not stated that there is a relationship between these guys, similar to this one. When we are getting to code in details, we will solve all of those. So let's continue. Okay, let's continue, and then let's just try to finish up this code so that we can quickly get rid of those things. So I think this was just what can I say, just a sample. Okay, so now let's get into code model. So it has got an ID. I'm happy with that. Okay, there is a relationship between this and users. Okay, because the users will own the code, or the users create the code. So let's have a user here, and then this will relate to a user. Okay, and there will be a relationship which is at relation. Okay, and then how is this? Let's just simply do this. I like to just copy and paste. Sorry. Okay, I like to do copy and paste since I don't really have to type all of this. Okay, let's just paste it here. Okay, and then we are going to some sort of change some minor things here, such as this field. So on users, in terms of the field, there will be in here, there will be a user ID. Okay, we need to create a user ID here. Okay, which is going to be this one. It's going to be a string or a number. I think it's going to be an integer. Okay, it's going to be an integer because suppose here it's an int, as you can see. Okay, so we are going to identify it as user ID here, and then here it's already a user ID. So as you can see, this error is gone. This means that now even on client we have to create more or less the same thing. Okay, so let's quickly do that with client as well. Let's just copy and paste this. Okay, copy and paste this, and we are going to make this client here, then make this small letter client, and then here we are going to have client ID. Okay, as you can see, we have managed to solve some problem, but something is not true here because this is client, and we've got a user ID. Okay, we are supposed to have a client ID here. As you can see now, we don't have some sort of, what can I say, we don't have some errors. Okay, so I think this brings us okay in terms of the quotation. What else can we add there? A quotation will have items. Okay, let's say the code number is 001, and under this code it will have some item. Okay, so meaning that it must have a relationship with a table code items. Okay, because these items are not going to be saved in a code. Let me just give you an idea. The code table need to be a simple and a clean table, because what it wants to carry, it wants to carry a code ID. Let me say QTID. Okay, QTID, this belongs to this client. These are the details that it carries, and it was made by this user, as you can see. Okay, but it won't have the details of the line item, because if that's the case, then it needs to repeat this for a logo that was the item logo. It needs to repeat this for an item, let's say painting. It will repeat these because it needs to put these lines. So as you can see, this is not going to work. So this means that we need to have another table that will keep all those details, and it must have a relationship with code. Let's say code ID. Let's say code item ID. Okay, code item ID. Okay, then in code item, okay, items, we can have all these details. Okay, so this is a master, and this is a detail. That's what this is called in terms of the database design. So this is the master and we need a detail. Okay, so with that being said, let's have a field called items. Okay, and then it will relate to code items. Okay, items, right? Or code item, because model don't have what can I say, the models don't have the S in Prisma. Let's say model code item. Okay, and then so where is the unique ID? This will be there, and we will put other things later. Okay, let's leave this like this for now. Okay, and then after that we might want a total. Okay, here we might want a total. How much was it? Okay, a total. We cannot make a total an integer because this is some sort of what can I say, monetary digits like 2.5, 2.6. So there is a decimal there. So let's give this a what's this, a type of float. Okay, and then the default amount must be zero. Okay, let's put it 0. So it's going to be always 0 here as a default. What else do we want? I think we need why we don't have created it and created it. Okay, next time I just have to always copy this. Okay, created it and modified it. I think we are done with the code model. Okay, what else do we want? Let's just get into code items. Okay, before we get to items, I just want to solve this problem, but we've got another table which is going to be items because we are selling items. Okay, we are selling products, so we need that table. But let's just quickly finish this one. Okay, so the code item will have a relationship with code. Okay, as you can see, it will have a relationship with code as a field, and then code here, sorry, code here as a model. And then let's just take this as it is, and then we are going to change some few things. Okay, this means that this is going to be a code ID which will be in this table, in the current table, and is going to be an integer. As you can see, let's just quickly read this. We've got a code here which will have a relationship with the code model. In terms of the field, we will identify this as an code ID here. Where it's coming from it's identified as an ID. Let me just quickly check if here is it. Okay, here is this ID. I am happy with this. Okay, this makes sense and everything is well. And then from then we are on code item. Okay, and a code item will have a description. Okay, let's describe it. A description. Okay, we'll have a description which will be a string. Okay, and it's mandatory. We will have quantity. My apologies about this. Okay, we will have quantity. Okay, we will have quantity as int. Okay, that's not much of a problem. And then from there we are going to have unit price. Okay, we are going to have as an int, and we are going to have unit price. Unit price is going to be an int or a float. Let's make it a float because it's okay. Let's make it a float because it's an amount. Okay, then we are going to have a total. Okay, and what else after total? I don't think we have any other thing. Okay, let me just click save. Let's look at this. This is a detailed table for code. It will save all code item. Why do we have this unique, let's say, what can I say? This unique table. Okay, here is the thing. This table, okay, a code It's some sort of a transaction that happens at a certain moment in time. Okay, it's a transaction and there is a certain moment in time. So at that certain moment in time or at certain point in time, maybe the price of a logo was 500. The price of an identity system was 200. That is the price at that point in time. This as a separate table freezes that moment. It will always keep those, okay? Meaning that it will save, let's say the quantity as whatever, the unit price as 500, because at that point in time it was 500, okay? It doesn't have any direct relationship with the items model that we are going to create now, or the one that I'm creating now. Okay, because here there will be the amount, and so this amount that is here will fluctuate. In 2027 this amount might change. Okay, if we can have a link between these, it will mean that the code details that are here will always change according to the changing prices, and that will be misleading. We sold an item here, a graphic design item, for 200 in 2026. In 2027 the item price has increased to 500. Does that mean this will change the history? The history details will change to 500 now. Obviously that won't be right. So that's why we have this separate item table or detail table for code to freeze like time, so that we will always say we sold this logo at this point in time 2026 and it was 200 in 2026. What if maybe you have changed it here? This what can I say, this model won't be affected. I hope you do get that one. So here we will have an ID auto increment, we will have this, and we will have this created at. Okay, let's come here and we will have this created at. Let's see what we want to have in an item. We're going to have an item name, which is a string, and we are going to have a description, which is a string. Let's make it mandatory. Description, which is a string. Let's have a price. Okay, how much is it? And let's make it a float since it's money. Okay, and also that is it. We've got created at and. Okay, now we are done with our schema. Let's just check our table. We've got the users, and the users will create companies. Okay, and these users will create code by adding client to a quotation and adding the quotation. In the quotation there will be items, and when code is added it will have some sort of quotation details. Okay, I think the relationship is solid. We don't have an error. Let's just click here and save. Before we close, before we end this tutorial, let's push this DB. Remember, on the previous tutorial I said we are going to push the DB. Prisma will create the DB if it's not there, and it will populate it with fields. But because of we didn't have the schema, okay, this is empty. So let's see now that we've got the schema, we've got this. Are we going to find these tables here? Let's quickly do that. npx prisma db database push. Let's hit enter. So we want this schema to be created as tables here. Okay, that's what we are expecting. Let's see what happened. Created at file. The database is already in sync with the Prisma. Okay, but I don't see a change here. That means I will have to refresh this in order to see a change. Let's see. Okay, it looks like everything is done. Let's click here and see. As you can see, guys, now we've got all the tables. Okay, all the tables. Okay, the reason why I like SQLite, okay, or SQLite, it's because of I'm not going to bother you with creating account on Postgres, on creating adding a long and unnecessary like database table, like what can I say, like database management system like SQL and other things. Everything is just here. okay, so that I can stick into teaching you the fundamentals. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If you like content like this, please don't forget, help me to grow the channel by subscribing. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to use Prisma to send data to the database. How are we going to do that? In this module, we were supposed to just jump into it and do that, but we need to create a method that will supply a Prisma client for us. Okay, let's get into that. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go to the Prisma documentation. I believe this is Prisma doc, and then we're going to click Next.js. And then here in Next.js, we want a place where it tells us that we can have other different database drivers, which is this one. Let's click there because we are interested in SQLite. Okay, let's just go down a little bit to look for SQLite details. Let's see. Okay, let's see, driver adapter. I'm looking for SQLite. My apologies about this. Am I on the right place? Okay, this is where I want to be. Okay, my apologies about that. So here, as you can see, this is the schema.prisma. We are done with that. This is the data source, Prisma config. I think we are done with this. And then I think we are somewhere here, okay, installing the dependencies. We have I don't think we have installed these dependencies, okay, because this is where we are here now, okay. We want to install this, okay. As you can see, instantiate a Prisma client using the driver adapter. This is what we want. We want this code as is. So this code goes hand in hand with this dependency, as you can see, this one. So before we do anything, let's copy this and add that dependency. Okay, let's see what's the problem. Okay, let me just copy this. Okay, only this. Okay, let me copy this nicely. Okay, and then let's add that dependency. And then what we want to do, we want to go to the lib folder. We want to create a file which is going to be Prisma. Let's call it Prisma client, the file. Okay, .ts. All right, and we are going to copy this code as is, this one. Okay, because we are going to use this to create anything that we want to create, query or create, we are going to use it. Okay, so let's just paste everything here. So as you can see, because of we have installed this, okay, this works well. Okay, this has been imported, but now we don't have this. Okay, we don't have this. Okay, so how can we solve this problem? Okay, the first option to solve this problem is to make sure that we go to the config. First, let's just run Prisma generate first. Okay, so that Prisma can generate the client. Okay, first npx Prisma generate. Okay, we are generating the client. Let's see what this will tell us. Okay, because this has got something to do with the generated what can I say, Prisma client. Okay, are we done? Okay, it's still processing, loading config. As you can see, it's loading the config. Is there any file that it has created? It's loading the config. Prisma schema loaded from here. Okay, generated Prisma client dot lib dot so it looks like to me there is a generated Prisma file, okay, as you can see. Okay, but this code is looking at it from a wrong location. Okay, maybe what is the cause for this? Okay, let's go and look at this Prisma config. Where is it? Let's look at Prisma config.
As you can see, this Prisma config is the Prisma config that I want. Let's see, prisma.config. Is it this prisma.config? Yes. Okay, this doesn't have anything to do with output. This is not what I want. I think I'm looking for Prisma. Let's check here. Okay, I'm looking for a file with an output. This is the file that I want. Okay, as you can see, based on this output under generate, okay, the output is .lib generated. So when we executed the generate command, the file has been, what can I say, has been generated and saved in this location. Okay, so the only thing that we need to change, let me just copy this for reference. Okay, let's copy this for reference, and we want to go to, are we inside the lib? Yes. Prisma client? Yes. Okay, so let's try to locate this. Okay, as you can see, this is inside the lib. For us, we are already inside the lib. So where is that file first? Let's see. Generated. Let's see, here is generated. Okay, as you can see. So what we want to do, we want to go to this file from here. So let's just quickly check. Okay, let's click dot. I was hoping this is going to suggest something like this. Okay, generated and then forward slash. Let's click Prisma. Okay, for me, this was supposed to work, but if it doesn't work, that is not much of a problem. Okay, I was expecting this to work. Okay, that's not much of a problem if it doesn't work. What we can do, let's try to import it from Prisma client directly. Okay, now I'm relying on the way I used to do it on Prisma 6. Okay, let's say at Prisma client somewhere here. Okay, if we are getting it from Prisma client, what does it say? Import at Prisma client has no exported Prisma client. Okay, where can we get this client then if here on generated it's not there? Okay, let's do this. Let me just come here and press Control and space. Let's see. Okay, let's see. This can be imported from this, as you can see, .generated, .prisma, .client. I think we can rely on this. Let's just click here. Okay, and it looks like we have won. So the only thing that we were supposed to do is to generated Prisma and then forward slash client. Okay, so this has worked. Okay, this is the correct output and everything is fine now. Okay, I think the only thing that I am not necessarily I'm not sure about, but what can I say? The only thing that I am not happy with, I think the database file. Okay, let's just quickly confirm. Our database file is CodeMaker. Okay, let's see from here is CodeMaker. Okay, it's here, and this is referencing .prisma.dev.db. I don't think this is the right path. Okay, so what we will do, let's see, let's try to reference the same database, this one. Okay, to avoid a duplicated database, let's click dot here and forward slash. Okay, I was hoping this was going to some sort of give me some auto suggestion from here. Okay, oh, okay. So here from file, this is the part that I was supposed to change. Okay, this is not our database. Let me try to use my mind here. Where I am here, let's check. I think I'm in the lib folder. Let's just check where I am. Okay, yes, I'm in the lib folder. Okay, that means this is where I am exactly. Okay, in this Prisma client. So if I'm pressing a dot here, I jump outside the lib folder. Okay, and then right after that, I don't have to get into any other folder. Then I will get to the code maker DB. Okay, I think this will work, but let's just confirm. Okay, let's hope this will give us some autocomplete. Let's say dot or forward slash. It doesn't. Okay, if it doesn't, that is not much of a problem. We can rely on this one. Now I'm using some techniques to quickly check if I'm doing the right thing, because I want to be here. So let's see, dot forward slash. We can get into generated from here, and schema and utils. Let's check. Generated schema and utils. That means we are not yet out of this folder. We need to put another dot here so that we can be out of that folder. Let's see. Okay, forward slash. Can we see our database here, which is code maker database? If we don't see it, can we see the files that are sitting with it, which is, let's say, the packages, node modules, and the Prisma and tsconfig? Let's see. tsconfig is in the same root folder as this one. Okay, so if we can have two dots here and forward slash, and then we can just copy this, okay, as is. And then this has helped us to locate where we are. Okay, so let me just delete this. And then from here, we can put two dots and then paste this. Okay, now I'm 100% sure that I am pointing to this. Okay, and then what I need to do, the other thing that I need to check also is that we are not exporting this. So that means it's not available, okay, in other modules. Remember, we want to use it. So let me just type here const, okay, export, sorry, so that it can be available in other modules. Okay, as you can see, this is what we wanted. Now let me click save, and then we need to test. Okay, before we test, let me just generate Prisma, npx Prisma generate. Okay, to make sure that everything has been generated. Okay, I'm happy with this. Now let's test. Let me just put clear here. And then how are we going to test? We need to go to sign up. Let's go to sign up in the API folder. The API route sign up. We want to be here. Okay. So what is it that we want to get here? We want to use that Prisma. Okay. Let's see how we are going to use it. The one that we were exporting. So after getting this data, okay, we want to somewhat use it. Okay. So let's just click here const, okay, user. Okay, it's like now we are creating the actual user. Okay, const user is equal to await. Let's await it because it will take some time and it might have different state. There might be an error, we might get the data, there might be a disconnection, so that's why we somewhat have to await it. Now let's use the Prisma that we have created. Let's see. As you can see, since we have exported it, we can get it from here. Okay, this is what I want. The first thing that will tell us if we are winning, let's click the dot here and see what Typescript will give us. Okay, as you can see, it's giving us the tables that we have. We've got client, we've got companies, we've got item. Let me just type U so that to see if we've got user. As you can see, we've got a user here. So I am convinced that we are doing the right thing, or we are, what can I say, heading the right direction. Okay. And then from there, we want to create, okay, we want to create, that means we are creating a user using Prisma. And then from then, we need to add an object here. Okay, we need to add an object here. In this object, we need to add data. Okay, and then which data are we going to add? Let's add the data that is coming from what can I say, that is coming from the DB, sorry, the UI. Which data is coming from the UI is this one. Okay, and here at this point in time, this data has a, what can I say, in terms of TypeScript, it has got any. As you can see here, we didn't, what can I say, work on the TypeScript well for now. Okay, we've just took this and we've returned it. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to take this data as is and save it here. Okay, and then when saving it here, how are we going to do it? Let's put it as it is, as this object. Okay, as it is. Okay, and then let's see. I was thinking that this, in terms of TypeScript, it was going to complain. Also, our data is any here. Okay, that's not much of a problem. Okay, I was hoping it's going to complain because, what can I say? Prisma is supposed to know the structure of the data. For instance, the name, the email, the password, and the created, and all these things. Okay, but it looks like here it can take anything. So I was hoping that this any will give us a problem, but it looks like it's working. Okay, so now we need to somewhat do what? Let's see, can we console log this user, or or we need to return it? Okay, let's console log it. Okay, let's console log. Okay, let's console log this user. Okay, let's see, console.log, sorry, let's console.log this user. Okay, and click save. Okay, so I think we are done. So if this is successful, we are supposed to get, as you can see now, there is, what can I say, the TypeScript is coming back here. Okay, this is what we are supposed to get. User is supposed to have the name and whatever and whatever and whatever. Okay, from the saved one. Okay, I think we are done. Let's run this npm run dev. Okay, let's run this and test it. Okay, so if we've managed to save this, and then here we are supposed to have the data. Okay, like on users, this data is supposed to be here. Okay, the one that comes from the one that comes from the UI. Okay, let's see, this is still processing. What can I do? Let me just pause the video so that I cannot take your time unnecessarily, because okay, here is it. I think we are ready. Okay, level port 300. Okay, cool, let's continue. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I want to view both of these things together, this one here and this one here. Okay, so that whatever I'm doing here, when I'm typing, I want to see what is going to happen here exactly. Let's go back to our route, and then let's not just console log user. Let's just type here like created user, so that we can label it created user as a string. Created user. Okay, I need to fix my keyboard, it's too far from my eyes. Okay, so I have to shift always. Okay, cool. So now let's just wait for this to load, and that will be it. We will test and see how it works. Okay, can I refresh? Okay, it's compiling and it's taking some time. Let me just pause this video to save yourself some time, because I am not sure why it's taking some time. Okay, see you soon. Okay, we are back, and this has loaded. This is our home page. Let's go to sign up, and then from sign up, let's type here test, and then email is test api@gmail.com, and then password, let's type test, and then confirm password, test. Okay, now we need to observe. Okay, we need to observe what we want to do. We want to see, we don't really want this request. Okay, requested body, we don't really want this one. Okay, we're interested in created user. Okay, let's click send and see. Okay, failed to register, yes, and then let's see what is the error. Prisma client unknown request invalid import module dot lib dot prisma client prisma dot user dot create invocation invalid. Let's see. All right, let's continue. My apologies for the delay. Okay, so after I got the error, I did some research and ChatGPT search, okay, and prompt, and then everything was fixed. Okay, so first let me show you that everything was fixed. Let's just go here. Okay, let's check on users. Do we have any user here? As you can see, we have a user here. Okay, everything has been saved. Obviously, the state of your own code is not exactly the same as mine. Okay, let's quickly fix that. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to go back to, let's start from here. Okay, not with here, let's start from here. Okay, this is not where I want to be. My apologies about that. I want to be here. Okay, remember, at first I have used this to try to locate this, okay? But it looks like that was not working. So the double dot here, first of all, was a problem, okay? So the best way to do it is to put only this and then you point to this database. That was the best way, okay? So the old link that was here, it created this one. So it was true that this line needs to correspond to this actual database, okay? So meaning that this was created by my testing with this, so automatically this was created, and as you can see, it's empty. This means that I have to delete this. So I will stop the server and delete this. So in your code, please make sure that you've got dot, one dot, and then with code db. That is the first thing, okay? So that you can point to the actual database. That is point number one. Point number two, after that, when I was trying to save a user, it has told me that when I'm saving a user, it doesn't have a company ID. Okay, this is my fault in creating a schema. So this means that if we go to our schema, the schema that you have at this point in time, that schema has a user and this question mark is not there. Okay, this means that when you save, when you create a user, there must be a company ID, of which, according to my intention, that's not necessary. It doesn't have to be like that because you can first create a user and then the user will create the company ID. Okay, so by adding this question mark, this means that you are allowing Prisma to save a user without the ID. The company ID will be created later, will be associated later, okay? So as you can see, please make sure that you add this question mark, okay? The database at this point in time in your code, okay, doesn't have these changes, okay? This database is expecting the company ID to be mandatory, okay? So let's just cancel this and then clear. I will show you the command to run. First, run npx prisma generate. Okay, we are generating a new client that has got these changes, that knows that this is optional. That's number one. And then number two, we need to push this schema to this guy. So this is what we are going to do. npx prisma db push. Now what will happen, this database that is here will be aware of this as optional, okay? And then let's do that. Okay, and then after, let's npm run dev. Okay, that means we are running this. And then what we want to do now, okay, we want to type here, let's say coded. Okay, and also this one is coded, and then the password is coded, and confirm the password coded, as you can see. So let's submit. Okay, as you can see, user register successfully, and this has resetted. Let's check here. The user that has been logged here, the created user, the ID is 2, it's coded design and whatever, and it shows the password as well. We just need to fix this on the next video. Okay, this doesn't have to be here. Okay, we only need to send back these details, not the ID. Okay, not the password. Okay, so as you can see, everything works well. Okay, in closing, this is what I'm going to do to make sure that everything works well. I'm just going to come here and stop the server and clear everything. Now that I have stopped the server, this file was created and I don't want it. Let me remove it because it was created by mistake. And then even this file, okay, it has got a lot of users here that I don't, which I was just testing. Not like I don't know these users, but I was just testing. So I'm going to delete it as well. Okay, delete it as well. As you can see, now there is nothing here. Okay, so if your Prisma client has got this dot here, okay, let me also check where this is supposed to be. Has got this dot here, and let me click find in files for quick. Okay, if your Prisma client has this dot here, and your Prisma config has got this, okay, as you can see, this path and the Prisma client path, they are the same. That means we are good to go. And also you just double check if your schema, your Prisma schema in terms of the company, user company has got a question mark here. That means we are good to go. So I deleted the database that was here, okay, so that I can start from scratch. And also this is the advantage of Prisma. Okay, with Prisma, it's like the configuration of your database doesn't live on the database. It's like I don't go to my SQL here and create table like independent of the code. So everything is sitting in a code. What if maybe you can lose that database? Let's say you can connect to a new database, all these tables will be created. So there is that safety that comes with it. Okay, let's say for instance the database that I've deleted, I have lost it, so I want to create it again. The first thing I will do, I will just type npx prisma init. I'm initializing Prisma. Okay, I'm initializing Prisma. Is it init or db push? My apologies about this. Npx Prisma db push. So this command will take all this schema and create all the tables and save it into the database. If the database is not there, it will create a new one. Okay, so let's test that. Suppose we've got, as you can see, here is it, and it's a clean one. Okay, as you can see, there is nothing here. Okay, now since we know that everything works well, and then let's type npm prisma npm run dev, npm run dev. Let's run the server, npm run dev, and then let's go to sign up and let's just create a user which is correct. The email, let's use this one for now, and the password, it's correct, and the password here, it's correct. Okay, and then let's click save. As you can see, everything went well. This has been saved, and this is what can I say, it's been cleared. And then we just need to come here and refresh. How do I refresh this? Let me close it and come back to it. Okay, suppose here we've got correct as a user, as you can see. Okay, everything is here. I'm Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If you feel like this video has added value into your overall understanding of Prisma and schema and anything Prisma related, please help me to grow the channel by subscribing. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to validate the data that is coming from the client, and we need to what can I say, encrypt the password. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So as you can see in our endpoint, we can take the body from the client, and then we can some sort of create a user here. Okay, And we have seen in the previous video that the user can be created successfully. So what we want to do now, we want to validate data. Okay. So what we did previously, okay, was to create a single source of truth for validation. I think that file is under schemas. Okay. As you can see here, we've got sign up API schema. This is the schema that we want. Okay. And we've got sign up API type. Okay. So we want to import this schema because we want to check if whatever that the client, okay, the UI is sending to the backend, it's a valid data, okay, according to this schema. Okay, so let's just type here schema, and then we need to import this schema. Okay, and then we need to type here schema.savePass. Okay, I will talk about SafePass now. Okay, and then what is it that we want to SafePass? Let's just copy this. Okay, let's just copy this. We want to SafePass after this data. Okay, SafePass, and then we are going to pass the data. Okay, and that data is, my apologies about this, and then that data is this one. Okay, as you can see. So we've got two ways to go about this. The first one is to just pass, not SafePass. Okay, when you use pass, let me just make an example. Okay, when you use pass, not SafePass, let's see, just pass. Okay, whenever there is a problem, Zod will throw an error. Okay, this SafePass doesn't throw an error. Okay, that means you will need to some sort of put the result in a variable. Okay, is validation. Okay, is validation. What could be the name of this variable? Okay, let me just name it right. Okay, is data correct? Let me just do that. Okay. Okay, is data correct? We want to make sure that this data is correct, so we are using this schema.safePass. Okay, so if what is coming from the UI, what is coming from here is exactly this schema name, email, and password, as it is in terms of the type string, then we are good to go. Okay, let me check the email. Is the email string? My apologies about that. The email is supposed to be a solid password. Okay, let's go and check the schema. Okay, the email is supposed to be an email, not just a string. Let's just go here and see what is the problem. Okay, let's see. Obviously, the email has to be some sort of a string, but I'm not sure. Okay, now I see. My apologies. Okay, this is TypeScript. Okay, this is my mistake. Okay, let's check here. This is TypeScript. This is not Zod validation. This is a type. Okay, in terms of a type, the email is a string. Okay, so this is not validation, but it's typing. Now I'm happy with it. So a name is going to be a string, the email is going to be a string, and the password is going to be a string, but it will be validated here. Is that string an email? This schema will do that. Okay, let me just quickly show you. Here is that schema doing that. Okay, dot email dot validate. Okay, so as you can see, so let's continue. So after this, we need to check if everything is well. If not, then we need to be defensive. I will show you now how to be defensive. Okay, this is defensive coding. If this is validate, is data correct dot. Okay, as you can see, we've got success here. Okay, dot success. is not equal to or is equal to false. Okay. If success is equal to false, I'm assuming this is a Boolean. As you can see, if success is equal to false, that means there is an error. What we need to do, we need to return. Okay. That means return means that jump out of the module. Okay. Jump out of the module, message. Okay. What is the message? Okay. The message, let's say UI data not correct. Okay, UI data not correct. And then what do I want to do? Okay, I'm happy with this. And then from there, do I have to? I think I'm happy with this. The only thing that I need to do, I don't need to put a data here. I apologize about that. This data is not correct. And I need to, what can I say? To put a status code. Okay. How do I do that? I forgot now in terms of Next.js. Let's see, do I do it after this or I also do it here? Let me check. Let me check status. In Next.js, how do you put a response with a status? Or maybe, I don't think this is how you do it. Let me check. Oh, yes, it looks like here's the status. Okay. I forgot now about this. Let me just put 200 for now, which is the wrong one. Okay, fine. That means we are winning. Now, when there is an error from the UI, okay, let me remind myself because I have to put the actual status. I think 500, it's an internal error. That means the server has got an error. And I think this is 400. Okay, that means the supply data is not okay. Yeah, I think so. And then 401, but let me just check here. List of HTTP status code. Okay, just to make sure. Okay, because it's very important to put the, what can I say, the relevant and accurate status code, because the React query will read this status code. Imagine if you are supposed to throw in, there's an error that has happened and you put 200 here. 10-stack query will treat that response as successful, and that will be a problem. So I just want to make sure that I'm using the correct status code. Okay, let's see the one that I want an error from the user. Where is a list? 101. I want to go to almost like starting from 400. Okay. Okay, server cannot allow or not process the request due to an apparent client error. 400 is the best one because the error is from the client. So this is the best one. And then 401 is unauthorized. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, this is very important and it's critical for what we are busy with. Okay. Okay, so I'm happy with this status code. So this means that this is an error, okay? And I'm saying UI data not correct, okay? That means the data is not correct. In case maybe there is a mobile team besides the web team, and the mobile team didn't make sure that the structure is okay, then they supply a wrong structure, the API won't continue, okay? I think this one we cannot test it because our UI validates. Okay, let me show you. Okay, our UI validates, so there is no way in which we can send wrong data. I'm relying on you to test it on your own. You can test it with Postman or Thunder Client. Okay, let's continue. And then what else do we want to do now? We are done with the validation, and then we want to encrypt the password. Okay, is it the right thing for us to take the password as it is and send it into the database? No. Okay, why? It's a wrong thing to do. Simply because as a developer, I can come here, I can look at this user's password, which is for now, it's this one, it's correct. And then after that, I can take it as a developer and log in as that user. Imagine if I'm working for a big company and log in and that user and access a lot of things. And if it's a social media application, I will post things which are not good or that might tarnish the reputation of that user. So the password must be some sort of encrypted. Okay, so let's do that. I want to go from here. Let me save here. Okay, and let me move this down. So we are going to use bcrypt to do that. Okay, let's just type here bcrypt crypt. Okay, bcrypt. My apologies about that. Just bcrypt. Okay, let's check how to install bcrypt. Okay, let me maximize this. The password. Okay, here is it. npm bcrypt. Okay. Then let's go here and open a new terminal. Then in this terminal, I'm just going to paste this npm I bcrypt. Okay. We are installing bcrypt. Let's just quickly wait for that to install. Okay. And then let's see. Let's wait for this. And then let me check is my data, this is any, which is a bit of a problem, and is correct data. Okay, so is data correct? When it's correct, is it going to have this data structure? Let me just check something. Is correct data dot success. Let's see if are we going to get the data here. Just a moment. Dot. Yeah, we can get the data here. Let's see if this data that is here is properly typed. I'm supposed to get the email, the password, and whatever. Okay, cool. So that means we can use this, okay, to get the data that is coming from the UI when everything is correct. I'm happy with this. That's what I'm going to use, okay? So now that we've got bcrypt, let's just what can I say? Declare here const hashed, okay, hashed password. We are going to hash the password, okay, is equal to await. Okay, we need to await this. Is equal to bcrypt. Let's see, do we have something like that? Bcrypt. Okay, is equal to bcrypt dot. Okay, I'm assuming we've installed bcrypt. Let's check. Okay, no suggestion. Let's go to our packages. And then let's look for bcrypt here. Okay, we've got bcrypt here. Okay, let's go back here. Await bcrypt. Let's see. Okay, this is the same spelling. Let bcrypt dot. Let's see if we can do this. All right. I don't know why this bcrypt is not showing anywhere here. Okay, let's just do this. Import. My apologies about this. Import bcrypt. Okay. From. That's not bcrypt. My screen is too far from me and I don't see properly. Maybe I need some spectacles. Okay, so let's continue, guys. Import bcrypt. Let's say from. Let's say, let me delete this from bcrypt. As you can see here is bcrypt. I don't know why it doesn't show up from here. Okay, what is the problem? Cannot find the declaration file for bcrypt. I'm assuming now there is no types for this. Okay, I think maybe it need types or whatever. Let's just do this at. Okay, there's no bcrypt, but we do have this bcrypt. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see the usage here. npm install bcrypt. Yes. Const bcrypt require import bcrypt from bcrypt. I think that's what we did here. Okay, dot compare. Okay, let's just copy this as it is. I think that's what we did as well. Okay, but still it's complaining. That's not much of a problem. Okay, let's go back here. Bcrypt generator. This is not what we want. Let's try bcrypt.js. Okay, some other time I remember using bcrypt.js instead of just bcrypt. Okay, let's see. Okay, npm install bcrypt.js. Okay, import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Okay, let's try this one. Okay, and then my apologies about that. I thought that one is just going to work, but it looks like it's not working. So how do you remove a package? Let's say remove npm remove bcrypt. Okay, npm remove bcrypt. Okay, npm remove bcrypt. And then let's install bcrypt.js. Okay, let's install. So if this is giving us the same issue, what we are going to do, we are going to continue with this red line, and then I'll just have to search how do you install the corresponding types for these, okay, so that they can support TypeScript. I'm just assuming this is the TypeScript problem than the bcrypt problem. Okay, so let's import this from bcrypt. Okay, let's use bcrypt.js instead. Maybe it's, as you can see, bcrypt.js works fine. Okay, I'm assuming the methods are exactly the same. Suppose maybe the other library is not maintained anymore, but anyway, let's continue, guys. Okay, so what I want to do here with bcrypt, I want to hash something. Let's see. Okay, as you can see here is this. I want to hash some data here. Let's say this is the data, and then you need to give a number here. Okay, as you can see, some sort of a salt. Okay, number, or it can be a string. I'm gonna put a number. You can put any number here. For me, I'm just gonna put 10 because in many cases, in simple, as you can see here, okay, they are using 10. Okay, and 10 has been used, so I also don't want to complicate my life. I'm just using it as it is. So here we want to put the password from here. Okay, remember, if this is successful, it's going to give us data here, and then dot password. Okay, as you can see. So now we need to take this data to what can I say, to here. Okay, so now we have the hashed password here. Let me, okay, when we are testing, we can see it if it's a hashed password. So instead of now having this, okay, we need to use, let's see, we need to use, do it like this, okay, and then we want the name. In the name, we are going to use, is data correct, this one, and then dot name, okay, something like this, dot data dot name. Dot data dot name. Okay, and then we've got the email. Okay, same thing, but dot email. Dot email, and then password. Apologies about that. Password. The same, not the same thing. we are going to put hashed password. Okay, not the same thing at all. And that is it. Let's see if we are winning. Let's go back here. Let me just type here password as a user, and the email is going to be password@gmail.com or just ps, and the password is pass, and the password here is pass. So suppose now in the database, which is this one, we have a user password with a password that is not readable. Okay, let's save that and see. Let's check here what will happen. My apologies about this. Scroll down. Let's check what will happen here. Let me just close this terminal. Okay, it looks like I have closed the wrong terminal. Okay, my apologies about that. Let me just go here and view terminal, a new terminal. So this means that I have to run npm run dev. Is that npm run dev? Yes, let me run this again. So when this is done running, we are going to save this and we will test if this data will have a hashed password. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think it's ready. So if it's ready, now it's refreshing. Okay, let me just type here pass here as well, pass here as well, pass here as well. Let's just click save. Compiling. Okay, even this toast message here will tell us if it's successful or not. Let's just wait. Okay, we can also, let's do one thing at a time. Okay, let's just wait for it. Since it's taking too long, we can also check here on the network. Why on the network it's not telling us what it's busy with. All. Why on the network is not telling us that it's busy. Okay, as you can see, registered successfully. So let's go back and check here. Okay, let's go back and check here in the database. Let's close this. Here is the password, guys. Also created user. The user has been created. It has got this password. And then let's go to here. Let's check, do we have a user that has got a complicated password? As you can see, guys, we are done. Okay, we have managed to hash the password. I am Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If this video has helped you to understand Next.js, Prisma, and hashing password, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. See you on the next one. All right, now let's continue. We need to be concerned about security. What do I mean by security? Who has the right to access the system? Okay, and how do we make sure that only people who are authenticated or who are legit who can access the system? Then I'm going to introduce to you JWT, sometimes called JOT. It's JSON Web Token. I'm not going to use complicated industry jargon and long description to confuse you in terms about JWT. Okay, I'm just going to give you some basics and fundamental to help you to get going. Think of a JWT not as an encrypted code. Okay, there is nothing encryptic about it, if there is such a word in the English dictionary. Okay, it's not about encrypting. It's not about hiding the data. Let me just show you why it's not about hiding the data. Let's just type JWT. Let's just click here. Here is the JSON Web Token website. Okay, I will show you that here we are not trying to hide the information. Okay, it's not about hiding information, but it is about a certain code
that is not changeable. You cannot manipulate it. Once you manipulate that string, then it will know that it has been manipulated. Who will know? The server will know, and it won't give you an access. Somebody might decode it, okay, and see the data that has been encoded. That is not much of a problem. Okay, so look at this. This is a JWT, okay, it's a valid JWT. As you can see, it's not readable. But if you take any JWT and paste it here, it is gonna be readable. Let me show you. Okay, here is a decoded. This is the header, okay, of the JWT, the decoded payload. Okay, as you can see, these are the details. Okay, and JWT signature verification. This is the signature verification. So as you can see, it's not about the encryption necessarily. So converting this in such a way that is not readable. No, it is about converting this in such a way that if somebody removes this 0, this knows that there is a problem. So that's the idea. Okay. The idea is that a JSON web token, it's unmanipulable. I hope there is such a word in the English dictionary. Okay, so I hope you get the essence. Okay, don't think about encryption. Think about a string that when you change it, automatically it won't be the same, and the server will know, and it won't allow somebody to access. With that being said, let's look at the package that will help us to generate that string, and that package is JAWS. Okay, let's just click here and see how to install it. Suppose it's very easy. It's npm install jaws, and that is it. Okay, but we might as well check it here. But if we don't see it, then we'll just do that. As you can see, here is it. Okay, so let me put this back. Okay, so let's get in here, and then let's install JAWS. Okay, what is JAWS? We can just read here. JAWS is a JavaScript module for JSON object signing and encryption. Okay, as you can see, that's what it stands for. So let's open a new terminal since this one is running. Let's open a new terminal, and then we are going to paste this. As you can see, npm I JAWS. Okay, and that is it. And then from then we will have to create the JSON web token. So let me just give you an overview, a bird's eye view of what is going on here, so that you can do it with a different package, okay? Or you can have a strategy of what is it that we are trying to do. We want to create a unique string, and we want to push the unique string inside a cookie so that it can be on the browser, okay? It will always stay there. When you want to access sensitive data again, the system will always take that string to the server to say that, server, I am the right person. What if somebody manipulates that string? The server will know. Remember, we said rule number 1, the string you can't tamper with. As soon as you remove something trying to edit it, it will report to a server, or the server will detect it. So as you can see, number 1, we generate a unique string with a JWT, and then we put it in the cookie, in the browser cookies, and then whenever we ask, or whenever we visit any page, a secured page, that string, that encoded string will always be available, because the system will grab it from the cookies. If it's not available, then you don't have an access. I hope you get the idea. So now let's continue. What is the first thing to do? The first thing to do, we need to create a secret. Okay, let's see first, where are we going to do that? Okay, let's see, after a successful user, let's check here. Okay, do we have a successful user? Yes. So now the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a secret. Okay, let's create that secret, const. Okay, const. And this secret is supposed to be, what can I say? Okay, let's just make it simple, not complicated, but it's supposed to sit on the environment variable so that different modules can access it. For instance, let's say now when we are creating our JWT, we are in the sign up
But when we are signing in, or maybe when we are in the dashboard before it lets someone before the system lets someone use the dashboard, it will need some sort of to decode that JSON Web Token, and it needs that secret that was used to create it so that it can be able to test when it's wrong. So that's why I'm saying this is supposed to sit in a global place somewhere so that it can be accessible. But for us, we're just going to create a very simple secret. Okay, so const, let's say secret. Okay, let's say const secret is equal to so we need to, what must I do? There's no need. Okay, is equal to new. Okay, new text encoder. Okay, new text encoder. This is a, what can I say, this is some sort of a node method, okay, or function. Okay, that means we don't really have to import it, okay, or to worry about importing it. Okay, dot encode, let's encode. Okay, and then here is the secret. Let's say coded. Coded is our secret. So whenever we are dealing with JSON Web Token in a different module, we are going to use coded as our secret. As you can see, we're not going to take it from the environment variable. Okay, now what we want to do here, we want to generate the token. Okay, let's say const token. Okay, now we're generating the web token is equal to let's await this, and let's create a new instance of sign JWT. Okay, this is coming from Jaws. Okay, as you can see now, we cannot import this. We have installed Jaws. I would like to believe everything went well, but it looks like we don't have any, what can I say, let me control and press H. As you can see, no suggestion. So let's just go here and import it ourselves. Okay, just like the same way we did with bcrypt. Okay, this is not a train smash. I would like to believe it's an exported what can I say, module or method. Okay, from, I think it's supposed to be very easy, from Jaws, and that is it. Okay, as you can see. Okay, and it works fine. So we just import this from Jaws. Okay, and then what we want to do here, after importing this, we want to some sort of push an object. We want to push an object inside here, and in this object we want to push only the things that we what can I say, only the data that we want to be there. Okay, for instance, let's say we want a user ID, okay, to be here, because a user ID is not a secret information. Remember, here you only put the publicly available information. Okay, you don't put some secretive like information. Okay, because this is not some sort of an encryption method where people won't read it. Okay, people can decode this and see the information. So for now, let's just put an ID. Where are we going to get the ID? Where is that new user? Okay, this is the new user, and then let's put here user.id. Okay, and then we also, do we need the email? For now, let's just put it there, email. Okay, user.email. And then what else? Let's put the name, user.name. Okay, so as you can see, what we are doing here, we are generating the token. Okay, we are generating the token, but this doesn't end here. Okay, let's see, we need to have some sort of what can I say, I think it's a certain, for now let me use the word algorithm, or some sort of a functionality by which this this jot, or this JSON Web Token is going to be generated, and you access it that through set protected header. Do we have something like that here? Here is it. And then let's pass an object here, and then let's put the algorithm. And then I was hoping for what can I say, an auto suggestion, but that is not a train smash. Let's use the most common one, which is HS256. Okay, no auto suggestion 256. Okay, and then as you can see, that is the first thing that we can do here. Okay, and then the second thing that we can do here, we can type dot, and then we want to set is sign set issued at. Okay, let's just quickly check here. Set issued at. Okay, you will see all of this when we are decoding this. Okay, set issued at, that doesn't end there. We then need to also set the expiration date. When is this going to expire? This is the part that I didn't explain about the JSON Web Token. Okay, it's not long lived. Okay, it has got some sort of a time period. Okay, let's say somebody signs in and we issue a token. Okay, if we set you set it to expire in 2 days, this means that after 2 days the person won't be able to log in. What can I say, to access the system data, they will have to log in again. So that is the part that I have missed in explaining about the JWT. Okay, let's continue. And then from then, let's set expiration time, right? Yes. And then in our case, let's just type here 1 day. Okay, it will always take 1 day. In fact, let's just say 7 days. Okay, 7 days. And then what else do we want to do? We want to sign this. Okay, we want to sign this, and we are signing this with a secret. Okay, with a secret, the one that we generated it here. Okay, so after this, we are supposed to have a valid token. Okay, we are supposed to have a valid token here. And then what do we do after creating a valid token? Remember, we said we need to push this inside a cookie. So now we are going to Next.js. Okay, as you can see here, when we are returning, okay, we usually return next response dot dot and whatever, as you can see this. But now we are going to do something different, because we want to add in this response, we want to add or embed a token in a cookie. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Now let's put the response. Let me just say response with token. Okay, this is a response with token. This is not just a normal response like this one. Okay, response with token is equal to, it has to be a next response. Okay, just like any other, a next response dot JSON. Okay, we want that. And then we need to open the bracket, and we need to pass an object here. Okay, as you can see, we are passing an object. Okay, so what we want to pass here is the message first. Okay, the message will be user created. Okay, user created. And then we want to pass the user data, or if we want to, we might put data here if we want, and then we put the user. This user is what? It's all the data that is coming from here. Okay, let's see. There might be a problem here. We will fix it later, since we are not about this. The data that is coming here, in fact, I think we can fix this. Okay, the data that is coming here, it has got a password as well. Okay, we just need to make sure that the data that we are sending to the public doesn't have the password. Okay, as much as the password is hashed, but it doesn't have to. Okay, so let's continue. And then after this, we are sending this data. Okay, so after we are sending this data, we need to pass the status. Okay, so we need to put a comma here and pass another object. Okay, and then the status of this is 201. That means record created. Okay, as you can see. So now we have just declared a response, but this one is going to be a response with cookies. Okay, rather than this response. Okay, let's see. So we want to take the response with cookies. Okay, and then we want to put we want to change this dot cookies. Let's see, as you can see here, the cookies, and then dot set. In the cookies, we want to set a cookie there, and then what we want to do, we want to set a token. Yes, let's just say small letter token. Okay, to keep the standard of how things are done, and then we want to put the the JWT. Okay, we want to put the JWT, and then we need to configure. Okay, this is more of a security thing now. Okay, now we are getting into security. Okay, now let's configure. First of all, we want HTTP only, okay, to be true. Okay, why HTTP only must be true? This cookie must only, what can I say, must only be accessed by HTTP, meaning that by the browser, but not JavaScript. Remember, people must not create programs that accesses cookies via JavaScript and hack the system. Okay, so we are saying this must only be accessed by HTTP. JavaScript must not be able to do whatever and get the cookies. Okay, this is part one. And then from then, let's secure this. Okay, let's secure. Okay, secure. And then let's secure this to true. We can just write true here to make this secured. Okay, this means that this must be accessed by HTTPS. Okay, that means that S is for security. Okay, but remember, we are testing this locally on localhost port 3000, and that localhost doesn't have like the HTTPS. Okay, so we need now to be a little bit tricky to say that process, this is coming from node process.env. Do we have that? .env .node environment. Okay, the node environment must be, okay, production. Okay, if the node environment is production, then this will be true and we will access this on HTTPS. But if it's development, then it will be false. That means don't be strict on development because we are developing, but um, be strict only on production. Okay, and then the other key that we might want is same site. Okay, let's see. Okay, same site, and then let's put Lux. Okay, this one, it's a more, not necessarily complicated, but what can I say? This has got something to do with security. And if I can be honest, I didn't really get what is the use of Lux, but the best thing I know about it is that it makes the site secured so that it cannot be hacked, or there is something called cross-site whatever injection or something. But I think this prevents one of those. When you've got time, please just copy and paste this to Google to get more details. Okay, and then let's put max age. Okay, max age. Okay, so max age will be 60 times 60. Okay, where is my 8? 60 times 60 times 24. Okay, times 24, and then times 7 days. Okay, times 7 days. Okay, this makes 7 days, so that this could be equal to this. Okay, and this means that after 7 days, the browser will remove these cookies. Okay, that means this token won't be there. Okay, this is happening on the JSON Web Token point of view or standard, so that the JSON Web Token can know when it has expired. This is from the cookie or browser point of view or standard or section, where the browser will delete it at all. So these are the same, but they somewhat achieve the same thing, but in different ways and for different purposes. Okay, and the last one is going to be path. Okay. As for the path, I don't have much information about the path at all. Okay, but just put it there. And then from then we are ready to return the request. Okay. As you can see, instead of returning this with the data, we can return this request. Okay. Because it's still a valid request anyway. Okay. And then let's just quickly go here where we are saving the data. Where are we creating the user? Sorry. Where are we creating the user? Let's just add a comma here, quick. Let's see. And then, okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Let's not add an object, but let's just add a key. Sorry. Let's just add a key, which is select. Okay. And then we're just gonna put some keys where we want to select the name. Okay. We want this to be selected. Let's put true to this. Okay. And then email. We want to select the email. Let's put true to this. And then what else? Name, email. Okay, and user ID. Do we have this as user ID or as ID? Let's see. Okay, I think we have it as ID. And then let's put true to this. Okay, so what does this mean? Remember, I said we need not to pass the to pass the password publicly. Okay, so that's our here. I'm just saying when you are creating the user, bring me back only these details without the ID. Okay, now let's quickly test this, guys, and see. So let's go back here and then let's see. Let me first double check refresh. Okay, let me remove this so that I can only have this. And then let's look at the token or in the cookies. So I think I'm supposed to go to application and then I'm supposed to go to cookies here. If we already got token, who is this token for? Is it because this route has already done something? I don't know, but we can delete this token because we have not created any token at the moment. Maybe let me click undo. Okay, unfortunately I can't undo it. I was going to take it and decode it here to see where is it coming from, but anyway, that's not something to write a story about. Let's just refresh. Okay, as you can see, there's no token there. I'm happy with that. Now let's type here token and then token at gmail.com and then password is going to be token and then the confirm password is going to be token. So what do we want to see? We want to see if we will have a key here which is token and it will have the token, the JWT, and then we will take that JWT and decode it on the JSON Web Token to confirm if this is what we have created. Okay, let's hit this. Okay, as you can see, this is supposed to be compiling and I think it's done and we have a token here. Okay, let's just copy this token and go back here and put this here. Let's check. As you can see, guys, this is our own algorithm. Okay, the common one. It's telling us that the user ID is tree, the email is token at gmail.com, the name is token, sorry, issued at, here is a code and it will expire at, here is the code. So because of that secret, okay, because of that secret, the one that we created here, which is coded, whenever we are accessing a dashboard, okay, we will use the same secret to decode this. So the system will know this was issued at this time. And based on this string, that means it has expired. So it can kick you out. If you can try to manipulate this, thinking that you are clever, why it's not changing and indicating to us. Let me click enter. And then let me remove this and click enter and see. But it's supposed to, okay, let me do this. Okay, let me do this just to show you. As you can see, let's paste this here. Sorry, let's paste this here and then let's put 8 in the end. Okay, now we are trying to act as people who might change this. Let's see, let's remove this. Okay, this section, it looks like is not being affected, but believe me, in the server it will change. So let's change a section that has got something to do with this data. Let's just change here. Let's see. As you can see, okay, as soon as you make changes here, which is with this data, then it will tell you, okay, that is not valid. So I hope you get my point. This last section here is this one, and remember, this system doesn't know our own string. Okay, so in a way, it cannot tell. Okay, this part it cannot tell, but here it can. Okay, as you can see. I am Matthew Msengati. I'm the designer and developer from South Africa. If you feel like this video has added value into your overall understanding of Next.js, API route, Prisma, and JSON Web Token, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. Otherwise, for me, see you on the next one. In this video, we are going to do the final touch-ups of the sign up route, API route. Okay, so what are the things that we are going to check? I think we might as well maximize this. Okay, let's just highlight everything from here. Am I in the API route? Yes. Let's format this document or this section. Let's format the document. Okay, what we want to do, okay, what we want to do here, we want to check for the error handling. We want to make sure that we have handled every possible error. Okay, so that starts with, let's go to where we are creating a user, prisma.create a user. Anything that comes back here, it might not be a proper user, okay, or a proper user data structure. So we need to be defensive here. We need to say to type, okay, if this is not a user, okay, if this is not a user, that means if this is not valid, we need to throw an, not necessarily throw an error, return an error message. Okay, so let me just look for any Next.js return. Okay, and then let's paste here next response message. What might be the message here? User not created. Okay, UI data not correct, so we are going to type here user not created. Okay, user not created. Okay, in case there is any error on let's say on what, on creating the user. Okay, if all is well here, if this is true, then it will continue. So, and the status is 400, that will be a lie. It's going to be 500. That means an internal server error. Okay, I am happy with this, but this doesn't end here. Okay, because we will never know what might happen. Let's say there's an error that happened on bcrypt, there's an error that happened on here. Okay, that means we cannot be sure. So what do we do then when we want to handle all possible errors? We just have to use a try catch block. Okay, a try catch block, and then let's type here catch. Okay, and then this is not what I want. Let's see, I think there must be a function here, I'm thinking, and that function receives, I hope I'm correct. Oh, okay, my apologies about that. Okay, I think we are going to receive an error from here. Okay, we're going to receive an error here, and then we're just going to open the bracket like this. So this is how you write a try and catch block. Okay, so if there is an error, we will return, where is that one? Okay, I can even use this one. If there's an error, we are going to return this Next.js dot message. Okay, unknown error. Okay, that means there is an unknown error. That's the message. Do we really need to put an error there? Okay, yeah, let's put an error there. Okay, the actual error is this dot to string or stringify or something like that. We will see. Let's see if we can put it here. Okay, if we can put this like this, that means everything works well. I thought maybe we had to convert it to a string of some sort. So as you can see, we are trying, and then what is it that we are trying? This whole code block. Okay, up until where? Up until here. Okay, up until here. So we are trying this. So if this could give an error, okay, if this could give an error, this means that that error will be caught and it will be returned here. Okay, and that is it. So now I'm 100% sure that this module is bulletproof. Okay, let's do what? Let's format this document. Okay, I'm happy with this code. It's simple, it's clean, it's understandable. I hope you are enjoying. This is the only thing that I wanted to do here. I'm not going to make this video longer unnecessary. Thank you so much for making it up to this far. Please don't forget to subscribe, and then don't forget that I have got my own what can I say, my own tech product, which is finance. Let me just show you, which is finance. Okay, finance.com. You can create sign up here to create code and invoices. Okay, as you can see, we've got 337 registered users and 100 registered companies. So you can come here and support me here. Okay, if you know somebody who is a business person, hustler, an entrepreneur, or a freelancer, they can come and use this platform. It's absolutely free. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to create a sign-in page. We are just going to copy and paste this. As you can see, the sign-in page will be exactly like this. Okay, so let's just get into it. Let's look for a sign-up page, the TSX. As you can see, what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this as it is, and then go back to sign-in page and just paste it this as it is. And then we are going to go back here, and then let's just get into sign in. Okay, and then let's hit enter. Okay, I think we are on sign in and everything looks like sign up. That is not much of a problem. So what we are going to do, we're going to start from here and then just do what can I say, edit some small things. Instead of sign up, let's do sign in. Okay, let's do sign in, and then instead of the name, let's just say user name. In fact, let's just say email and password. Okay, let's make this email because it's an email. Okay, it's an email. We don't even have to say it's a username. It's an email. And then this means that we can just remove this instead. Okay, we already have an email, and then we have a password here. We don't need a confirm password. And then here we are just going to type here sign in. Okay, sign in, and that is it. Let's click save and go back here and check how this is. Okay, this is sign in, email, and a password. I think that is it. Okay, that is it. And then what we want to do, it's either you are signing in or signing up. Okay, so let's just quickly put two buttons here, or let's be clever. Let's not have sign in and sign up. Let's just have a message here which will say or sign up. Okay, let's leave this like this. Okay, so what else do we want to change here? The Zod validation. Okay, as you can see, this Zod validation is for, what can I say? It's for sign up form. Okay, that means we need to go to our single source of truth in terms of the schema, where is the lib folder, and then inside lib folder here we want the schema. Okay, this is a sign up form schema. Let's copy and paste this. and create a sign in API schema. Okay, let's create a sign in schema, not necessarily an API schema. Why no API schema? Simply because the sign in schema is going to be the same on the API and on the front end. Okay, it's just an email and a password. Let's remove this. Okay, my apologies about this. It's going to be the same. Okay, so we've got the email and a password. I'm happy with this. And then let's create a type for it. Okay, let's just copy this. Okay, we are going to export a type for it. Okay, this means that we are going to have a sign in schema. Let's paste it here. Type of sign in schema. Instead of sign up form, let's do sign in form. Sign in form. Okay, as you can see. So this means that we can go to the sign in. Let me just copy any of these, the sign in schema. Let's copy this. So this means that on the sign in, the first thing that we are going to remove is this, all of this. Okay, we are going to remove it. This is going to tell us we need to replace this, and we'll replace this with this one, sign in schema. Okay, let's look at the sign in schema, the email and the password only. I'm happy with that. And then let's also replace this with the sign in form. Let's check. Okay, we are done with this. Okay, and then let's check on the form mutation. Remember, I said I don't change this and type it, let's say sign in mutation or sign in. I just put a simple consistent naming across my pages. As you can see, I'm not going to change this now because it's a form data mutation. It's a mutation in this screen, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Then we are mutating the data. What data are we receiving? We are receiving this type of data. Okay, as you can see, React hook form is consistent. Instead of sign up here, we're going to have sign in. Okay, what else? On success, do this user registered. Let's type here signed in successfully. Okay, and then we reset. I'm happy with that. On error, failed to sign in. Okay, failed to sign in. I'm happy with this. And then const form submit. The form submit is expecting this type of data. Okay, this type of data. And then as you can see here, we are removing confirm password. We don't really have to remove confirm password. If we are mutating, we are taking this data as it is, taking it to the backend. Okay, for me, I think that is all. What else can we do? Let's just quickly test if everything is working so far. We don't have the backend. We don't have the back end route for the login API. Let's just inspect here. So that means we are expecting an error, but we want to see if is it sending the payload. Okay. The email is supposed to have the email suggestion here. We just have to check why it doesn't suggest an email. Okay, the password, let's just put met, and we need to change this so that it can it must not show this as it is. But what we want to test, is it going to go to sign in? Failed. I'm happy with this. Failed to sign in. I'm happy with that. And let's look at the response. This, maybe I'm hoping it means that it doesn't exist. Okay, I'm happy with this error. So let's go back here and let's go back to the input type for password. We have forgotten to type here type. Okay, type equal to password. Okay, no auto complete password. I was expecting this to auto complete for me. And then as you can see now, we've got this. Let's just look at sign up. Maybe even on sign up, we need to As you can see, let's quickly go to sign up as well. And then let's go to the password. The type must be a password so that okay, the type must be a password so that it cannot show those values. The confirm password, the input must be a password as well. Okay, we are more like doing the touch up at the same time. As you can see on the sign up now, when you type this, you cannot see it. When you type this, you cannot see it. I'm happy with this. Let's just go back. My apologies about this. Let's just go back to sign in. Okay, as you can see, we've got this and this. In the next video, we are going to create an API route for this. Okay, and that will be it. I'm Matthew Msangati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If you feel like this video was helpful, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. In case you are a freelancer or a business person, please come and support my tech startup. Here you can create invoices for free and quotation for freelancers and business people and hustlers. Thank you so much for watching. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to create a sign-in API route, okay? So let's just go back here and let's go to API. This is sign up. Now let's just create a folder which is sign in, okay? And then let's just create a file here which is route, okay? .ts. It has to be like that. So let's just go to sign up and just copy everything, okay, and then paste it here on sign in, okay. And then let's just modify the simple things that needs to be modified. Otherwise, a lot of things are going to be the same. Okay, we want to put everything in a try catch block. I'm happy with that. We want to get the request body. I'm happy with that. Then is data correct? We are using this schema. Okay, we can change this schema and use the sign in from sign in schema dot save pass. We are passing this. Okay, as you can see, we are starting to get some Typescript errors because this one is expecting the email and the password, okay, based on the schema. And then if is data dot success is false, throw an error, which is a 400 UI data not correct, which is this is just the schema validation. And then if that's the case, in terms of the sign in, we don't really need to what let me just quickly check, to hash the password. There is no need for that. And then user is equal to await. In this case, we are not creating, okay, we are some sort of getting, we are some sort of querying, okay. So we just need to delete this, okay. And then from there we need to look for find unique here, okay, because we want to find a unique record. And then we need to create this method and pass an object, okay. So here we need to put some constraints where, okay, and then where what, let's open this. Let's say where email, okay, email is equal to what, let's check. Where email is equal to is correct data, okay, because we will get a data here dot data dot email, okay. We are checking where there is this email, okay. So after we are done with that, we need to test if the user exists, okay. We can test it the same way, because if the user is not there, then return user not created, user does not exist, okay. As you can see, should we continue and proceed here, that means here we are creating what, a secret, okay. In terms of logging in, are we going to generate the JSON web token? Yes, because we are confirming that this is the correct user, so we are issuing a JSON web token. We can leave this one. Token is equal to, remember, you need to make sure in all the modules you are using this what can I say, this secret, the uncoded text, it needs to be coded in everything so that everything could be in sync. And then let's continue. Here we are creating the token. Okay, we are awaiting it. I'm happy with everything that is here. User is going to be a user ID, email is going to use an email. Okay, I'm happy with everything that is here. And then response with token. Let's see. The fact that there is a user that exists, that doesn't mean the password matches. Okay, so somewhere here, let's check where. Before we create a secret, okay, before we create any secret, we need to check if the password is valid. Let's type here const. Okay, is password valid? Okay, more like asking a question. Let's await. Okay, do you remember what we have used to hash or to encrypt the password? It was bcrypt. So let's type here bcrypt. Okay, what we want to compare bcrypt.compare. And then in terms of comparing, we need to pass two strings. The first one, it's the data that is coming from the UI, which we are going to get it from. Let's copy this as it is. And then instead of getting the email, we are going to get the password. Okay. And then the second one is the one that is coming from the database. Okay. That is coming from the database dot password. Okay. Suppose we don't have an error here. We just need to validate, or we need to be defensive. How are we going to do that? It's the same as this one. Okay. Let's make this bulletproof. If this is not true, which is these passwords are not the same, we need to respond with a message. Let's say incorrect password or username, because we are not sure which one might it be. Okay, or username. Okay, incorrect password or username. The status is 400 because this is a UI error, okay, or a user fault than the server fault. Okay, the user has given us a wrong input. And then from there, should this continue from here, it means that the password was correct. We want to create a token. I'm happy with this, with all these data. Okay, let me just give you a tip here. Okay, it is very important to make your variables a bit generic and reusable. As you can see here, I'm not taking much time to edit or convert this into from sign up to sign in, because most of my variables are almost generic, or the, what can I say, more or less like the same. Okay, this doesn't mean create meaningless variable. A user will always be a user. Just stick to that. So that's why I am able to stick with this user. It doesn't matter where, everything works in the JSON web token generation. Everything works here in until even in the response. Okay, and then after that we are going to have an unknown error. I think this concludes this endpoint. It was very quick. Obviously, sometimes when things are very quick, there might be some errors, okay? But sometimes it means that your code, not necessarily it's clean, but it's easy to copy and paste, okay? But we are caring developers. We don't just do things for the sake of doing it quick. So let's just quickly run through it, okay? This is a post method. Yes, we are going to take the data from here. I'm happy with that. We are going to test if the data is correct by safe passing this using a sign-in schema. I'm happy with this. Okay, if success is equal to false, we are being defensive. Return this UI data not correct. I'm happy with this. And then the user await.prisma.find unique, where the email is equal to the supplied email. I'm happy with that. If there is no user, okay, if there no user, that means the user does not exist. I'm happy with that. You are trying to sign in, then the email is not there. That means you are supposed to register. Okay, cool. And then if the password is password valid, we are using bcrypt here. Okay, compare. What are we comparing? We are comparing the data that has been supplied. Okay, is data correct? The one that has been supplied to the one that comes from a database. If not true, let's be defensive, incorrect password, and then if it's true, let's create a secret for the JWT token generation. This process is copy and paste and then return this, or else catch, and that is it. I'm happy with this, guys. Okay, at least I've double checked it. We've got the route, which is sign in, and we've got the UI, and then let's just get into it, and that's it. All right, let's go back and inspect so that we can first check the network. Or let's first check the application. Apologies about that, for a cookie. Remember we had this before. Do I still know which users have I used? I think we had a user called coded. Okay, it was coded everything. What we can do, let's just copy this and then let's go to JWT. My apologies for this. I just forgot the user that I had. So let's just quickly take the token that is already there and let's decode it. Let's see the type of user. We've got a user called token. Okay, so what we want to do, my apologies about this, we want to remove this, delete it, and then we want to put token here, token@gmail.com, and the password is, let's first put a wrong password. Let's go and check here. Let's just put a wrong password, token1. Okay, I hope I was typing token1. Okay, this is the wrong password. Let's see. This network thing doesn't show me. Is it me? Let me just double check. Okay, my apologies about this. I just want to check something. Okay, because when I'm here on network, okay, let me put it again. Okay, I'm supposed to see something here. My apologies about that. Let's see on performance. Nope. Network, and then doc. That's not. I want all. Nothing show up. Doc, CSS, front end, socket. Nope. Other. No. Okay. I will have to double check this, because whenever I'm sending a request, suppose I see something here. Okay, suppose I see something where, let me check where. Okay, suppose I see the details about this request. Let's see, is there anything that I have to... Okay, I will deal with this later, but I'm supposed to see the request and the response from the server, but don't mind about this. Let's just put the right details and let's see what will happen. Signed in successfully. Okay, as you can see. And then let's go back and check in terms of the application. We have a token, okay, and the token is supposed to be token again. Okay, let's delete this and then let's paste this. Okay, as you can see, this is token. Okay, that means we have managed to sign in successfully. Okay, don't forget that I've got Finance here, a platform, a free platform for creating codes and invoices for freelancers and business people. If you are a business person, please come here. The link is in the description below. Don't forget, I've got some awesome Udemy courses. The first 4 Udemy courses here are mine. Check the link in the description below for those courses. If this video has been helpful, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to create a dashboard with its corresponding site navigation. We are going to do that with Shotzi. And as you can see, if we can log in here with token and token here, then this will log in successfully, as you can see here. Okay, here are all the details. Okay, let's see, does this returns a password as well? Yes, it does. This is a mistake. This is not supposed to return a password as well. Let's see, user created, and the data contains the password as well. Okay, so when this is successful, this does nothing. Okay, it doesn't like, what can I say, move to a different screen, we need to fix that. Okay, we will fix this password thing later. We are not supposed to return this password. Okay, so we want to create a dashboard page, so let's quickly do that. So on the root page, we want to create app, because this is the some sort of the actual app. Okay, this is the actual app. And then in this actual app, we want to create, do we want to create a page? Okay, I don't think we want to create a page here. Let me think. When you are in here, yeah, we do want to create a page, and that page is going to be our dashboard. Okay, that page is going to be our dashboard. Let's do that. Okay, let's do that. This page is going to be our dashboard, page.tsx, to make our lives easier. And then how are we going to know if this is the dashboard? This might give us a problem. Our routes might not be meaningful. My apologies about that. I'm thinking about it now. Let's just have a dashboard route better. Okay, so that our route could be meaningful. And then inside this dashboard, let's add a page.tsx. Right, and then let's just type here rfce. Okay, as you can see, this is just what can I say, a JSX template. Okay, that means now we've got a route which is app dashboard, and then it will take us here. So what we want next, we want to go to shardcn and install a shardcn, some sort of left navigation. Okay, let's just go here, shardcn, and then we want that, it's not a menu bar, it has got something to do with navigation. This one, nope, my apologies about that. Looks like I'm lost navigation. It's not this one. What is the code of, okay, the name of that, I think it's a sidebar. Yes, this is what we want. Okay, yes, this is what we want to do, exactly something like this. Okay, exactly like this. So what do we want to do here? First, let's look at the command to install this. We're using npm. Let's copy this. Okay, follow all the instruction as they are. Come here, and then let's add another terminal here. Okay, suppose this will be here on components UI. Suppose there will be something like this here. Okay, and then from there, let's quickly check what else do we need to do. Okay, add the following colors to your CSS style. This command above should install the colors for you. So this command above should do this. Okay, let's continue. Structure. Okay, a sidebar component is composed of the following part. We've got a sidebar provider, a sidebar header, a sidebar content, sidebar group. Okay, I'm happy with that. The usage, that means we have to have a layout page. Okay, so this is a sample of a layout page. So let's just copy it as it is. Okay, let's copy it as is. This is still installing the dependencies. That's not much. Where do we want the layout to be? Remember, we want this sidebar. What can I say? Let's check here, because not where we want to be. We want to be in the root. We want it inside this app, okay? Because it governs everything that is inside here, but not everything that is outside. So here on the dashboard, before the page, not on the dashboard, on the app itself, okay? On the app itself, let's create a file and call it layout.tsx. I think the layout.tsx has got underscore, or it's me. No underscore. Okay, I think it was the old Next.js that has got that. So as you can see, we've got the layout. Everything is fine except that we don't have this app sidebar. And what else? We don't have this app sidebar. Okay, the reason is this has not finished installing. Let's just click yes here. Button file already exists. Would you like to overwrite it? What have I done on the button file? There is something that I've done on the buttons. Okay, there is something that I've done on the button, so I don't want to overwrite it. I hope this is going to continue and don't stop. Okay, it will continue. Created text file separator, blah blah blah. Okay, as you can see, this one now is available. Okay, so this is the one that is not available. We have to create this one on our own, I think. So let's quickly go and check shadcn. What do we do after? As you can see, we create this one, okay, as is. Okay, and then let's look at add sidebar trigger at the root of your application. So on the layout, let's see, do we have a sidebar trigger? Let's see, add a provider and a sidebar trigger after the root component. Where is the sidebar trigger? Here, there is sidebar provider and there's a trigger. Is it here? Okay, we also have it here. Okay, so just for simplicity's sake, let's just copy the last layout here. Okay, to make our lives easier. Let's do that. As you can see, might happen is the same thing. Okay, and then let's go back a little. Okay, this is the layout and this is our first sidebar. Okay, this is a more simple one without anything, some sort of plain. So let's here create a new sidebar component. Okay, let's see now. Let's add the sidebar menu to the sidebar. Okay, as you can see, this sidebar component is with the menu. Okay, this is what we want. This is the structure so that we can have these things. We don't want to copy and paste an empty one. So let's copy this and then let's call this file app-sidebar.tsx inside components. Let's see, where are we importing it here? We are importing it from components, straight from components, not inside UI. Okay, so as you can see, I think this is shadcn treats this as, what can I say, a component that you have to create on your own, because it looks like is not inside the shadcn UI buttons. Okay, as you can see, UI components. So let's create it here. It's supposed to be called app dash sidebar. Okay, app-sidebar.tsx, obviously, because it has to have an extension. And then let's paste this here. Suppose this solves a lot of things. First of all, suppose we don't have an error here. If we have y. Okay, components app sidebar. Okay, where is it? Components app sidebar. Let me just rename this to make sure the name is exactly the same. Yes. Okay, let's go back here and let's remove this, and let's import this. Maybe it's going to import it from the right place. As you can see, now everything works. It happened that this is inside UI. Okay, since it's not a train smash, or maybe let's do the right thing. Oh, let's just leave it like this. Okay, let's just leave it like this. Now we want to go to the app. Let's check, where do we want to go? We want to go to the app, and then we want to go to dashboard. Okay, app dashboard. So how are we going to do that? Let's go to a sign in page. When we are done signing in here, okay, who's responsible for knowing if we are signed in or not? I think it's mutation. Okay, there's no mutation here. Mutation, there's nothing like that. Okay, I'm in the API route. I don't want to be in here. I want to be in the UI. Sign in. Now, where is mutation here? For mutation, yes. Let's see, do we have to open this or what? Not mutate. We don't want the mutate. We want the declaration. Const for mutation, we want to be here. Dot success. Okay, toast success dot reset. So after resetting, we want you to reroute, okay, to a different page. Okay, there are many ways to go about this. If you want, you can use Next.js router. I think it has got some sort of a component that can use something like router.push. But based on my experience with that component, it has not been, I'm not sure, 100% accurate on routing after login. Okay, so what are we going to do? Usually I use a vanilla JavaScript. Okay, so in vanilla JavaScript, we've got an object which is globally available, which is window. Okay, dot let's see, do we have href here? Is it window or what? Let's see. Is it I is it window or let me check. Is it me? I don't think, I think I'm confused. This is not window. What is this? It's not object. It's not window. Let me try window. Window, capital letter, small dot, and the dot. Okay, let's see, a small letter. I'm confused now, but I can window.href or dot history. What is that what is that JavaScript globally available thingy? Okay, let me just go to Google. It's not window. What is it? Now I forgot it. Okay, let me say reroute in JavaScript. Okay, it's been a while since I viewed how to redirect in JavaScript. Let's just do this. It's just an object that is already available. Okay. Yeah, it's window. I wonder why. Or it's window.location, not href. Href comes later, but it's window. Okay, at least I'm right. It's window, but I just forgot that it's dot location. Okay, not dot href from the beginning. It's window dot location. Okay, dot href. This is a JavaScript globally available object that has got a lot of things. Okay, that has got a lot of things. So that's why we are not importing it or doing whatever. Okay, it's just freely available. And then what we want here, we want to go to app, and then inside app, we want to go to dashboard. Okay, and that is it. So for now, I use this to reroute. Okay, this will always reroute or redirect to this. I have tried to use Next.js way of rerouting. Sometimes it doesn't, okay, or it misbehaves. I don't know why. So I was like, let me just use vanilla JavaScript because I want to make sure this happen. So let's just quickly test this. And that is when we are going to also see this route if everything work well in terms of that sidebar. Okay, so let's just double check before we continue. This is the root, and then this is the root. Okay, this is the auth, and this is the root. We've got app. Here is that app, and then we've got dashboard. Let's just double check and confirm. We've got dashboard here. Inside dashboard, we are supposed to see this. Our sidebar is in this layout. I'm happy with this. Let's go back and check. Do we have a trigger? Yes. App sidebar? Yes. Okay, cool. Let's go back here and check. So we want to be here and we want to sign in again. Okay, get into the network. Let me just try share. This is not what we want. We want token and we want token here. And let's click send. Okay, if all is well, then we are supposed to reroute. Okay, as you can see, this is spinning. I'm hoping that we are rerouting. If we might want to check, as you can see, we have rerouted. Okay, I don't know what is this and I don't want it. Never. Okay, so as you can see, guys, now we are inside the dashboard. Let's quickly check what can we do here. When we click here, this what can I say, hides, and we click here. When we click here, this opens, and we have our own, what can I say, our own menu items here, and everything is working well. I'm happy with this. If you have enjoyed this tutorial, please don't forget you can come and support me here. I've got cool courses for you. React REST API backend. This is creating an API with Next.js. This is a practical application with ShardCN. This is more of an explainer course than a technical one. And we've got Next.js ShardCN. This is some sort of practical, okay? And we've got advanced. This one is for when you want to become a senior developer. This is React Advanced Component Composition with Next.js TypeScript. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. Don't forget, I've got my own tech startup, which is finance.com. You can come here and register as a user and register your own company to create coding and invoicing for free. This is absolutely for free. We already have 337 users and 100 registered companies. In closing, we've got also marketplace if you might want to see all those companies. Okay, here are these. So marketplace is a place where you can look for service providers, for instance, like this one, and when you click here, you will get the details of that company and a website as well. As you can see, this is the company, about the company, this is their tag. If you want to contact them, you can contact them here. If you want to visit their website, you can visit their website. So we have real users and companies, okay, signing in and signing up. Thank you so much for watching this video up to this far. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to continue and add some collapsible items here. So since we are using Shutzi and sidebar, we just have to, this is the component that we are using. Okay, this is a sidebar from Shutzi. Now let's talk about the real things. Okay, every time when I'm using a ShardCN component, I always have this issue with it. Everything works well, the engineering, the architecture, but I always have a problem with the design. I found this, like the design of it, it's always a bit confusing, or it's complicated. They always have a lot of items in here. I've noticed that with their own form component. Hence, I created my own component, which is called metform. Okay, it's just using React hook form and other things. The reason why I end up creating my own things, their own way of their own design, it's complicated. So with that being said, we are going to do this. What I did, because of our struggling to follow what they are doing here, I have asked ChatGPT to supply me with a code that will do what I want, and then we will just make some tweaks and that will be it. So in case you want this code, because I don't want you to type a lot, as you can see, this is a lot from ShardCN. Okay, you can check the link in the description below. There will be a link to my Substack. Okay, and then the Substack will come with all these assets and a copy and paste of this code. Okay, so in case you don't see it as in now, it will mean that I'm still continuing with the series, so I'm not done yet. Okay, so let's continue, guys. Okay, so this is where we are. Let's check the code. This is where we are at this point in time. Let me minimize this. Let me do this. And then where is this? Okay, let me do this. As you can see, we've got application here. I don't think I need the application. Okay, in fact, I'm going to change all of this. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to copy this. We are going to copy this from, not this one, I think this one. Okay, we are going to copy this as it is. Okay, and then we are going to paste it here. Okay, we are going to paste it here. Okay, as you can see, we are having some, what can I say, we have some missing things. Okay, the collapsible is missing. I think I have asked ChatGPT here, how do you install the collapsible, and then it has given me some sort of a code to install collapsible. Where is it now? Okay, let me just go up here. Here is it. Okay, so that we can install collapsible. Okay, So we are going to copy and paste this. I think I'm going to make things easier for you. I'm going to copy and paste this maybe on my Google Drive. Okay, so that you don't really have to go to Substack, so that if you are watching this now, you can just check the link in the description below. I will create a Word document or a text document where I'll paste this, and then you can just copy, go there and get it immediately. Okay, so let's continue, guys. Okay, so as you can see, let's install this collapsible, or edit rather. Okay, so we are going to create another new terminal here. Okay, and then we are going to click add. I'm hoping, or I'm expecting, this collapsible and all of these, okay, to be installed or to work. Okay, and that's about it. Okay, and then we will continue from here. I'm busy with this. We will take things as we come. Okay, so my apologies about that. The and side component is not as easy. I even tried checking for tutorials on YouTube for this. Okay, I didn't get them. Okay, the tutorials are there, but they don't explain what is going on in basic. So I think following after this one, I'm going to create a detailed course only on this, explaining in detail what is going on here. So this is collapsible shared CN UI. I think this is what we want. Okay, let's check the trigger. Okay, collapsible trigger. I think also this one we can get it. This one I'm not sure where can we get it. Okay, this looks like an icon, so we can get it from Lucid React. Okay, collapsible content. I think also this one we can get it from here. It looks like we are winning. Okay, looks like we are winning. And then we don't have these. Okay, we don't have these. Don't we have items here? Or this is item. Yeah, we do. Okay, we don't have items dot items. Okay, so let's just quickly go and check on ChatGPT. What is a list of items? So let's copy this list of items. Okay, I will also supply. In fact, must I copy and paste all this module? Yeah, I think so. I will copy and paste all this module for you. Then you'll check the link in the description below. So let's continue. So let me copy these items rather. Okay. Let me copy these items. Suppose now everything work well. Okay, so let's click save, and then let's go and check. Okay, this is compiling. As you can see, now we have some sort of a collapsible one. Okay, I think let's end this video here for now. I don't want to make it longer unnecessarily. Yeah, that is it. Okay, that is it. Or maybe we can some sort of what can I say, change this into a list that we want. Maybe change these to, okay, let's go into that. Let's go back here on this list. We are having a dashboard. Yeah, I will have a dashboard. Okay, and then here we are going to have clients. Okay, we are going to have clients. We will change this icon, and then we are going to have, in terms of items, our items are going to always be the same. Under client, we are going to have create, and then we are going to have a URL. Okay, for now, let's what can I say, let's leave the URLs for now. We will set them later when we are creating the pages as well. So there will always be a create and a list under these items. Okay, I hope you get that. So think of it this way: we are going to have a dashboard which is going to act as our home page, and then we are going to have clients. Okay, that means we are going to have clients, and then after clients we are going to have items. Okay, which is the items, that the services that we will be rendering. Under those services, there will be create a service and there will be a list of service. Okay, and then from there, it's client items, and then let me put here quotation. Okay, this is a module. It's not clients, it's client. Okay, it's not items, it's item. Okay, it's item, and then you can create an item and you can view a list of items. Okay, and the quotation, you can, what can I say, you can create a quote and then you can have a list of quotation. Yeah, I think this is becoming more meaningful. Let's go back here and check. Okay, as you can see, we've got clients, and then we will always have a create and a list, create and a list, create and a list. Okay, okay, I'm happy with this. What else can we do? Let's try to add a header here. Okay, let's collapse it. Okay, I like the fact that this is what can I say, it has got these icons. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, let's go back here. And what is it that I want here? Do we have a header here? No, we don't. So this is how you add a header. Okay, let's see. Sidebar header. I think there is something like that here. Sidebar header. Sorry, sidebar header, as you can see. And then inside it, okay, and then inside it, we can put a next image, image from Next.js, self-closing tag. Then let's add the image. Let's add the image. Let's see, next image. And then we want to add src, okay, which is the source. Where is the source of this image? Let's, I think it's /logo, /logo.png. All right, this image will always want the height. It wants a lot of things. For now, let's just put 100 just for testing. A width, let's put 100. And then for alt, okay, there's always an alt. Let's just put logo. Okay, so now this is happy. Okay, let's just do this. Okay, as you can see, here is our logo. Here's our logo, and it's too big. Okay, it automatically scales down, but it's too big from here. So let's make this 70, let's say. Okay, let's make this 70. Okay, I'm somewhat happy with this. Okay, and then what I want to do, let's look at the header, sidebar header. Okay, and let's add a class name. Okay, a class name. The margin top, let's make it 8. I want it to move a little bit from the top and give it a gap. And I want a margin bottom, let's 8 again. Okay, I'm happy with this so that the logo can stand alone up here. And I like that. Okay. Okay, and then what we want to do now, this is very, very, very close to the edge. Okay, this is very, very close to the edge. It's like it's too close. Okay, so what I want to do, or maybe I should leave it, but it's very close to the edge. It doesn't have a breathing space. Okay, let's start with the logo. Okay, in terms of the logo, what we want to do in terms of the logo, we want padding left. Let's put 4 and see. Okay, it's still too small. Padding left, let's say 8. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then let's go to the content. Okay, let's go to the sub menu content or sidebar header content. Where is the content here? I think I can search here for content. There's no content. Is it me or what? Okay, let's just check here. Suppose there is, here's content. Okay, doesn't matter what it is, but as long as it's content. Let's check class name. Let's just say BG. to see if we are changing what we want. Yes. Okay, in terms of application, I don't really need it. Okay, I don't need this application. And then this is exactly what we want, and we want a padding of, let's say, a padding left of 8. Okay, padding left of 8. I'm somewhat happy with it, but let me remove this color so that I can make sure. Padding left of 8 is too much. Padding left of 8 is too much. Let's see. Okay, oh, I keep on right clicking. My apologies about that. Okay, I like the fact that it's spacious, but padding left of 8 is too much. Let's make padding left of 4 and see. Nope, not here. Okay, padding left of 8. Where is that content? Where is that content? Not collapsible. Group content. Padding left of 8 is too much. Let's put 4. Okay, and what happened here? I want the padding left of 8. Padding left of 10, so that this could be somewhat in the center. Still, it's not in the center. Padding left of 12. Okay, I want this to be in the center. Okay, like center of this. Okay, I'm happy with this execution. It's becoming what we want, and it's nice and clean. This is too big. Okay, at least if this could end like here. So I think if we want to do that, we need to go to the UI and we need to go to sidebar. There are some declarations here. As you can see, the sidebar width, it's 16. Let's make it 8. Let's make it 10 and see how is it going to be. Okay, let's make it 10. I think let's make it 12 because now this gap is not the same. It doesn't balance. Let's make it 12. Okay, let's make it 12 so that, oh, it's not like the gap doesn't balance. This keeps on spreading. Okay, it keeps on following this. So if this could be here, then there will be a big gap here. So maybe we might as well go back to that 10. Okay, and then, okay, I think 12 is right, guys. My apologies about that. Let's just put 12 here, and we need to control this to fit here. So how are we going to do that? Then we need to go back to the app sidebar. We need to know what to change. Let's go to the padding left of 4, and then let's control the width to. This is how you put your, what can I say, your custom width. Let's put 200 pixel. Okay, with 200 pixel, what are you complaining about? This can be written in a short form. Okay, let's just click save for now and see, or maybe let's write it in a short form then, width of 50. Okay, which will be, okay, looks like we don't have any impact there. Okay, so that width of 50, it might happen it's bigger. So let's have a width of the 300, maybe was bigger. Let's say of 100 pixel. Let's see what will happen. Yes, this is what we want. That means 100 is too small. Let's make it 130, something like this. But still, there is something that seems like it's cutting off here. Let's make it 140. Okay, as you can see, all our arrows are visible. And this gap here is somewhat equal to this gap, okay? At least is somewhat equal to. Tailwind is telling us that based on the new Tailwind version, this is the same as with 35. So that means we can get rid of this. I'm used to old Tailwind, and let's make this 35. As long as I know it's what I want, okay? In case this gap and this one, they are not like equal, I'm expecting you to put a size that will work for you. For instance, you come here to the sidebar, maybe you will use 11. Okay, maybe 11 will work for you. Please adjust it according to your own liking, okay? So as you can see, guys, we are getting there in terms of this. And then let's just toggle it. Now, as you can see, when we are toggling it, we are having some issues here. Okay, those padding that we have added here, they work well when this is not collapsed, okay? But when it's collapsed, they are not working well, okay? I'm going to teach you some sort of a trick about styling and what I have came to learn about ShadCN. Okay, in case you might want more details about this, let me just give you a context. Let's say HTML data attribute. Okay. Okay, let's just read what it is. Maybe let's, what can I say? Rely on this AI. The data attributes are a class of global attribute that allows developers to store custom private data on standard HTML element. This data is not displayed in the users but can be easily accessed and manipulated using JavaScript and style. Okay, so as you can see, this is some sort of an attribute or a class. It's being used to, what can I say, to add whatever that you want to add. Okay, let me just give you a context. Let's say I'm having a list of items here. Okay, and this list of items um will have dynamic data. Okay, that means we want this list of item as HTML attributes or items to take in dynamic data. So what we will do, we will use attribute. Okay, inside this attribute class, we will maybe add some sort of a JavaScript variable. Okay, so based on let's say on this first list item, we will take that variable and multiply it by 2. On the next one, multiply it by 3. On the other one, by 4. So this means that if I've got 10 here, the first one, the width of the first one, let's say it will be 10 by 2, the other one by 3, the other one by 4. So the styling of these, they will take the value from the attribute. I hope you get the idea. So if you don't get it, treat the data attribute as a way for developers. It's been supplied to us by HTML to pass custom data, okay, to do whatever that you want to do. In my case, I was just multiplying the custom data, the receipt variable, by 2, by 10, by 20, and I'm using it on the width, as you can see. So it's just a way to hack the HTML thing. Think of it that way. But just know that there is a data attribute, which is some sort of a custom way to pass in some data. So let's go back to the meta at hand. So we are not ShadCN developers. We don't really, as I've said, this is a bit of a what can I say? It's not easy to understand. Okay, so I had to rely on something else to make it right or to understand this component. Maybe if I can go and read here, maybe I can know that there is a method or a hook that I can use to get some certain values. So what is the problem that we have? We want to know, we want to fix our styling according to the collapsible state. Maybe when you click here, this is collapsible true. When you click here, this is collapsible false. I don't know what it is at this point in time. Okay, so we want that. Okay, so what is the trick that I have used based on my own knowledge of ShadCN? Okay, so these guys, this is what they do. Whenever they have got states on their component, okay, these components, these component will change according to a data attribute. Okay, let's go back to what we said. That data attribute is there for us to push in some custom data and variables and whatever for our own reasons. Okay, not for HTML reason, for whatever reason. So you can use that data for a lot of things. So these guys at ShadCN, thanks to their consistency, okay, they use that data attributes to tell these children that this is collapsed true or collapsed false. True or false is just my example. So now how do I know which one they have used, and how could I know here this is collapsed so that I can remove the padding, even on the logo, remove the padding so that this could be in the center. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So let's go to inspect. Okay, so that we can copy exactly what ShadCN is doing. Okay, because sometimes they do data straight, sometimes they do group data. Okay, so we just need to check how do they do it, and we will copy it and everything will work well. So we want to check this component. Okay, this one. Okay, this component, let's see, where is that component? Here is it. It's a sidebar content. Okay, let's look for a data attribute here. Check here, guys. These guys have a group data dash collapse equal to icon. When this is true, they make this content overflow hidden. We can copy this as it is because this is some sort of a statement that tells us that. Okay, this tells us that when collapsed is icon, this means that this has been collapsed. Okay, and then what we want to do, we want to come here. Okay, let's go back to where we want to be. We don't want to be here, we want to be here. Where do I put PL, not 12 but 8, padding left 8, somewhere here, I'm not sure now. Margin left auto, where is that sidebar content? Okay, where there is PL4, this is what we want. Okay, when this is collapsed, this is what this means according to shardcn. When collapse is equal to icon, it means that this shows only icon. And then we want to, what is it that we want? We want PL, let's say, to be 0. I want you to notice the difference. Okay, that's why I'm putting it 0 there. Or maybe let me say, for something that is going to be visually easy, BG red. Okay, as you can say, this is not collapsed. Let's check what will happen when it's collapsed, and then it's red. Okay, so how does the HTML, these children know about this state? This is what shardcn do. Whenever they are changing a state of the component, they can let you know, you can access the data attribute, okay, which sometimes they call it what can I say, group data. So you always have to come and check here what is it that they call it. Okay, wherever they are using it, if you don't see it here, check it on another component, maybe on a parent of this one, but you will see a data attribute nevertheless that tells you that this is active or this is not active. In our case, when collapsible is icon, then that means this is like small, it has been collapsed. Okay, so we are happy with this because we are getting a red background. So we don't necessarily want a red background, we want a PL padding left of 0 for now. Okay, when this is collapsed, as you can see now, this looks fine, but our logo doesn't look fine. What are we going to do then? We are going to take the same thing here. Okay, the same code here. Okay, the same code here, and then we are going to go to the logo. Here is the logo. We want to tell it that when this happens, we want also the PL to be 0. Okay, let's check how is it going to be now. As you can see now, it's visible and it's there. We don't necessarily want it to be 0, if I can be honest. Let's go back here. Okay, it doesn't have to be 0, maybe it can be 1. Let's see. Okay, it's somewhat coming all right. Let's make it 2, PL2. I'm happy with this. Okay, obviously here I was just showing you how to manipulate shardcn. Okay, in real world, maybe this logo was not going to come with the bottom title. Okay, by default it was not going to come with that, so that this title or this name, the company logo, the company name, was going to be an HTML a paragraph tag or a label, so that when we are on this state, we can remove it and only leave this logo. So I hope you get the idea. Okay, so we are now done with manipulating this to be exactly what we want, thanks to ChatGPT and this long code. Okay, I will have to study it and try to understand what these guys were doing. Okay, and then I can do a full tutorial later. Okay, so I'm happy with this execution. This works well for me. This is open. Okay, now when this is open, it looks like we are having an issue here, something that we will have to look at. This works well, but it looks like when you click here, as you can see, when this is collapsible, okay, what can I say, when this is collapsed, and then we are having these, okay, which not working well at this point in time. Okay, I'm not gonna bother myself much about this, as I've told you that this what can I say, this component, ShardCN component, it has got a lot of things. Okay, so let's end this video here for now. I hope you have learned something about the ShardCN sidebar. If you did, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Also, don't forget we've got finance.com, a platform that I have created for creating invoices and quotations. It's absolutely free. You can come here and sign up. As you can see, this is the dashboard for it. In case you see this navigation, this is not a ShardCN one. I think ShardCN, it was a time when they have not released their own, and I created my own. So this one is the one that I resorted to create for myself way back then. So that means this code is too old. Okay, enough about me and my own UI library. Okay, I'm Matthew Msangati, the designer and developer. Thank you so much for making it up to this far. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to fix this problem. So as you can see, we have customized this in such a way that it's collapsible like this. And then when you minimize it, it shows the icon. But the problem that we're having now, because of it's a collapsible one, as you can see, when you click here, it shows this. Okay. What we want to do is, when this is collapsed and you click any of these, this is supposed to expand automatically because it has to show this. Okay, so this is the problem that we are fixing. This is the problem that we are fixing. This. Okay, so let's go back to the code. Okay, let's go back to the code, and inside the code, okay, here, where is sidebar? What are we getting from sidebar? Are we in AppIndex? Yes. Okay, are we getting anything from sidebar? No. Okay, there is a hook from ShardCN, which is const. Let's just put empty curly braces for now, and let's use sidebar. Here is it. Okay, from UI sidebar. Okay, this hook will give us a lot of things to, what can I say, to customize the sidebar, or it will give us some methods. Okay, let's start with checking the open. Apologies about that. Let's check this open, and then where must we display this open so that we can check what is there. This is supposed to be true or false. Okay, let's do this. Where is a place? Okay. Okay, let's just sidebar header here. Okay, here we are going to have a p tag. Okay, a p tag, and inside this p tag we are going to have this open, which is going to be true or false. If this open is true, that's what this means. We are going to type open. Else, that's what this means. We are going to put here closed. Okay, let's click save and see. It looks like we are having a problem. Error, attempt to call you stay from a server. Okay, let's specify that this is a client. Okay, let's just specify that this is a client. Use client. Okay, use client. Let's go back to here and let's see. Okay, it's compiling. Okay, error, client side assertion is occurred. Invalid hook call can be only called inside a body. Okay, I also understand it. That's not much of a problem. Let's go to the function. Okay, let's go to a function. Let's see. Let's see. A hook, my apologies about this. A hook can be called right under here, under the definition of a component. Okay, this. Okay, you can't call it from here. This was my mistake. Then let's go back here and check. As you can see, now this is telling us that this is open. Let's click close. As you can see, this is closed. So now we've got the state of this. We know when it's open, we know when it's closed. Okay, now we want to some sort of trigger it. Okay, we want to trigger it. Where is that hook? So we don't only want is open. I think this is set open. Okay, we want this method which is set open. Okay, so when we click what, let's go to now. How are we going to know which component is dashboard? We want to do this in all components except the dashboard. When you click the dashboard, there is no need to collapse, but when you click these, then you have to collapse. Now we have to rely on our programming logic. Okay, let's try to understand what's going on here. Let's see. This is a side menu. So this loops through item. Okay, and then it display here the collapsible and all other things. Okay, so we want to do something at this level. Okay, this means if there is let's see, in item, if there is items, let's see when there is item. As you can see here in this item, there is no dot item. Sometimes there is dot item. Okay, let's go back here and check what is this trying to say. So if there is the dot items, do something. Okay, but if it's not there, let's see where is the dot. So if it's not there, just do this. Okay, so meaning that if you've got sub items, execute this. If you don't have sub items, do this. It looks like our logic is going to be easier than we think, because automatically the dashboard doesn't have sub items. So meaning that the dashboard will automatically execute else here. Okay, leaving us with at least a small scope or a simple problem to solve. And what that simple problem is, we need to do something here. Okay, let's do that. My first thinking is telling me that what if I could wrap this, okay, with something. Okay, however, I need to check first, does this collapsible has some sort of a prop that will help me to some sort of trigger something. For instance, let's say on something like on press or on clicked or something like that. Okay, as you can see here is on click. That means now when somebody clicks it, there is no need for us to wrap this with something else, because we have a method. Okay, so when this is clicked, we want to set open. I'm assuming set open is a method. Set open pass a boolean, which is set open true, let's say. Okay, I think, meaning that we can have set open false. Okay, cool. I just thought this is a method that you execute without passing anything. Okay, so let's go back and check if is this going to happen the way in which we think. When we click any of these, okay, obviously this is already open, so I'm not expecting it to do anything. Let's close it. Let's click any of these. As you can see, when we click any of these, this opens automatically. Okay, now if this was open, it doesn't close. Okay, but let's go back here. Is it me? These are supposed to be closed. Let's see. Okay, I'm happy with this. If you click this, suppose there's nothing that happens, I'm happy with this. If you click any of these, then this expand and you will see this. Okay, let's click here. Okay, now when this is closed, okay, when you click here, okay, we are supposed to close these. Okay, we are supposed to automatically close everything from here. Okay, so before we do that, let's just see if we can change these icons to client, quotation, and item. So let's just confirm if Shadzian is using Lucid React for this. As you can see, it's using Lucid React. So let's just go here, and then we are going to check for Lucid React icons here. And then we are just going to check for icons that might represent, sorry, that might represent clients and whatever. So where do I search for icons on Lucid React? Basics, color, advanced package, Lucid React. This is where we are. And where do I get packages? Okay, maybe I need to go to icons, build icons. Okay, here is icons here. Okay, my apologies about that. Here is icon. And then I want user, any icon that some sort of represent a person so that we can represent a client. I think this is just user. Let's try that and see. Okay, so I don't want the inbox and search. I just want user. Okay. So on client, this is home. This is client. I don't want setting. I want this user. And then what else? Okay, we've got item. Okay, let me just check for product here. Okay, product that represent an item. I think this might represent an item. Okay. Package search. Okay, let me just click item. Maybe we might see. Um, these don't look like item. Let's just resort to product bet. Okay. What looks like an item? Yeah, let's use this product search. Okay. Let's use this product search. Okay, and then on item, we are going to put product search, and then we are going to import it. Sorry, package search, Lucid React, does it have it? Search icon. Let's see now, do we have this from here or we don't? Let's see. Okay. Let's click package and see. Let's try package too. Okay, package search. Is it? Is that it? Yes. Okay, let's try this package search and see how it looks like. Okay. Okay, let's go back and see. Okay, yes, that is it, packet search. And then the other one is quotation. What can I use for quotation? Let me try document. So I'm trying document, which icon that may represent a document, like a quote. Let's try this one. Okay, file minus corner. Then let's look for anything that has got something to do with the file somewhere here. Okay, file, file archive, file. Let's look for file minus corner. If we don't see it, we will take any file. Well, there's a lot of file here. Okay, file minus corner icon. Okay, let's go with this. Okay, guys, thank you so much for your patience. I didn't know the name of these file. As you can see on the documentation, the name is a bit different. Here is a name is a bit different. So obviously, if I knew everything, I was just gonna get into it straight, but also I'm learning at the same time. So let's see. I'm happy that our icons are exactly what we want. Okay, this is exactly what we want. Now let's see, let's check on these items and see if we can have a method that will collapse these. Let's just go and check there. Okay, now we know where we are. Okay, we don't need this open close. Okay, we were using it for testing. It turned out that there is a prop here which is called open, meaning you can force each item to close. Okay, for instance, if you type here item equal to false, okay, item equal to false, let's check here. Okay, I am pressing here, but these items don't open. Okay, let's say item equal to true. Let's see what will happen to all of these items. All of these items, they open. Okay, why are they all opening? Simply because when you loop through here, okay, you get all these items from this array. So this applies to all of them. Okay, this is part one. Okay, so what does this mean? We can maybe infer from this behavior that we want to pick one of these and control it. That's what we wanted to do. The open one, we want to close it, but we need a mechanism to pick one and close it. So how can we do that? We need to find a way of, let me remove this. We need to find a way of knowing which item is open here. Okay, we need to some sort of save it globally, okay, in a way in this module. So when you click on this, we need to capture this client and know that this client has been clicked. When we click this, we need to capture this and know that this item has been clicked. I think this one is going to be more of an easy and an understandable one. We are going to use a hook, which is use state. Okay, so let's do that. Const, put an array here, is equal to use state. Okay, use state by default. Let me just put null here. Okay, by default, and then let's say open item title. Okay, my apologies for this long variable name, but it will help us because it's meaningful. Okay, so we are going to have a setter for it. Set this set open item title. Okay, for now we are going to pass null. Let's see what is the data type of this. Okay, it's null. Okay, let's type this, okay, in TypeScript, because this could be null or it could be a string. So the initial value it's null, but that doesn't mean this state is null. Okay, let's type it. Okay, this can be a string. Okay, let's see, and then, or it can be null. Okay, so TypeScript is happy. So this means that this could be null or this could be a string. So this is some sort of it's not necessarily a global state, but at least it's a state in this module that will know, or that will help us to save when this is clicked. Then we can just say this is the one that has been opened. Okay, let's just copy this method so that we can save the value of a clicked item here. Okay, let's go back here. Where is that collapse? As you can see, guys, this is on click. We don't want this. We want when the state of this changes. Okay, let's do that on. Okay, let's check here on. There is a state here, not on change necessarily, but on, not on change captured, not on change. Okay, it's something like on state change or something. I saw it here. Let's see, what was it? Not on track. Okay, let me just type here on. Yes, yes, is it? Okay. on open change, this one. Okay, so when the open state of this changes, okay, remember we had open here which was closed. Okay, so when this open state changes, we want to pass a function, okay, an arrow function. This arrow function will receive, okay, let's call this is open. Okay, let's call this is open, and then calling this is open implies that this is a boolean. Okay, and then if this is open, let's check let's check what are we going to do. Okay, is open, let's ask, is open true, that means is this item, the one that we are in, is either is this one or this one, but we are asking, is it open, is this true? If this is open, what we do, we set, okay, but what is it that we set? Let's just open the bracket. We set the item dot title, okay, meaning that now we are going to get the specific title for this item dot title, the specific item for this title. If not, okay, then let's set this to null. Okay, my apologies, I just have to pause this video. Somebody is calling me. My apologies about that. I'll be back now. Okay guys, my apologies about that. Okay, if you like this video, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. If you are a freelancer or a business person, please come here. I've got this platform, finance.com. You can sign in and sign up and then create your quotations for free. So let's continue, guys. Okay, so what we are saying here is on open change, when each of these changes, when it will only change when we click on it, and we can only click one at a time. We can click both. Okay, so when we click here, then we will set item only if this open is true. If this is open, my apologies about that, only if this is open, then we will set this to this title. If not, it will be null. So it's like this title is opened or it's null. So these titles now will have their corresponding, are you open? No. Are you open? No. Are you open? Yes. And then this title is opened. All of these are no. Okay, so this state will hold that. Okay, so now let's get back into that collapsible again. Remember, we started with open. Okay, let me show you this. Open is equal to true. All of these will be open. We don't want this. We want these to be open on condition. Now, this must be open only if this title, which was set by this, is equal to, I hope now you know what is it equal to. Is it equal to item dot title? Okay, so what was set when we click here, the quotation, is that quotation here is this one. Is it equal to the current item? When this is looping, it will put client, it will put item, it will put quotation. So if this is quotation, this one, is it equal to the one that was clicked here? If yes, then you have the right to open. All of these will close. I hope this makes sense. If I didn't explain it more further than that, please just shoot a comment below, but this is the best I can do. Okay, now let's check what will happen. As you can see, all of these are set to null by default. Let's okay, fine, let's just check. Let's see, this will only open because when we click here is open change, we are setting it to be opened, and here open, this will check, is item the open one? Yes, and then this will open, the rest will be false. Let's check that this is really true. If this is true, all of them, as you can see, all of them, they open. So this condition only opens the selected one, the picked one. Okay, now let's go back to check the problem that we were trying to solve. Okay, Now, if we have this as opened, okay, we have this as opened. As you can see, this one is open. Let's check here when we click this. You see, it's still opened. Okay, let's go back here. As you can see, let's check this. You see, it's still open. We want to close it. Okay, what have we done so far? Okay, that will help us to go to next step. Okay, this is open. This is open. This is open. I think whatever that we are doing, what is tricking us from, if this is already open, it doesn't close. Okay, as you can see, this is the problem that I am looking at now. I'm only seeing it now. Okay, but we will see what we can do. Okay, as you can see, it can only change when this is open, because there could only be only this one that is open at a time. Okay, we will check the logic and see what we can do. Okay, this is not what we want necessarily, but we are on our way to solving a problem. We will deal with this one later. As you can see, this can only be closed once this is clicked. Okay, as you can see, so that means we cannot close this one. This is a problem. But however, let's continue. If this one is closed, let's see. When we click here, it remains open. Okay, at least now we know which title is opened. As you can see, we know which one is open. Okay, cool. Now what we want to do, we've got a sidebar here. Let me just save. We've got a sidebar here, a hook use sidebar that gives us, that tells us if this is open, why this value is never used. Excuse me. This value is never used. Maybe I'm going to use it here. Okay, this tells us, is this open or not? Okay, is this open or not? Okay, let's see. If it's like this, that means it's going to be false. Okay, so we need to keep track of this state. We need to watch it. It's like watching it. As soon as it changed, we need to do something. What is it that we need to do? As soon as it changed to the collapsed, it needs to collapse the open one. Do we have what can I say, the value of the open one? Yes, we know it's this one. Okay, so how are we going to do that? We're going to use a hook which is called use effect. Okay, we're going to use a hook which is called use effect, and we're going to pass a dependency array, which means that execute the statement that will be here on what, as soon as this changed. Okay, watch for this. Remember, we said we're going to watch this. Watch for this. As soon as it changes, execute this. Okay, now what are we going to do? As soon as this changes, we want you to set everything to null, because there must be no open item. Setting this to null closes all these items. Okay, let's just quickly check if that is true first. As you can see, this has closed. Okay, let's go back. As you can see, this is open. Let's check if we click here, this state will change, maybe to false or to true. But this, because of this has changed, the use effect will trigger. Suppose it closes every item. Okay, these ones. Let's check here. As you can see, so if we are closing, everything closes. Okay, you can open this, you can open this one, but when you click here, everything closes nicely and perfectly. Let us try it and attempt to solve this problem. Okay, this one.
It turned out that the on-change method that we were using here is not the ideal way of solving this problem. This on-change, as you can see, it supplies us with the result of an action. For instance, is open, true, or false, meaning that this underlying library, be it Redux UI or whatever, it will make the change and then it will let us know if is open, is true, or false. Okay, this is a bit of a challenge because it does the work. Okay, that's why this is not opening. It does the work and let us know. This means that we are not in control. So if we want to be in control, we need to use the click method. Okay. So first of all, let's just take this. Okay. Let's just take this out of here first. Okay. Out of this. And we don't really need the on change now. Okay. Because we are going to do everything manually. Okay. So let's just this for the sake of cleanliness and visibility. Okay. Here is our function, the on click function. Okay. We are going to leave this set is open to true because it doesn't really matter. Let's say this is already open and you click here. When setting this to true while it's open, it doesn't have any impact visually on the UI. Okay. As you can see, when it's closed, it will set it to open. Okay. Because it does this. Okay. But if it's already open, by clicking here, it doesn't really have much of an impact in terms of the UI. So we can leave that one there. Let's check here. Okay, let's convert this to a more meaningful and on-click relating, okay, or adaptable code. Okay, so this is what we want to do. We want to say if, okay, and then else. Okay, let's see. So what we want to do here, okay, if the the title, let me just copy this. Sorry, this is not if is supposed to be here. The condition is supposed to be here. If um if the value, the title that is on our state variable is equal to the title that of the selected let's say item, this means that this current item has been selected before. Okay, as you can see, it has been selected before. Since it does nothing now when I'm clicking, let's force it to do something because it happened that this client is the one that is selected. This is true. Let's see, what do we want to do when that is true? We want to set it to false. Okay, let's just delete no, only this. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's click save and see if is that going to happen. As you can see, it happened because the one that is already open, this is the condition that checks that and it's true, then set it null. And then the else of this, it will be, if that is not the case, just set this title then. Okay, then suppose this problem is solved. Let's check. As you can see, this was not the selected one. Let's check here. This was not the selected one. Let's check here. This was not the selected one. What if you are clicking the one that will make this true? This title, in our case is quotation, will always be equal to quotation. Then we will close this, as you can see. So let's refresh. Let's check if everything works in order according to what we want to do. If we click here and then click this minimize, as you can see, everything is clean. Let's click here and see. Okay, so when we click this icon, it looks like this now doesn't expand. Okay, when you click this icon, you are expecting it to expand, but it doesn't. You have to go here and expand it again. Okay, we don't want this. What is the cause for this? Okay, let's check what happens when this open state changes. Okay, and we can check that with use effect. Okay, so whenever this state changes, okay, to true or false, this is always triggered. As you can see, this always closes everything by default. That's what it does. This is not what we want, okay? Because now, if we are here, and when we click here, the clicked item, suppose it's open, but because of this just closes everything. What we want to do, we want to execute this on condition, okay? Only close everything when you are not in this state. When you are not in this state, don't close it because we want it to open. Only do that when you are in this state. Okay, so let's check here. Okay, let's say if where I am, let's say if, okay, Now, what is the condition? If open is true, that means you are open like this. Okay. So if open is true, yes, if open is true, we want you to close everything. Let's say if open is true and this is open, yes, we want you to close everything. That's what we want. So let's say here, if open is true, then close everything. Only do this when open is true, so that when it's not true like this, don't close anything. Okay, leave the things open as they should. Let's just refresh and see. So let's start from here. When open is true, okay, close everything. That's what we are saying here. If open is true, as you can see, it's true. Let's make it false. It looks like I have just twisted the conditions. Okay, my apologies about that. Let's check this. Okay, looks like I have twisted the conditions. Let's just say when this is not true. Okay, when this is not true, let's just test first. Okay, I think that will work. Let's see, make this open, and then this is supposed to close, as you can see. Now if we click this item, this must expand and this must be expanded. This, okay, let's check. As you can see, everything works well. Okay, when you click here, this one open. Let's go and just explain this logic. Okay, so when do we want to close everything? Okay, when we click here, this is what I have missed. Let's say this is true now, right? Because is this expanded? Yes. Is this open? As you can see, it's true. When I click here, what does the system do under the hood? It sets it to false. Okay, it sets it to false. Okay, so when I was saying when this is true, I was wrong, because we must look for a negation, for a false what can I say, for a false boolean, okay, or condition, because when you click already it becomes false. Okay, that's why here I had to reverse this to say when this is not true. So I hope you understand this logic. This is the best way in which I can explain this. I hope you have learned a lot about this complex ShadCN component, which is a sidebar. We are trying to manipulate it, and I'm doing my best to some sort of explain it line by line and in detail, and this is my best explanation. Thank you so much for making it up to this far. In case you might be interested, please don't forget to check finance.com, my new invoicing and coding platform. In case you might be also interested, you can just try Builder here. You build an invoice without even registering. In case you want to save the detail, you are a business person, you are a freelancer, please come here and register. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to create a client page only for create, and then we will deal with the list later. So let's open the code. Okay, so what we want to do first, we want to create the page. Okay, so let's see what we are going to do. We are going to go to the root, and then inside the application, and in the application we want a folder called client. Okay, and in the folder client we want a folder called create, and in the folder create we want a file page dot tsx dot dot tsx, yes. And then let's create a simple code snippet, and then let's just type here create client. Okay, then what we want to do, we want to go to ShadCN. Let me save this. We want to go to ShadCN sidebar. I don't see it. Let me search it by pressing Control P, and then I want this one. Okay, as you can see, this is where we are defining create of the client, and then we want this to go to / and then / client / create. Okay, let's save this. So now Let's see what it will do. Suppose when we click create, this takes us to that page. Let's see. As you can see now, it's compiling. Let's see what it has. It has got client and it has got create, but it looks like still we are missing it. This is not a strange match, nothing to write a story about. Let's just quickly check what we have missed. As you can see, inside root, we have missed app. Okay, so we just need to add app somewhere here. And then forward slash, this is supposed to take us exactly where we want to be. Let's see. As you can see, it's compiling. Let's just go to the code and add app here. Okay, forward slash app. Okay, then this is supposed to take us to the page that we want to go to. Okay, so since we are already here, we might as well just copy this for what? For list as well. Okay, let's just keep things standard. Let's just put the capital letters here. Okay, let's just put the capital letters here. My apologies about that. Let's just put the capital letters here. And then what we want to do, we want to put list here. Is it going to be a capital letter or a small letter? For the route, let's just stick to small letters. Okay. For now, let's just do these ones. Okay. We will do these ones later. Okay. So that means we have managed to create a route. Okay. We have managed to create this route for clients. Create. Here is it. So now what we want to do, we want to create a form here. Okay. Since we've got a certain way of coding and doing things, it looks like now we can go to sign up. Let's go to sign up. Okay, sign up. Let's just copy everything here and paste it on. Nope, let's check and paste it on the client page. Okay, as it is. And let's see how it will look like. As you can see, it's compiling. It's going to show us, as you can see. So it's easy to notice what is it that we don't want. How can we do that? Let's quickly go to our code. Okay, I don't mind much about this. Let's check which one is this. Okay, I think we can. Okay, I think this section, let's just remove this section with H1. Let's see, minimize this. Okay, so what I want to do here, I want to only leave the form. Okay, where is the form? This is sign up. Let's see, my apologies about this. Let's first delete this one. I think we might as well delete also this one first. Okay, let's check. What have I done? Okay, let's see. It looks like I'm lost in my own code. Let me first start with this one. Okay, let's go back here. My apologies about this. I'm happy with this, okay, because I have removed that part. So we only got this part, okay? And then what I want to do, flex scroll and flex button. Suppose this is, oh, this doesn't end here. What is, oh, this is an opening div. Okay, my apologies about that. I thought this is a closing one. So this one is an opening one. And why it's there, it looks like it's there, but it's not being used. Okay, it does nothing. So we might as well remove it. Okay, let's check here. Let's see what is it that we want. Okay, let's take this one out of here. And then let's remove this so that we can only have one. And we don't really need this component. Okay, let's remove like unused divs. Okay, we don't use this div.
we really don't use it. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, fine. I don't mind much about that. I can quickly let's see. I can quickly create another one. Okay. Okay, let me just click undo, and then let's see what this div says. Okay, this divs help these to be stacked in a column. Okay, my apologies about that, guys. And then let's check here. The width is, the height is green, item flex. We don't have the width here, so let's put a width of full first. Okay, let me put these side by side. Okay, this is stuck on the side. Let's see, a width of full. Okay, 100%. Why this width of full is not working as we want? Let's just put a BG of maybe green so that we can see first if we are dealing with this. I'm happy with this. Okay, I'm happy with this. And then what we want to do in our investigation, this is the only HTML that we have here. Okay, and we want this to be full and it's not full. Okay, so what you do when this happen in terms of the HTML, you always go and check what is the parent folder for this. Okay, if this tag misbehaves, okay, as you can see, it doesn't want us to make it full. For instance, if we can make it this to any of these 2/3 or 2/4, as you can see, it's controllable, but it doesn't want to be full. Okay, that's not much of a problem. Let's go and look at its parent. So how are we going to know which parent is it? Let's look at where it is now. Go to this folder, app. Do we have a layout here? Yes. Okay, let's check here in this layout. In this layout, let's just set this parent. Yes, this is the parent. Let's set this parent and put a BG red. Okay, we just want to test and see how it is. Okay, let's put a BG of red. As you can see, this BG of red also is small. Okay, this is a problem. Let's make this one a width of full also. Okay, because a child or a container that is inside a container. Okay, this is what I want to say. My apologies about that bad English. Anything can grow to the width of its container. So this green one cannot have a width of full while the parent doesn't have a width of full. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Okay, let's click save. Oh, I removed a lot of things here, including this one. Okay, as you can see now, this is centered. I'm happy with this. So let's go back to the child. Go back to the child. Where is the child? Okay, this is dashboard client. Let me just go to it here. Okay. Right, where is my HTML? Here is my HTML. I don't need this green background. Okay, and then let's first change this one. Okay, what are we changing here? Create client, or we can just add client. Okay, or let's be consistent with create client. I'm happy with this. And what we want to do, let's go to our schema to see what are the values that are there that we are taking to the database. It's very important that what can I say, for consistency. Okay, we want name, email, and phone number. These are the only things that we want. Okay, we want only this. So we are going to go to our own schema. The schema validation, it's on lib schemas. Okay, we want to create a schema for, let me just put this here. We want to create a schema for client. Okay, sign up schema. Let's say client schema for validation. And then we want the name, yes, the email and phone here. Okay, as is on the database. That's why I had this. Okay, let's see. The name, minimum 4 characters, I'm happy with that. The email must be a valid email, and the phone, minimum of 4. Nope, in South Africa it must be a minimum of 10. Okay, and then minimum of 10. Okay, and then what else do we want? I'm done with this. Then we want to create a type for this. Okay, so not only we want to export this, but we want to create a type for it. Okay, let me just copy and paste this, and then let me paste this here, and then create this type for this, and then for this. So I hope you understand what is going on here. What we are doing here, we created a Zod validation schema. Okay, we are saying in the UI, these rules must apply. Okay, that's what we are doing here. We are validating these must apply before we continue, and then we need also a type to create a type from this. Okay, why are we creating a type from this? So that tomorrow when we add let's say age, okay, the type will be generated automatically from here. So that means we don't have to keep on checking the types and other things. Okay, so let's check if everything is well. The client has already been exported. I'm happy with this. There's our schema, and this one, the type is imported. So we can go back to the client route. Where is the client route? Here, and then on app, and then here. Okay, let's first change the schema. Okay, the first thing that we want to put client schema here. Client schema. Happy with that. We don't need this import. Okay, also this the type, we don't need it. So what else do we want to do? Even here we want a client schema for this type. Okay, as you can see, so all is well here. And then form data use mutation, and then here we want this type. Okay, for API sign up, we are going to have API what can I say, API client. Okay, the API client will, let's say, API create client. Okay, API create client, so that it can be specific. We're still gonna create this one. Okay, let's say here client created successfully. If there's an error, failed to create a client. Okay, client created, failed to create a client. I'm happy with that. Form data API. Let's use our client schema here. Okay, const confirm password. This doesn't apply. It only applies to what? It only applies to create to user sign up. I'm not sure why my mind is slow. Anyway, it's too hot here. Okay, let's continue, guys. Okay, so as you can see, guys, from now going onward, we will have some sort of repeating step. If I can be honest, things are gonna be more or less like the same. Okay, because of the tech stack that we are using. These pieces of technology, they blend like nicely, very well. They connect to each other, and if you've got some sort of a certain template, it makes it easier for you to do things. I think the only thing that we didn't check here is our input. Okay, we've got the name here on the HTML on the form. We've got the name. I'm happy with this. Where's the email? What else? We've got the email. I'm happy with this. Instead of a password, we've got the phone. Okay, we've got the phone number. And also here on register, let's just type here phone. Looks like everything is working well. Now there is no password, there is phone. Okay, for errors. Okay, if you don't understand this, please check the previous tutorials where I am creating a sign up page. Okay, I explain everything there. Okay, I'm assuming that you are following, and if you do, please don't forget help me to what can I say? Let me first fix this before I talk too much. Why this is not working? Password. Okay, errors dot. Okay, that means if we don't have a password, let's check what do we have there. Dot. Then I want phone. Okay, and then I want phone here, and I want dot message. Now everything works well. Do we need confirm password? No, we don't have to confirm any password. So I was saying, if you don't understand this, please go and check on the previous tutorial where I'm creating a sign up page. So let's quickly check the UI, guys. As you can see here, we're creating a client. We've got the name, the email, and the phone number. The phone number happened to be the password. Okay, we just need to change this. Okay, in case you might want to support me, I've got a platform for creating invoices, which is called Finance. As you can see, let's just really check here. We've got now 339 users and 103 companies. If you might want to check those companies, let's check here, marketplace. Maybe on the marketplace here, you might not see 103. I will tell you why. Simply because some companies don't want to be on the marketplace, and some others, they can't be on the marketplace simply because maybe they don't abide by the rules of the marketplace. Okay, so as you can see on marketplace, we've got 94 companies. So if you click here, you can check the company details. Okay, by the way, I created this. And then you can check the website and you can contact the company. Okay, you can contact the company here and request for a quotation. Let's just quickly check these guys who they are. Website is taking some time, but I'm just showing you that these are real life companies. Okay, so let's continue, guys, and see. I'm happy with this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this password thing. So let's just go to phone, and then on type of input, we don't really need it. Okay, as you can see now. Okay, this is change. Okay, I think we are done, guys. Okay, I think we are done, and this will help us. This structure will help us on this route. Okay, on create for this one, and quotation is gonna be a little bit different. This brings us to the end of this. If you haven't subscribed, please do me a favor and click that subscribe button. Otherwise, for Matthew Msingati, thank you so much for making it up to this far. Don't give up in life. Don't give up on code, even if you've got some errors and bugs. All developers are made up of errors and bugs. These errors make us. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. In this video, we are going to create an API route for adding a client. So this is a folder for API. Now we want to create a route group, which is called root. Okay, and then inside this route group, we want to create a folder client. Okay, and then why don't we? Okay, let's call it client. Okay, not create client. Yeah, let's just call it client for now. And then we need to create a folder which is called route.ts. Okay, cool. So the first thing that we need to do here is to export an async function. Okay, I apologize about this. Export. Okay, sorry. Is this export? Okay, export. Okay, export. Why now it looks like I can't write an arrow function. Export const post. Okay, we want this to be a post. Export const post. Is this .ts? Route.ts. Okay, let me just do this, guys. My apologies about that. Const. Okay, post. And then equal to, let's make this an arrow function. Okay, this is just a simple arrow function. And then we need to make this an async function, an asynchronous function. Okay, And then we need to export it. Okay, it must be exported. Okay, here is me again with the wrong spelling of export. Okay, my apologies about that. So let's continue. I hope you are following so far. Okay, we have just exported a function which is called post with an async function. This post method is supposed to receive a request. Usually you just type rec here and then type this as next request. Okay, next request. Okay, so let me just simply explain what's going on here conceptually. I'm a big fan of understanding. Okay, so we are creating a method here. The reason why we are creating this method to be async, inside here, there will be functions that will be awaited. An awaited function, treat it as a function that has got different state. The data or whatever that you are waiting for can come back as an error, as a null, no resource found. As you can see, it's not necessarily true that as soon as you hit that function is going to give you back the data, and the data is unpredictable. You never know, maybe there will be a 7 error, so that's why we create an async here. So as soon as you export this method post, it will receive automatically, because this is Next.js, rec as a apologies for sneezing. My apologies about that. Okay, so it will receive some sort of a next request. What is a next request? Whenever you type www.google.com or .co.za, you are sending a request to a server. Besides typing the URL, there is a lot that your browser, your Chrome or your Firefox browser is sending to a server. Is a lot of things. Okay, cookies is part of it. The IP address is part of it. So it's a lot of things, headers and whatever. So all those things, we will find them here. Okay, so I hope this is clear enough. So the first thing that we need to check, as you might have noticed in the previous pages, we are using JSON Web Token, meaning that this is the best use for it now. Okay, no one will do anything in the system unless they have got a token first, and it must be a valid token, or else there won't be the token is useless, or the token functionality. So this is where we always check, do you have a token and is it a valid one? If yes, then you can continue and access the data. Because of this tutorial, I am doing this here. In real life, real world production grade application, where do you do this? It is advisable, or I will advise you create, there is something called a middleware. It's a file that's sit here on Next.js project. It's always executed before every get request. So you do this there, but this is some sort of a course for beginners. So I'm not going to make it complicated unnecessarily. So with that being said, what we want to do, we want to get the token. Okay, let's get the token. Okay, the token is equal to, let's take the request. Okay, dot, let's check if are there any cookies there. As you can see, we can access the 2 cookies, and let's get here. Okay, so what we want to get, we want to get a token. When we were creating this, we added this field as, what can I say, the name was token. Okay, so we are trying to access it. Okay, so it's get token, if it's there. Okay, then dot value. Okay, we want the value of this token. So what we are going to do now, let's just respond with a token. Okay, and then what we want to do, we want to return. Okay, in the end, we want to return next response dot JSON. Next request, not next request, next response. Or is it me? Or return next? Next what? Not request. Request, no, next response. This is what I want. Okay, dot JSON. Okay, and then we want to return, let me just type token. Then let's just return token as it is. Okay, in the actual browser, we will see a key token with a value. Okay, so this is for testing purposes. Let's just quickly check where is, let's do this.
Let's do this. Where is our API route? Let's just check. It's on root. This means this folder is more like a silence. We don't need to really think about it. It's gonna be ignored. It's client, and that is it. Okay. So let's make sure on the UI aspect of things. On the UI aspect of things, we also got the same. Okay, on 10-stack query mutation, let's make sure form submit. Here is this form mutation that we want. Let's go to its definition. API create client. Nope. I think we've got client. Okay. API client. I'm happy with this. Let's just save and let's do this first. My apologies about that. Let's do this first. Go to network so that we can see anything that is happening here. So let's just put any name, any email. Okay, and then let's send it there. Okay, show minimum of 10 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, let's see. As you can see, we are sending it to client and we are getting back the token. Okay, that means everything is working well. Here is the token. Okay, so we are able to hit the API route. That is some sort of a progress. We need to clap hands for ourselves. Yay! If you've made it this far, congratulations. Thank you so much for making it up to this far. So let's continue, guys. Okay, now that we are able to get the token, okay, let's say what if there is no token, we must be sort of defensive in a way, make sure that we only continue when everything is correct. Okay, API or the client, we are here. And then what if there is no client? Okay, if there is no client, this is how you code that. Okay, if there is a token, sorry, then if there is no token, this is how you code this. Let's just take this here. So if there is no token, let's throw an let's just send an error. Okay, let's just type here no token. Okay, and what else? Let's send a status because this is very important. This communicates with 10-stack query in the UI so that it can know that what to do, so that when there's an error, it uses this status code. So let's just type here status code 401. Why 401? Simply because this is a client related problem, not a server related problem. Okay, I think that is it for now. And then what we want to do next, we don't want to continue without what can I say, with a wrong token. Okay, we don't want to continue with a wrong token, so we want to verify the token. So as you know that we are using JAWS for that, and it requires us to first have a secret. Okay, we don't really have to type this because we've already typed it in this route, I believe. So we can just copy it somewhere here. As you can see, here is it. Okay, what about this? Wait, are we gonna use it? No, I think we are going to use a different method. Okay, I think we are going to use a different method, not this one, sign in JT. That's not what we're going to use. Okay, let's just go back and only copy that. The reason why we are copying this as it is, this secret is very important. And I said in the previous video, suppose it stays on your environment variable so that it can be shareable and it can be used by different modules. So we are repeating ourselves on purpose. In real life production grade application, we don't do this. Okay, so now we already have a secret by just what can I say, copy and paste. Okay, and then what we want to do, we want to test, okay, if this token is it's valid. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to use a try catch block here.
Okay. Sorry, a try catch block. Okay, error. Okay, I will come back to this one. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to type here const result. Okay, the result of verifying the token. Okay, results. Okay, what's going on with me and the spelling? Result is equal to, and then let's await. We need a certain method that we are going to get it from JAWS, which is called JWT verify. So we are verifying the token, so we use that method JWT. Let's see if we are not going to have autocomplete, and here is it. Okay, JWT verify, that means we are verifying the token. Okay, so what we need to do, let's check. As you can see, we pass a string and the secret. This means the secret. Okay, so let's pass the string token, and our secret is this one. Okay, secret. So this means that whatever secret that you have used to encode to create this token, you still have to use it. If you don't use it, then this will always fail. Okay, this is some sort of a bulletproof, or what can I say? A password, let me say. Okay, for encoding and decoding a token. Okay, I think that is all for now. And then what we want to do, we want to do we need the payload? Let's see when I'm saying the payload, once it's correct, everything is decoded. Okay, that means this is the correct, this is true. Do we really need to do anything? I don't think so. Okay, if there is no error when we are creating this, then there is nothing else we have to do. But for the sake of learning, let's just get the payload. Okay, let's just say console dot log. Okay, let's get results. Do we have to send it back? Okay, let me do this so that we can send it back via this thing. Okay, so before, up here, let's say let payload. Okay, that means I'm declaring payload here. I think payload is an object. Let's declare this as an empty object. And then we are going to some sort of assign to that payload. Am I on the right place? No, I want where inside the module where there is result. Okay, result. So payload is equal to result. Okay, dot, let's check what is here. As you can see, result dot payload. Okay, so meaning that now inside payload, this one, there is a payload. What is a payload? Let me just quickly explain that. Remember, I'm all about understanding than theory and just following me blindly. When we are verifying a token, if everything works well, this token is right, it has not expired. In this result, there will be some sort of a key which is called payload. Inside payload, there will be the data that has been encoded in this token. Let's say this token has got my name, surname, and age. That object will be here. So what we want to do now, we want to send back that object. We want to know who has logged in here. Okay. So I think we are ready to go. We can go here, and then from here we can, let's just maximize this for now. Okay, so to make sure that everything works well, let's just go to the cookies and copy this JSON Web Token, and let's just go to JWT website. Here is it, and let's decode this token. Okay, so that we can compare the data that we are going to get from our API route if it's correct. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Where do I paste a JW token? Is this is not the website that I want, but the icon is that one. But now why it looks different, or maybe it's still loading. So it's still loading. So since it's still loading, let's just go back and test. Okay.
Okay, as you can see. And then where is the network? Let's see what will be returned here. Okay. Payload is empty. We have a problem because the payload is supposed to be, I'm not sure if this is my Wi-Fi or what's lacking. Okay. But the payload is supposed to be that data, okay, which is the encoded data. Let's see, what do I want to do? Okay, let's do this. You never know, maybe the token is expired, or what we need to do. Where is our try and catch block? Let's go back here. Where is our try and catch block? Here is our try and catch block. Let's catch the error where I am here. Okay, I'm in route.client. Yes. Okay. Sorry guys, I've made a very big mistake. Okay, this is under the catch. This is not supposed to be here. This is supposed to be here. Okay, my apologies about that, because now I was about to catch the error and see what's the problem. Okay, my mistake. I believe you have caught that when I was making this mistake. Okay, this is supposed to be under try. We are trying this so that if we get an error, we get it from here. Okay, so let's just go back here. Okay, as you can see, this is okay, this is the wrong data. Let's just go back here. My apologies for jumping up and down different modules. Okay, confusing you. I understand the confusion, but please bear with me. I'm only human. So we want to take this token and put it here so that we can get the data. The user ID is 3, the email is this one, and the data is this one. If all goes well, suppose this returns the same data because that is the same decoded data. Okay, let's check now on here on network, and then let's send. Okay, what's the problem? Minimum of 10 isn't this okay? Fine. As you can see now on the payload, we've got user ID 3, email, a token, and name, and so that means, guys, we are winning. We are able to check if the token is valid. Let's just break the token and what can I say, and fiddle with it. Let's go back. Where is the token? This is JavaScript, so you can just add concatenate. You can use plus to add a string to another string. It's a very funny way, but it is what it is. Okay, so we are changing the token. So let's see what will happen. Okay, this is for the sake of learning. Okay, let's see. Okay, what are we going to get? Okay, obviously, what can I say? The app, the system, thinks that everything went well because there is no error that has been thrown. Let's check because there's no errors, but the JSON object, as you can see, it's not here. Okay, this one. Okay, the payload. Okay, there is nothing on the payload. So let's go and check what's going on. So we are trying, and then under result we are awaiting. What can I say? We are awaiting JSON token dot verify. This is wrong, and with this secret, meaning that here there will be the wrong result. Okay, so if result is not true, okay, we need to throw an error. When I was surrounding this with try and catch block, I was convinced that when there is an error here, this JWT verify will throw it. Okay, but now it looks like it doesn't. So let's check what's the other thing that we can get here. It's only the payload. Okay, let's see. So now, how do I know if there is an error here? Let's see. How do I know if there is an error? Okay, okay. Maybe there was an error, but we didn't catch it. Okay, maybe there was, you never know, because we can assume that this doesn't throw an error, whereas we didn't catch the error. So if the okay, but based on our logic, we still make sense when we say there is no error. Why? Because the UI responded with a positive status. Okay, so we need to fix this. This module or this part fails silently, and that's a problem. Okay, let me just put back this error. Okay, so if there might be an error here, do this. And for now, it's not showing any signs of an error. So what we can do here, let's say if not result. Okay. I hope you don't hear that noise. It's what can I say? It's a what can I say? It's a hen or a male hen, which is a cock. Okay. So it's making noise. Okay. And then let me to return. Let me return results. If everything is true, let me return result. I want to see something. Okay. Return results. Okay, because now I want a way of getting of knowing when there is an error. At this point in time, my system doesn't tell me. Okay, so if there is no error, this is what we do. Okay, I think I'm happy with this. So let's go back and then let's do this. Okay, as you can see, created successfully. Now I can see there is an option, a way to know if there is an error. As you can see, there is dot error here. Okay, what if there is no error? What is there when there is no error? Let's remove this so that there could be no error. And then after this, we will be good to go and everything will work fine. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. Okay, let's check. Okay, so as you can see, the key error, once it's there, we know that there is an error. So this makes this our life easy. So as you can see, this try and catch block now doesn't really make sense. Why? Because this doesn't really throw an error. So we can paste this here. We can rely on our own code to check for error. For instance, if this result, let's just do an if here. If this result, sorry, dot error. Okay, let's see. Error does not exist in JWT. Error is there. Okay, is there. Now JWT payload. This is a JWT payload. Now TypeScript is taking us for a ride. Let's just help ourselves here. Okay, and fix the TypeScript. The type of data that we are going to receive here, remember, this is not like typing this the best way. I'm just solving this problem and also showing you how do you solve this problem. Okay, so what we have here, we have error. Okay, as we have seen, sorry, we've got error as an object. Okay, I don't really have to error. Why it still says there is no error in here? Let's see. Result.payload a property error result.payload. Okay, let me just type dot here. Oh, okay, now I see. Okay, now I see. So if there is, so we don't need to type this. Okay, my apologies about that. We don't need to type this. Okay, so if result.payload.error, if this exists, okay, if this exists, then we need to throw an error. Okay, which is we can take something like this and put it here, and then let's type error, which is the error will be this error. Okay, the one that comes from here when there is an error. And obviously we need to put a status of 401. Okay, that means if there is an error, now we can handle the error gracefully. So let's go and create the error. Let's go and manipulate this and add 9 so that we can create an error. Let's look at how is this going to behave now. As you can see, because of that 401, now this is failing and this is red. Okay. But as much as it is red, it doesn't give us the response. Let's see. I wonder why. Okay. Why is not giving us the response? This is result. Okay. You don't do this here. Okay. You don't do this here. It's better if you can const r is equal to this, and then you type r here. Okay. Let's go back and double check. We want to make sure that our code is bulletproof. Okay. There is an error. Let's see. There's something that I don't understand now. Why we don't have the error? Okay. For now, let's just skip that. Please, making a research, make it a research on your of your own, and I will also make a research of my own, as long as we get what we want. Okay. If there's an error, do this. If there is no error, that means it's going to continue and give us the payload. Let's just double check if it's going to do that, because now there is no error. Let's see, is it going to give us the payload? Yes. But the payload is empty. Okay, let's go back. It looks like I have lost touch with my code. Am I assigning the payload? As you can see, guys, the reason why the payload is not there, I'm not assigning the payload. Remember, the idea of a payload was for me to teach you something. So let's just wrap this up and finalize this, okay? So we are able to check and verify. If there is an error, we throw an error. If there is no error, we can continue. What does continuing mean? Continuing mean that now we have to send, let's see, do we have the data? Did we get the data from did we get the data from the server? No, I don't think so. Okay, we didn't. Let's just go to sign up and just copy and paste. Okay, this. Okay, await request.json so that we can get this body. After that, we need to verify the body. And what else? Okay, we can do this. Let's just go back here. Okay, so what we want to do here after this is successful, okay, we don't want to am I in sign in? Nope, I want to be on client. Okay, we don't want to continue and get the data from the body here, whereas there is no valid token. Okay, so if there is a valid token, we've got all the right to continue. Let's do this. So what we are doing, RQ, I think I might as well be consistent so that when I copy and paste, I don't have to face these issues. Let's just use request here and then use request here. Okay, so as you can see, everything works well. So what we want this request body, we want to verify it. Okay, so how are we going to verify it? Remember, we've got what's this Zod? Okay, a schema that we can use, and that schema is client schema. Okay, client schema dot is it gonna pass or is gonna be dot safe pass? Let's try safe pass. Okay, dot safe pass.
What are we safe passing? We are safe passing request.body. Okay. And then after we did that, what does this mean in case you don't know? We are receiving data from the client. At this moment in time, we are creating this for the web, and our web has a validation mechanism, so we cannot get the wrong data. What if maybe the business grows and we are making a lot of money and we've employed a lot of developers and we have a mobile team? Maybe the mobile team might be careless in verifying. Okay, maybe they don't even use Zod and whatever and whatever. So they must send us the wrong data. So before the API continue and proceed with wrong data, it needs to what? It needs to make sure that the data is safe. That's what we are doing here. The only thing that I forgot here is to put this inside const validated data is equal to. All right, as you can see, we are safe passing this. So we are going to get this. What is it? What are we going to get from here? If all goes well, this data is going to be like this. If not, then obviously there will be an error. So let's be defensive again. Okay. If this is true, that's not what we want. If this is not true, maybe what if there is a success thingy there? Let's check. Dot error. I think this one is better. Okay. Let's say if dot success, and let's negate this. Let's say if is not true, and then we are going to throw this. Okay, I hope you're following so far. Okay, and then we want to pass validated data dot error. Validated data dot error. Okay, let's do this for now. Validated data dot, let's check. Wow, don't we have validated data? Oh, okay, now I see. Now I see. I have to first put error here. Validated data dot error. Okay. So the error that we will get there. All right, I'm happy with this. That means if the data is not correct, that this is what we will do. If the data is correct, as it will always be, because we are using the web, then we need to continue and create what can I say, and create a client. So let's type here const created client equal to what are we going to use? We are going to use Prisma. Let's await it. Prisma from Prisma client. I'm happy with this. Dot client. This is the model client. Dot. Let's create. Okay. Dot create, and then we need to pass the data, and we're going to pass the validated data. Okay. The validated data. Okay, let's see what is the problem with this. Why is showing this error? So everything is well. Maybe it's complaining type zod pass success name email string phone number is not assignable. Okay, we've got a Typescript error. The client create input. Let's see what is it. The input is client create check. Okay, let's go and check our schema. Okay, and see maybe which field we might have missed there. Okay, because this is name, email, and phone. Let's go and check on our Prisma schema. Okay, I see. Here, I think in terms of what created no, I think this code is giving us an issue because it's not optional. Okay, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, I don't think so. Let's see why it's giving us that problem. Let's first try to save and see maybe on the UI we are going to get a detailed error. Okay, let's just refresh here. Okay, because I was assuming that there is a value there that we didn't put. So let's add this client and let's see. Okay,
It doesn't show any error. Let's check on the code. What is it saying? Okay, let's check. Okay, this was wrong. So okay. Oh, no responses returned from a route handler. Ensure you return. Ignore the client. Okay. It looks like for now we are not returning anything. Okay, let's see. Let's return. Okay, I can copy and paste this. Let's return the created client. Okay. Then the status is 2 or 1 because the client has been created. And then let me just put this as it is. Okay. All right, let's check it again. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go back and check what is the error. All right. Name is missing. Very interesting. Okay. Data success is true. The data is name, email, and phone number. Okay. Let's see. Argument name is missing. Created client is called await.create. Okay. Okay, name, email. All right. Now let's go back and check here on our database. Is this record created? Okay, this is a client. Let's check on clients. Okay, it looks like there is nothing created on client. On users, we do have users, okay? But on client, we've got nothing, okay? So let's just try to double check here. Accounts, let's see. No responses return, and then we'll continue. Prisma client error, invalid imported module, Prisma client, Prisma don't create invocation. Let's check where did we import our client. Okay, where did we import our Prisma client? Okay, we've imported it on Prisma, on library, and then Prisma client. I think this is the best way in which we can do. One of the things that we can do, let's run npx Prisma generate. Okay. Okay, let's run Prisma generate so that all the schemas can be generated. Okay, I think we can see this problem if we can try to understand this input. This one, this is telling us something. Let's see the validated data, its name, email, and phone. Name, email, and phone. Okay, let me just pause the video, guys, and try to find out what might be the problem so that I cannot waste your time. I will be back now. Thank you so much for understanding. All right, guys, thank you so much for your patience. It happened that here, let's just look at dot. As you can see, if we want to get the actual data, okay, the actual data from this, okay, from the validation, it is inside data, not just, what can I say, not just this, okay, not just this, okay. So that was the problem. My apologies about that. Okay, so let's continue and test. Okay, let's continue and test now that we have made the changes. Let's see. Now everything is working well. Okay, we've got our first client. Let's just go back where in the code. Let's see, are we recording? Yes, okay, fine. Sometimes I forget to press record. Okay, so let's go back to our database and let's check on clients. Let's close and open this. Close and open it. As you can see, we've got our first client. Okay, I'm Matthew Msangati, the designer and developer from South Africa. If you feel like this video has helped you in understanding Next.js, Prisma, and JWT token, please don't forget that I've got this platform called Finance. Check the link in the description below. Please share it with any person that you know, a business person, a freelancer, so that they can create professional code and invoices. You just get here and sign in. You can sign in with your Google. Thank you so much. See you on the next one.